Jiangnan number 6 High School. The center of the sports field. The awakening ceremony. Chen Ming, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and go awaken. The words yanked my thoughts back. A flood of information was still churning in my head. I finished digesting it and looked up, dazed. I transmigrated? Little you, this is the talent pill your mom paid a fortune for. It bumps up your awakening quality a bit. And this radiant gold pill, refined by people your grandpa and granddad commissioned. You wanted a metal attribute class, right? With this, your metal awakening can hit 80%. A few doting voices drifted over. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I love you most. Does Big Brother not want any pills? As my brother Chen said it, his eyes kept flicking my way out of their corners. He's the older brother. Of course he doesn't need them. Were they calling me? I followed the voices. Weren't these the parents and brother from my memories? The original owner's memories surged up. It was my turn to awaken. I looked at the awakening platform ahead, my gaze sinking. In the original's memories, this world was anything but peaceful. The other world had connected to Blue Star. Magic beasts ran rampant, and dungeons and secret realms had appeared out of nowhere. To fight the magic beasts, the nations gave rise to class holders. Every year, the Dragon Nation schools held awakening ceremonies for adult senior year students. I didn't hesitate and stepped up onto the platform. Every gaze swung onto me at once. The Qin family I belonged to was one of Jiangnan's 5 great clans, with powerhouses aplenty. The original owner had held a steady top 3 rank in his grade through all 3 senior years, prized by the teachers. Everyone wanted to see what class this dragon scion of the Qins would awaken. The whole process was in my head. I stepped forward and laid my hand on the awakening steel. A chill flowed from the stone into my body. Boom. A streak of golden radiance shot into the sky. S-Class. Number SIXS, first S-Class class holder this year. Chun Ming really is a Qilin prodigy, a teacher cried out. Class tiers, weakest to strongest. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSR. To awaken an S-Class meant you were a genius in the Dragon Nation. Grow into it, and you'd be a cutting-edge powerhouse. An SS class would be cultivated with the strength of the whole nation. As for SSR, unheard of. My heart warmed. S-Class was exactly the hot commodity every top school and faction fought over. Just get into a place like that, and even the Chun family wouldn't dare push me around. I opened the class. Mount Tai Heavy Cavalry S-Class Metal Attribute Role. Heavy Tank, Cavalry Skills. Immovable as a mountain, trample the mountains and rivers, Iron Bastion. Heavy Tank plus Cavalry, worthy of S-Class. I reached out to press my hand to the awakening stone again, to absorb the energy and complete the class change. Wait, you can't touch it. A shrill voice rang out. I turned. None other than that good brother of mine, Chinyu. Seeing his tears streaming, my heart lurched, and I rushed my hand toward the awakening stone. My hand still centimeters from the steel, a domineering earth attribute energy field clamped down and pinned me in place. This familiar energy, it was Chun Yong, my father, the head of the Qin family. He stood below the platform, radiance swirling around him, his face full of fury. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear your brother say wait? What's your hurry? My heart sank again. Chun Yu seized the chance and spoke fast. Mom, Dad, I just wanted to look at this metal attribute S-Class some more. It's what I've dreamed of. I'd never think of taking it from Big Brother. That two-faced, fake innocent act made my face change. In the original's memories, these parents had always favored Chinyu. Whenever Chinyu spoke up like this, he got whatever he asked for. This time I feared. Seeing her younger son looking so wronged, Mother Zhang Yi spoke decisively. Don't cry, little you. Since you like it, let your brother give it to you. We're all family anyway. Really? Chinyu's tears turned to a smile. I don't agree. Why should I give it to him? I lost it. Yield, yield, yield. Haven't I yielded enough these years? If this class was gone, I'd be no different from a cripple for the rest of my life. Shut up, Chen Yong roared. Chen Ming, who taught you to talk to your brother like that? Do you have an ounce of an elder brother in you? It's just one class. What's wrong with giving it to your brother? He paused, then bared his blade. Little Yu is to marry into the Su family. With this S-Class, the Sus will back him with everything. And with the Sus, our Qin family becomes Jiangnan's #1 clan. So for your brother, for the Qin family, this class can only be Little Yu's. Heh, So that's what this was about. Chun Yu's future, the Chun family standing. What did any of that have to do with me? All I wanted was to inherit the class I'd awakened. Simple as that. I will not yield. I gritted my teeth, the fire in my chest burning till it ached. This is my class. Let Chun Yu go awaken his own future. What's it got to do with me? Chin Yong's face went grim. Your class? Your whole person belongs to the Chin family. Without the Chin family, there's no you. Everything of yours should be the Chin family's. Little you, go over, inherit it. Without my consent, no one can inherit the class I awakened. Dream on. Huh. Others indeed aren't qualified, but your brother isn't an outsider. You two share a bloodline, and with the pills I prepared, he can inherit it just fine. Chin Yu strode forward, shot me a sidelong glance, a sliver of contempt at the corner of his mouth. He swallowed both handfuls of pills and laid his hand on the awakening stone. Golden light spilled everywhere, a sky full of golden radiance pouring into him. The Mount Tai heavy cavalry not only didn't reject him, it actively helped him class change. Good, very good. Fury drove me to laugh. Sure, the bloodlines were similar, but how could an S-class fail to see through to its true master? This Mount Tai heavy cavalry had actually acknowledged him and utterly cast me aside. Fine. An ingrate's thing. I don't want it anyway. Ding. Sensing the host's intense rage and resentment, the demon system is now officially bound. Binding successful. Compatibility 100%. Bonus reward. Demon points times 100. Rookie gift pack issued. As the golden light settled, Chun Yu smoothly inherited the Mount Tai heavy cavalry, becoming an S-class talent class holder. Gasps all around. It had been so fast that many students only now caught up. A blood brother, taking his own brother's S-class in front of everyone. How is that any different from cutting off someone's future? This is the Chin family, one of Jiangnan's 5 great clans? Such ruthless methods. The rumors were right. The Chun family's eldest son isn't favored, and now even his class has been stolen. What a waste, that's an S-class. The Dragon Nation gets only a handful a year. Isn't seizing a class illegal? Aren't the Chins afraid of being held accountable? Accountable how? Every nation pampers S-class talent. The looks around me were full of pity and mockery. Number SIXS genius, fallen today. Outrageous. A sharp shout rang through the gymnasium, and a figure shot out from the stands and landed steadily on the platform. A square face, righteousness all over him, energy surging, a heavy pressure radiating off him. Number SIXS principal, Chui Guoming, a level 40 powerhouse. Others feared Chin Yong, he didn't. Number 6 might be called the 6th, but its strength and faculty ranked in Jiangnan's top 2. To see his most valued student crippled by such an absurd method, he was furious. Clan head Chun, this is open contempt for the Dragon Nation's law. Chin Yong's face didn't twitch. Principal Chui, this is an internal Chin family matter. No need to trouble yourself. The law expressly forbade seizing a class, but the phrasing, a Chun yielded his class to his own brother, would hold up just fine if it got out. In his eyes, any charge would be groundless. By the way, Principal Chui, Chin Yong added, that guaranteed admission slot the school gave Chun Ming last month, since he yielded his class to Little Yu. Transfer the slot to Little Yu as well. An S-class, what university wouldn't scramble for him? The guaranteed admission slot. Only 2 schools in all of Jiangnan were qualified to award one, number 6 among them. Last month, Chin Ming had placed first in the citywide joint exam, and Principal Chui had given him the slot on the spot. And now this clan had shamelessly demanded it back. Humph. Principal Chui gave a cold snort. A slot already awarded cannot be taken back. Besides, I reported and registered Chun Ming's information long ago. Before, for Chun Ming's sake, he'd held some goodwill toward the Chins. In this moment, the Chun family plummeted in his estimation. Chin Yong's face darkened, then quickly recovered. If there's none, there's none. With Little Yu's S-class, universities will scramble for him. With that, he shot me a glance. Little Ming, don't blame your dad for being heartless. Heartless? I gave a cold smile. From now on, I'll show you what true heartlessness is. This account isn't settled. Insolence. I'm your father. No. From the day you favored Chin Yu, you weren't. You're only Chin Yu's father. You wretch. Barely grown, and your wings have hardened. The Chin family raised you for nothing all these years. Chin Yong shook with rage. This was in front of a crowd, and this loving father, devoted son scene would surely be trending in Jiangnan tomorrow. The Chen family's face was thrown clean away. "We're leaving." He turned with Zhang Yi and Chen Yu and didn't spare me another glance. Chen Ming. Chui Guoming walked over, looked at the state of me, and quietly sighed. Who, after a calamity this big, could accept it in a moment? Such a fine seedling, ruined just like that. I came to my senses, shot to my feet, and fixed my eyes on the principal. "Principal Chui, let me undergo the sorcerer class change." A student unsatisfied with their awakening could switch to a regular class. But the regular classes anyone could take were all low tier. The sorcerer was only D class, the bottom of the bottom. Chui Guoming opened his mouth, then sighed and nodded. With that look in my eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Never mind. A sorcerer was poor, but at least one could enter dungeons to train and make a living. A D-class change was fast, 2 breaths, and it was done. As the light scattered, I walked out without looking back. A virtual panel only I could see floated up before my eyes. Open the rookie gift pack. Ding. Opening complete. Rewards. Class, Holy Sovereign, SSR. Demon points times 500. Ding. Congratulations on completing your class change. The Demon of Fire is deeply gratified. Reward skill. Blaze Burst Fireball. An SSR class. The fighting spirit in my heart flared back up. Chen Yu. The Mount Tai Heavy Cavalry. The Chen family. Wait for it. One day I'll grind you all under my heel. As for Jiangnan's top clans, for will be enough. Host. Chun Ming class. Holy Sovereign, SSR. Level. 1 HP, 500 mana, 500 strength, 20 spirit, 20 agility, 20 skills. None demon points. 600. SSR Holy Sovereign. It had completely buried that trash D-class sorcerer. Behind me people were still wagging their tongues. Number SIXS Top Genius. Changed into a D-class. Between D-class and S-class isn't a gap, it's an unbridgeable gulf. What a pity, pity what? Setting the facts aside, doesn't he bear some blame himself? Those are his own blood parents. If there were nothing wrong with him, why wouldn't they cultivate him? Makes sense. Disliked by his parents, shut out by his brother, he must have done plenty of rotten things. Serves him right. I'd been too dazzling at number 6. Plenty envied and resented me. And now that I was down and out, naturally no shortage of people came to kick me while I was down. Walking out of the gym, I checked the skill I'd just gotten. System granted skills enter at novice automatically. Blaze Burst Fireball. Gather fire attribute energy into a ball with both hands. Once thrown, detonated at will, immense power. Costs 50 mana. An S-class skill. I hadn't expected another surprise. Generally, class holders under level 20 had limited energy and couldn't use B-class and above skills. Too high tier, their mana couldn't keep up. But this Blaze Burst Fireball cost only 50 mana a cast. With my 500 mana, I could fire off 10 in one breath. Broken. Huh. Why did this Blaze Burst Fireball and the number behind my level each carry a little upward arrow? I tapped the arrow behind Blaze Burst Fireball. Spend 500 demon points to upgrade Blaze Burst Fireball. Novice. Proficient. So that's it. My gaze shifted to the level. Spend 5 demon points to advance to level 2. Sure enough, demon points were my shortcut, instantly raising level and mastery. For a class holder, time is money. With these, I could spare myself the long grind of cultivation. Before I knew it, I'd walked out the gates of number 6. I'd thoroughly fallen out with the Chen family. Going back was off the table. The urgent task, find a place to land, then get strong. I pulled out my phone and checked my balance, 16,700. Looks like a fair bit, but for the eldest son of one of Jiangnan's 5 great clans, it was pathetically little. That two-faced brother's monthly allowance was an astronomical figure. My 10,000 odd was what I'd saved over several months. Far from enough for gear and skill books, though plenty to book a hotel. I flagged a taxi and made straight for the southeast corner of Jiangnan City. This area was far from downtown, yet especially bustling, because most of Jiangnan's dungeons were clustered here, and dungeons drew crowds of class holders. The moment I got out, the shouting hit me. D-class dungeon Phantom Wolf Forest needs a tank, level 20 plus. E-class Flame Pasture recruiting 2 healers, basic healing's enough. Shadow Squad recruiting, level 30 plus, any class, top tier perks. Getting out also drew a few looks, But one glance at my school uniform, and they lost interest, clearly fresh out of a class change week. Newly changed class holders generally ran solo E-class dungeons at levels 1 to 5, teaming up only at level 6+. No surprise, I found a nice hotel nearby and booked a room, then strode into the dungeon center's main hall. There were teleport points here and a place to take quests, mostly to gather materials in various dungeons, paid by difficulty. My eyes landed on the E-class quests. The rewards uniformly cash, modest sums, a drop in the bucket to others, but enough to keep me afloat a while. There were 50 or 60 E-class solo dungeon quests, but I keenly noticed nearly a fifth were tied to the same dungeon. E-class dungeon, the Wailing Cavern. Seeing me fixated on the Wailing Cavern quests, a man beside me browsing the D-class dungeon spoke up. "Little brother, just awakened today, huh? Don't fixate on this dungeon. Look at others." I grew more curious. "Big bro, what's different about this Wailing Cavern? Why so many quests?" "Sigh, it's a special one. No one's first cleared it to this day," he explained patiently. "No one's first cleared it." My first reaction wasn't to balk at its difficulty. My eyes lit up. Every new dungeon has a first clear reward, and without exception they're rich. He saw through me at a glance. "Don't get ideas, young man. Jiangnan's prodigies have all tried this dungeon over the past 20 years, every one of them coming out badly hurt. Not a single clear, and that includes 3 level 5 class change holders of A-class classes." I raised a brow. "That hard?" "But the harder the dungeon, the higher the first clear reward." Ding! The demon of the mountain issues a quest. Clear the Wailing Cavern within 24 hours. Well, now I had no choice but to go. I wasted no more time and took every Wailing Cavern quest on the board one by one. The man beside me shook his head and sighed, no longer stopping me. Some people have to hit a wall to know their own measure, especially the freshly class changed. 10 minutes later, all the quests registered under my name. Taking them was automatic. You only go to the window to claim rewards once done. Following the directions, I came to the Wailing Cavern's entrance. This drew no small attention. Other E-class dungeons had at least some people at their mouths, but the Wailing Cavern was deserted, and anyone who approached got eyes on them at once. I didn't hesitate, stepped straight in, and vanished on the spot. Hiss, he actually went in. Another one who doesn't fear death? Quick, what level is he? Level 1? Awakened just today? And a D-class sorcerer? This is suicide. And here I thought a prodigy had come. Turns out he came to die. Break it up, break it up. 5 or 6 level 4 class change holders have already died in there. Only level 5 ones get out in one piece. How long do you all think he'll last? A crowd gathered, treating it as entertainment. Clear it at level 1? You're joking, level 5A class can't even get through. And right then, I had no idea how many people were ringed up outside. I'd already landed, before me, a pitch-black cave mouth. The clear condition was simple: wipe out every creature inside. After adjusting to the surroundings, I didn't rush in but opened my system panel. Level up. As the demon points dropped, my level climbed. Level 2, 3, 4, 5. For levels in 10 seconds, beams of light flashing one after another. That wasn't all. For level ups had cost 50 demon points, leaving 550. I went straight to upgrading the skill. Blaze Burst Fireball, Novice Proficient. As the demon points dropped, a flood of technique knowledge poured into my mind. Minutes later, I opened my eyes, a flicker of firelight crossing them, and looked at the panel again. Host, Chun Ming class, Holy Sovereign, SSR, level, 5 HP, 1200 mana, 1200 strength, 103 spirit, 108 agility, 99 skills. Blaze Burst Fireball quest. The Demon of the Mountains commission demon points, 50. HP and mana 1200 each, strength and spirit over 100, and agility, a touch lower, still 99. I clicked my tongue inwardly. What I'd learned in school told me. A typical level 5 class change holder had about 600 HP and mana. I was double, and my 3 stats were even more absurd, triple the average line. These numbers were ridiculous. Now I won't lack for firepower. The proficient Blaze Burst Fireball still cost 50 mana, no increase, which meant I could fire 24 in one breath, without stopping. Ready, I strode into the cavern. The deeper in, the darker, my field of vision steadily squeezed. Blaze Burst Fireball. Darkness was no problem for me. I condensed a small fireball in my right hand and held it up as I walked, the firelight stretching my view back to about 10 meters, enough to react. About 50 meters in, a rustling reached my ears. I stopped, my gaze sinking. The first wave was coming. Sure enough, 3 figures burrowed up from the ground directly ahead. Wailing Goblin level 5 HP 300. 3 level, 5 monsters right off the bat. You can imagine this dungeon's difficulty. Go! Without waiting for them to fully emerge, I hurled the fireball first, striking the middle one dead on, bursting into a 2-meter bloom of fire. The other 2, not directly hit, were swallowed by the flame wave, turned to ash in a blink. Experience plus 24 plus 26 plus 23. That's it. No challenge at all. I raised a brow, didn't throw the fireball I just condensed in my right hand, and kept walking. Further on, I ran into a few more waves of wailing goblins. Needless to say, their fate, swallowed whole by fireballs before they even formed. Never mind hurting me, not one of them got out of the ground alive. Cleared another wave, and I hit level 6. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, my face showed nothing. No wonder the past challengers couldn't get through. This many wailing goblins swarming you really is thorny. That last wave alone, I'd cleared 14. I waited in place for my mana to recover to 800, 1 per second, 1 fireball per 50 seconds, then pressed on. This time it wasn't a passage but a circular chamber, 2 soccer fields wide. Strange noises rose all around, wailing goblins emerging everywhere in the chamber, and dead center a colossal something taking form. BOSS, Wailing Goblin King, level 7 HP 2000. Good grief, a level 7 boss stuffed into a level 5 dungeon. It's HP 3 or 4 times a normal challenger's. This was a genuine attempt to grind people into the dirt. Blaze Burst Fireball. Without delay, I flung fireballs one after another into the surroundings, the just emerging small monsters swallowed by flame. Roar. The boss broke free, charging me with a bone blade. I dealt with the last small monster, then turned 2 fireballs onto it. Minus 503. Minus 593. Another round. Minus 611. Minus 588. It charged less than 5 meters before being utterly drowned in firelight, dropping dead on the spot. An S-class skill in a dungeon of this tier was just too domineering. Overlevel boss kill, Wailing Goblin King. Experience plus 25%. Experience plus 503. Level 6-7. Attribute points plus 5. Congratulations on first clearing dungeon, the Wailing Cavern. First clear rewards. Bronze treasure chest times 1. Skull pendant times 1. Ding. Completed the Demon of the Mountains commission. Reward. Demon points times 200. Skill. Iron bones. Bronze hide. The first clear reward and the quest reward credited together. The dungeon had half an hour before closing, and I was in no rush. There was still a pile of quests to gather goblin drops for. Besides, I knew well that once I got out, there'd surely be a stir, so any bit of extra strength was good. First, I split the 10 attribute points, 5 of them from leveling 5 to 6, between strength and spirit, then opened the chest. E-class dungeons mostly gave black iron chests, and below level 5 there wasn't even a chest. Mine was boosted by the first clear, a fair bit higher tier. A flash of green light. Crescent Moon Sword, weapon, bronze requires. Level 7, strength 100 attribute 1, strength plus 30, agility plus 10 attribute 2. When fighting under moonlight at night, strength plus 30, spirit plus 30, agility plus 20. A standard bronze longsword. Attribute 1 was middling. The key was attribute 2, a big 3-stat boost in night combat, stacking with attribute 1. So at night the strength boost was 60 points. Absurd. Then the skull pendant. Skull pendant, accessory. Bronze requires. Level 7, spirit 100 attribute 1. Strength plus 10, spirit plus 20, agility plus 20 attribute 2. When fighting undead, strength plus 30, spirit plus 50 attribute 3. Mana recovery plus 100%. Hiss, 3 attributes. This quality was probably brushing right up against silver. I'd struck gold this time. Gear quality. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. As far as I knew, most level 30 class holders still ran bronze and silver. Gold and above were rare and pricey, mostly dropping only off high-level bosses. These two of mine were more than enough for level 20 and under. The quest reward, Iron Bones, Bronze Hide. I entered at Novice straight off. Iron Bones, Bronze Hide. A passive. As mastery rises, physical constitution gradually strengthens. I was satisfied with a passive too. It raised my margin for error a lot. After all, you have to be alive to deal damage. Weapon and accessory equipped. The panel. Host. Chun Ming class. Holy Sovereign, SSR. Level 7 HP 1800 mana 1800 strength 148 spirit 133 agility 129 skills. Blaze Burst Fireball. Iron Bones Bronze Hide Demon points. 250. Compared to when I entered the dungeon, it was night and day. Organized, the half hour was about up. I rose and walked out the dungeon exit. At the Wailing Cavern's entrance, the crowd waiting hadn't thinned, it had grown. He's been in nearly 2 hours, right? Why is there still no sign? A level 1 class holder lasting this long. Did he just go in and stop moving? Impossible. If you don't advance for a long time, you get force ejected. Look at the entrance. Something's happening. Under everyone's eyes, the dungeon entrance's glow shifted from blue to gold, then steadied. This scene they all knew well. A gold entrance meant the dungeon had been cleared. The next second, I walked out of the dungeon, and before I'd even caught my breath, a crowd was staring at me in stunned disbelief. Sigh. I'd figured I'd draw attention, just not this much. Ah, he cleared the Wailing Cavern. How is that possible? Didn't they say nothing under S-class could get through? The Wailing Cavern's been first cleared. Little brother, walk us through it. How'd you do it? That mini level. 5 Wailing Goblins. How does one person handle them? How's a sorcerer that strong? In an instant, I'd become the center of attention. Don't let it fool you. It was only an E-class solo dungeon, but its name carried weight. Plenty of people here had been brutalized by it. The way out was blocked. Without an explanation, they wouldn't let me leave. Brothers, when I went in, the enemies weren't strong. All level 1 Wailing Goblins, and not many. I never saw the level 5 ones you're talking about. An excuse I made up on the spot. There might be level 5 class holders present, but absolutely no level 1. A student who'd awakened that very day would first pull their level up to 5 at home or school, then team up for E-class group dungeons. No one would brave the Wailing Cavern at level 1. So my story couldn't be verified anytime soon. The crowd traded looks. Could this dungeon's difficulty scale with the class holder's level? No wonder a level 1 sorcerer got through. That tracks. This guy's got real luck, and a first clear reward too. We all got robbed back then. An E-class first clear reward rivaling a D-class group dungeons. While they debated, I quietly slipped out of the crowd and went straight to the quest hall to find an empty window. The quest windows had good privacy. 1 small booth per person, no outsiders could see in. Under the receptionist's stunned eyes, I laid out the pile of quest items entry by entry. The more she verified, the more alarmed she grew. Had this person wiped out every creature in the Wailing Cavern? Rules forbade her from asking, so she could only review in silence and push the rewards across to me. The dozen-odd quests totaled 50,000. Money worries were off the table for a while. Handover done, I went back to the hotel and showered. Wailing Goblins truly stank, and the smell had even gotten onto me. Washed up, I pondered how to spend the 250 demon points I held. The next tier of Blaze Burst Fireball was Proficient Mastery, costing 1,000 points, too expensive. Iron Bones, Bronze Hide up 1 level was 250, exactly enough to wipe me out. But I hesitated. Should I raise my level first? Level is the foundation of everything. Raise it, and I could enter D-class dungeons. Don't underestimate that 1 level. The clear rewards aren't even in the same class. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door. My gaze sharpened. Someone had come knocking. I knew well that the story would fool laymen, but the truly sharp weren't so easily deceived. Mr. Chun, my mistress requests your presence. I got up and opened the door anyway, glancing at the woman outside. And your mistress is? My mistress's surname is Song. She's waiting for you in the restaurant upstairs. Her tone was respectful. Song. A guess formed in my mind. Lead the way. The elevator took us to the top-floor restaurant, a secluded private room. The escorting woman knocked twice and stepped aside. Come in. An ethereal voice from within. I pushed the door. A tall woman sat on the sofa. A goose-yellow dress, not dazzling but especially warm, the classic square collar revealing just the right amount of collarbone and neck. One of Jiangnan's 5 great families, the Song family's eldest daughter, Song Qingqing. I'd met her twice at banquets. Jiangnan number 1 high school's top academic ace, the acknowledged campus belle, quite famous. Long time no see, young Master Chun. A voice like a lark's. I walked over and sat across from her. Miss Song didn't ask me here to reminisce, I assume? With the Song family's intelligence, she surely knew about my falling out with my parents this morning. To still want to see me at a time like this meant, 9 times out of 10, it was about the Wailing Cavern. Song Qingqing's eyes were bright. Young Master Chen first cleared the Wailing Cavern today. The reward's rich, no? I'd like to buy your first clear reward for a hefty sum. You must be quite short of money right now. When she learned I first cleared the Wailing Cavern, Song Qingqing had been genuinely shocked. Changed to a D class only this morning, and by noon first cleared Jiangnan's only uncleared E-class solo dungeon, an absurd turn. As for the clearing technique I described, she didn't believe a word, but she was sharp, uninterested in how I'd done it. What she wanted was the first clear reward. As it happened, I'd just left the Chen family, with no resources and short on cash, and the one thing the Song family never lacked was money. Pity it didn't go as she'd expected. I shook my head. I appreciate Miss Song's kindness, but the first clear reward matters a lot to me. Not for sale. The crescent moon sword and the skull pendant were both things the current me needed. Besides, the real goal of her visit, as I saw it, wasn't these two at all. Silver tier gear would have ordinary people fighting tooth and nail, but the Song family's eldest could pick it up on a whim. Would she really come in person to buy it? I didn't believe it. Get to the point, Miss Song. What exactly did you want me for? She pressed her lips, no surprise on her face. They all say the Chun family's son is arrogant, a cripple. Turns out the rumors aren't accurate. I do have a matter for you. What matter? Run a dungeon with me once. I was a little surprised. With your status, who couldn't you find? Why does it have to be me? The Song family might not be Jiangnan's strongest, but on wealth no one dared claim second. With money you have people. She raised a hand and a document appeared. The dungeon intel. Take a look. I took it and read carefully, and at the top line my face changed. Jiangnan City Newborn Dungeon, E-Class Group Dungeon, Moonshadow Plane. A newborn dungeon, an E-Class. Reading down, my gaze slowly froze. A 10-man party had already gone in. 5 C-Class, for B-Class, 1 A-Class, all level 10. A lineup already quite lavish in Jiangnan. The result, 10 went in, 3 came out alive, all gravely wounded. The rate of failure, and more absurdly, for the survivors, they were wiped before they even saw the boss. The gap was no small thing. I looked up. You want me to run this with you? That's right. She nodded decisively. This 10-man party is the Song family and Su family joining hands, 5 slots each. The Song side, including me, has 4 set. The last one, I'd like to invite you. Why? Not afraid I'll drag you down. I just changed class today. However fast my level climbed, I couldn't reach level 10. Because you cleared the Wailing Cavern solo. Her tone was firm. Some things she didn't say. The Wailing Cavern, as a Song family tactics master had assessed, required at minimum level 9 strength to clear, yet its level cap was 5. That I could clear it meant my true combat power had reached level 9, and with the first clear reward, only higher. How's the payout calculated after clearing? I didn't dwell on the why. To me, this newborn dungeon's first clear reward was no worse than the Wailing Caverns. I'd join, but the reward had to be right. I'm not working for free. Her eyes lit up. The other 3 she'd found, when asked about this dungeon, all first asked whether the Song family would provide life-saving measures, terrified of dying inside. Only I went straight to the clear reward, which meant I was certain I could clear it. It seemed the Chun family's eldest son was even stronger than she'd thought. Whoever slays the boss, the Song and Su families each take 30% of the rewards. The rest split the final 10% by contribution, plus 100,000 fee. Set by the 2 families' upper ranks. Only the boss slayer gets the big share, everyone else gets a labor fee. Too little. I said it almost without thinking. I had faith in my strength, but a dungeon held many variables, and the Song and Su families had more tricks. If they snatched the boss's last hit when the time came, wouldn't I have toiled the whole way for nothing? She wasn't surprised, and a check appeared in her hand as if by magic. Just agree to run the dungeon with me, and this 100,000 is a deposit. Afterward, if the dungeon goes to my Song family, another 100,000 for you. Another 200,000. I hesitated no more and nodded. Truth be told, the moment I saw a newborn dungeon, I decided to go. Asking about the fee afterward was just to squeeze out a bit more for myself. After all, I'd have plenty of places to spend money going forward. 200,000 was enough to hire a professional team to escort me through an E-class group dungeon. Deal. When do we set out? This dungeon opens only at dusk. I'll send someone for you at 5 tomorrow evening. Best to pull your level up to 10 before then. Can do. The time set. I took the 100,000 check and left, not lingering. There was still time, and I had to turn this money into combat power. After I left, the woman outside came in. What do you make of him? Song Qingqing asked softly. His HP and level don't match. He doesn't look D-class, A-class at the very worst. This woman was sent by the Song family to protect her, a full level 23. Seems he's even more mysterious than I thought. This time, the Qin family may have bet on the wrong horse. She murmured, a light in her eyes that others couldn't read. I ate a quick meal at the restaurant. Checking the time, 7 in the evening, too early to sleep. I decided on my remaining demon points, spend them upgrading iron bones, bronze hide. As for level, I'd have to grind it up one at a time myself. Dungeon raiding begin. Time flew. The next afternoon, 2 o'clock. 3 blaze-burst fireballs swallowed the boss before me and slew it. From agreeing to Song Qingqing until now, I'd cleared 4 E-class group dungeons, all solo. On the banked experience, I finally hit level 10. Out of the dungeon, quests handed in, the cash in my pocket reached 250,000. I didn't go back to the hotel, but turned and walked to the other end of the quest hall. Next door was the trade hall, connected by a passage. Compared to the quest hall, the trade hall was far more bustling, more than 10 times the size, divided into several sections. Fixed merchants and stall-keeping class holders. My target was the fixed merchants, more reliable, full range, everything low level you could want. The stalls were for treasure hunting, full of odd and rare things. I walked into the largest treasure pavilion, and at the lavish decor, I clicked my tongue inwardly. Behind this pavilion was none other than the Song family. I fixed on the bronze tier. Black iron offered me limited gains. Silver was too pricey to afford. This trip was mainly to patch up gear. I decided on the slot before coming and headed straight to the matching section. Half an hour later, I came out carrying a pair of combat boots, having spent 200,000. Elite boots, footwear, bronze requires, level 5, agility 80 attribute 1, agility plus 30 attribute 2, when fighting on planes, agility plus 20. Elite boots are forged by a forge master, attribute 1 fixed, attribute 2 random. I picked these for the coming dungeon. The two together gave 50 agility, laying groundwork to snatch the boss at night. Back at the hotel, I showered, changed into a brand new combat outfit, and ordered food. At 5 in the evening, the phone rang on time. The Song family's pickup had arrived. Downstairs and into the car, straight for the distance. The newborn dungeon had only appeared recently. No array master had yet relocated it to the dungeon center, so the entrance was in another area. Half an hour later, we reached a village town on Jiangnan's edge. The moment I got out, I saw a crowd gathered in the distance, Song Qingqing at the very front. Chunming, over here, she called out on her own. That one shout, and every gaze in the place swung onto me. Hearing that name, everyone but her changed expression. The other 3 on the Song side traded looks. Last night, Song Qingqing had said she'd invited an expert, told them to look forward to it. Today, she told them it was Chunming. The number 6 incident had spread across Jiangnan yesterday, recorded and posted online, even trending. A D-class sorcerer, worthy of being called an expert? Miss Song this. One steeled himself. Chunming's probably not appropriate. He just awakened yesterday. Is he qualified to enter this dungeon? For any other E-class group dungeon, one more deadweight just made it a bit harder, manageable. But this was a perilous newborn dungeon, and every teammate had to be carefully chosen. Song Qingqing didn't explain, just swept him a look, and he shut up at once. He too was a number 1 student, an A-class class holder, but his background was ordinary. He'd hit level 10 in a few days entirely on Song family support. and having received that grace, he didn't dare provoke. On the other side, the Su family squad's faces were stranger still, all eyes fixed on the man in the middle, Su Luo, the Su family's eldest son, also a number 1 student, awakened an A-class combat class. He had another identity, Su Shuer's older brother, and Su Shuer was precisely the Su family's marriage match for Chinyu. A few behind Su Luo spoke up one after another, tones scornful. Why's that trash here? A family betraying ingrates qualified to run a dungeon with us. Latched on a Song Qingqing's coattails in a single day. Impressive. Fine by me. One fewer on the Song side. More chance for us to snatch the boss. Su Luo, by contrast, had a flicker in his eyes. The Wailing Cavern's clearing had been quietly suppressed last evening. Few knew of it, but he'd heard right away, and even had people look into it. The one who'd locked down the news was the Song family, most likely Song Qingqing. So when I joined the Pioneer Party, he hadn't rushed to refuse. He'd tried the Wailing Cavern at level 5, getting through 5 rooms, failing at the last before the boss. That I could first clear it really did qualify me for the party. While they debated, I'd already walked up before everyone, swept a glance over their expressions, understood their thinking, and couldn't be bothered to explain. As long as this lot didn't snatch the boss and stayed obediently behind, I didn't mind carrying them once. Everyone's here. Song Qingqing called to Su Luo. Su Luo didn't rush to set out. We just came together, so introduce your class abilities for assignment. Everyone but me was a number 1 student, well acquainted. Only they'd heard of the deeds, but not the strength. I raised a brow and was brief. Main DPS, fire specialty. My strongest right now was the Blaze Burst Fireball, so it wasn't wrong. But quite a few mouths twitched. That simple? You say main DPS, and that's it? It's getting late. Into the dungeon. Drag it to deep night, and it's harder to fight. Song Qingqing knew this lot's minds well, but I was her invitee, and she wouldn't watch me get ganged up on. The dungeon came first, and Su Luo couldn't well refuse. The Song family was using its own slot. He couldn't nitpick. The group followed Su Luo and Song Qingqing toward the dungeon entrance, reaching it in 10-odd minutes. At the entrance stood a host of class changers, the Su and Song family's elites, every one level 15+, the 2 leaders level 20+. They guarded here against dungeon mishaps, ready to cut down any monster that broke out the moment it did. In recent years, with Blue Star's spiritual energy reviving, cases of monsters bursting out of dungeons weren't rare, and newborn and uncleared dungeons especially demanded the utmost caution. Third uncle, Song Qingqing stepped up and called softly. The Song family's third nodded, swept a look over the group. You're all here at the Song and Su family's invitation. Before you set out, we've prepared life-saving jades for you, each able to block 1 attack from below level 15. Once the jade's used, those who can come out, don't linger. The 2 families had prepared thoroughly, the goal still the first clear reward. These jades were nothing to them. And just as I took the jade and was about to follow everyone into the dungeon, ding! The Demon of the Moon senses the moonlight energy within the dungeon and issues a commission. The Demon of the Moon's commission: collect sufficient moonlight energy from the dungeon. Progress 0/100. Moonlight energy? I noted it silently. To me, in a sense, system quests mattered more than the dungeon itself. Even the boss had to make way. Move out. Su Luo and Song Qingqing, longswords in hand, entered one behind the other, the rest close after. Me at the very back. No one took me seriously, all treating me as someone tagging along with Song Qingqing for the rewards. Seeing me enter last, the Song family's third narrowed his eyes slightly. The Qin kid, the mistress actually invited him? This level didn't look like a cripple's either. Hit level 10 in a day. Could the Qin family have done it on purpose? Stepping through the entrance, I opened my eyes already at the destination, Moonshadow Plain. A cold wind blew and everyone broke out in goosebumps. The temperature had dropped fast. We have to hurry. Once night falls, our visibility shrinks sharply, and then we're on the back foot. Su Luo spoke first, striding forward. Not long after walking, a few Moonshadow wolves appeared. Moonshadow Wolf level 10 HP 2000. The most basic existence on Moonshadow Plain. My eyes narrowed slightly. Like the Wailing Cavern, it opened at the highest tier, so something nastier surely lay behind. Move. Take them out fast. Everyone here was a carefully chosen talent of the Su and Song families, B-class at worst, quite strong. Before engaging, two women in the party acted at once, two beams of light landing into everyone. Constitution temp plus 10, agility temp plus 10, wound self-heal plus 10%, support classes. On the buffs, two shield guards and a knight stepped up to pull aggro, Su Luo and the others casting skills behind. The most basic squad tactics. These few Moonshadow Wolves stirred no waves and were soon cleared. I watched, with no intention of acting. Pressing on, the Moonshadow Wolves grew more numerous, and Su Luo's group began to feel pressure. Su Luo was an A-class Gentle Breeze swordsman. His sword art's ethereal, offense-focused, killing the most. Song Qingqing, an A-class Starfield swordmaster, balanced and steady. One wind attribute, one space attribute, neither ordinary. The party also had two more A-class, the rest B-class. Something's wrong. As I was analyzing their strength, Su Luo at the front suddenly went alert. Fall back. The change came too suddenly. This lot had just come out of school after all. How could their reactions be that fast? A B-class was half a beat slow retreating, and three Moonshadow Wolves lunged from the dark. He rolled on the spot, dodged two, missed the third, and a claw mark was left across his back. Act! The searing pain made him cry out. The rest retreated in time. Su Luo and Song Qingqing acted at once to force back the three wolves and pull him out. A light wound, the jade not triggered. Why'd so many come at once? This wave was supposed to be 30-odd, already a lot, and they'd been clearing it in tiers. They'd killed only 7 or 8 when 20-some more poured in, the pressure spiking. Look at that one ahead. A whole size bigger than the others. The sharp-eyed pointed dead ahead. Everyone looked, and sure enough, a larger Moonshadow Wolf appeared. The boss. Special like that, it has to be. Beat it, and we clear. Its level's off, right? Looks past 10. This dungeon's difficulty is insane. I used the gap to check it. Moonshadow Great Wolf level 13 HP, 3,200. HM. Not the boss, actually. A woo. The Moonshadow Great Wolf howled, and the surrounding Moonshadow Wolves abruptly charged to swarm. The group quickly massed into a ring. Melee warriors outside, support inside. Attack and defense had switched places. The moment they engaged, the pressure hit. Too many wolves, and the Moonshadow Great Wolf glaring behind them. One opening, and it'd be fatal. Chen Ming, slack as you are, at least pitch in. What are you standing there for? Packed together like this, who slacked and who toiled was plain to all. A support recovering mana, seeing me stand still, couldn't hold her temper. At the reminder, the others noticed I was coasting too. Earlier they could manage and turned a blind eye for Song Qingqing's sake. But at a time like this, I was still watching the show. However good Su Luo's temper, he was annoyed now. Song Qingqing spoke up in time. Chen Ming, help fight the enemy, or we're all in danger. Fine. The patron had spoken, hard to refuse. I nodded and drew the crescent moon sword. Honestly, I could tell this lot was still holding back. B-class and up at least. How could they fall before the boss? But I also knew that if I didn't act, Song Qingqing would be displeased, and offending the Song and Su families to save a little effort was unwise. I didn't cast the blaze burst fireball. Crescent moon sword in hand, I cleaved straight at two Moonshadow Wolves, slain with almost no resistance. My strength now was absurd. Never mind the SSR class boost. The Crescent Moon Sword alone gave me 60 strength at night, putting strength past 250, on par with a typical level 15 class holder. Level 10 Moonshadow Wolves were nothing before me. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. A-class class holders had to fight Moonshadow Wolves carefully. So how was it this easy for me? After cutting down 5 or 6 in a row, the distant Moonshadow Great Wolf fixed on me too. He's slaughtering my kin? This won't do. Roar. The Moonshadow Great Wolf turned to shadow and lunged. Its timing was perfect. I'd just dealt with 2, my attention on the next 2. Sword already swung out, right in the gap. No time to dodge. Count on teammate support? They were lucky to protect themselves. No spare effort. Iron bones, bronze hide. Energy poured into my limbs, defense spiking. Bang. A muffled thud, and a few people's eyelids jumped. Following the sound, they looked just in time to see me swatted flying by a claw and slammed down in the distance. Song Qingqing's pupils shook hard. What happened? Why didn't the jade activate? To her, that one hit could threaten even her own life. Even if I was a bit stronger than her, I was level 10 after all, and an ambush from an enemy 3 levels higher could easily gravely wound or kill. Su Luo's group churned inside too. What they feared wasn't for me, but for themselves. My jade didn't work, so wasn't the one in their hands. In an instant, everyone had the thought of abandoning the raid. Freshly class changed, a bright future ahead. Can't die here. Wolf pup, strong arm you've got. Just as everyone was about to ask Song Qingqing what had happened, my cursing rang out. I never expected to trip up in the shallows. That claw didn't hurt me, but it was devastating to my clothes. And this time I hadn't brought a spare. My back was bare to the chill, and I wanted nothing more than to tear it apart. Go! Closing fast, my left hand condensed several blaze-burst fireballs and hurled them. The Moonshadow Great Wolf sensed that terrifying aura, first standing on end, and tried to dodge, but my barrage sealed off all its escape lines. Boom. 2 hit home, its HP dropping by half outright. By the time it scrambled up, I'd rushed in close, the crescent moon sword cleaving where the fireballs had struck, a critical, its HP plummeting. Die! My left hand condensed another and pressed it hard into its body. Bang! A blast, and that mighty Moonshadow Great Wolf was utterly lifeless, wounds all over, bones cracked. The distant Su Luo, Song Qingqing, and the rest went wide-eyed, disbelieving. First I'd hard-tanked the boss's hit without a scratch, alive and kicking, then forcefully overpowered it and put it down in a few exchanges. That strength was absurd. With it dead, the surrounding Moonshadow Wolves lost their will to fight, their momentum easing, swiftly dispatched by Su Luo and the rest. The group gathered around. Song Qingqing's face delighted. You really gave me a huge surprise. Picking me had been a gamble. Huan Jiangnan didn't know he'd changed to a D class. Now it seemed she'd bet right, my value worth that fee. Miss Song. I didn't take up her praise, my tone serious. Her heart skipped. Had bursting that strong cost me dearly? It would make sense to think so. And then the next moment. Miss Song, you've got to reimburse me for these clothes. I've barely worn them a few days. Song Qingqing froze. Reimburse clothes? Her gaze fell to my outfit. Not stall junk, but a very ordinary brand. 300 yuan at most. A mere 300, and he specially asked her to reimburse it? But with this many people watching, what could she say? Reimburse. I'll reimburse it. Huh. The group, still thrown off by my antics, and one suddenly puzzled. Wait, that's not right. The boss is dead, so why is there still a clear prompt sound? Only then did they catch on. Right, the boss is dead, so where's the first clear reward? Who said the boss is dead? I shot him a glance and said flatly. The group traded looks, eyes falling on the Moonshadow Great Wolf's corpse. It's stone cold. How's it still alive? I shook my head. It's not the boss, at most a slightly stronger small monster. Huh. A level 13 wild monster counts as only a small monster in a level 10 dungeon? Su Luo's expression was a sight. Is there even any point raiding this dungeon? If the small monsters are level 13, the boss has to be at least 15, no? Every level's gap was large, let alone a 5-level difference. The rest nodded. That level 13 just now. Joining hands they could put up a fight. A 5-level gap was a chasm. Song Qingqing swept a glance around, then put her eyes back on me. Any thoughts? To her, everyone else's advice mattered less than mine alone. I thought a moment. I want to try. Here's how. I go ahead alone. You wait here. If I can't win, I'll run. And then we all give up together. Everyone's look at me changed, heroics or not. Daring to say what they didn't dare already put him a big step ahead. Song Qingqing refused outright. No, I brought you in. One squad. How can I let you fight alone? Su Luo followed. Right, you're a teammate now too, and I never abandon a teammate. As if they just left like that, and word got out, where would the Song and Su families put their faces? I was speechless inside. Abandon. Clearly it was just that I found their strength middling, and in danger I'd have to split my attention to save them. My going alone was to lighten the load, and this lot didn't know what was good for them. You can't force it, so I changed tack. Then this, you recover in place, and I'll go ahead to scout the road. You've seen my defense, no problem. Now the two didn't refuse. I could hard tank a level 13 beasts hit with my body. Tough enough. Let me scout and see what we'd face next. Know yourself and the enemy. Fine, go take a look first. But remember, don't act rashly. Song Qingqing glanced at the two supports recovering mana. They had to buff every combat class, draining mana fast, then nodded. I turned and headed forward, finally shaken free of this lot. So even if I met the boss, I wouldn't fear anyone snatching the last hit. After I'd walked off, Su Luo leaned into Song Qingqing. I feel like something's a bit off. Is he really fine? With my Song family's jade, he won't die at least. Once they've recovered mana, we'll go up. What made you think to contact him? He was exposed as a D class. To me, there's only strong and weak. Clearly, my image in Su Luo's mind was already shifting. The Chun and Su families were to marry, but the match wasn't me, it was Chunyu. Hope Chunyu isn't weaker than Chen Ming, or he won't be able to keep my sister in line. Su Luo murmured, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. This time I walked forward a full quarter hour without meeting a single Moonshadow wolf. My heart slowly sank. Dungeon magic beasts don't vanish into thin air, and not one in sight meant they'd all gathered in one place. The boss had sensed danger. 2 more minutes, the night darkening, my visibility squeezed again. Fog had risen. Alarms screamed in my mind. This was no good news. Swish, swish, swish. Before I'd even lit a flame, the sound of cutting wind came from all around, something darting about. I narrowed my eyes, faintly making out black shapes weaving. Blaze burst fireball. Crescent moon soared in my right hand. Fire kindled in my left. The firelight opened up. I'd already landed in a ring of Moonshadow wolves, dozens fixing on me, 3 Moonshadow great wolves among them. Awoo! Just as I was about to clear the small monsters, a high, suppressed wolf howl pierced the heavens, and a tall figure appeared dead ahead. Moonshadow Wolf King, boss, level 15 HP 5000. Hiss! Even I sucked in a breath. HP 5000, absurd. Not good. Without a word I acted, blaze burst fireballs hammering madly into the surroundings. The Moonshadow Wolves' hit died on the spot, the Great Wolves barely holding. The great battle erupted. The wolves all around lunged like mad, my right hand cleaving fast with the crescent moon sword, my left hurling blaze burst fireballs like they were free. Good thing my mana was ample and recovered fast. No fear of running short anytime soon. Even so, some Moonshadow wolves rushed in close. Iron bones, bronze hide. Their claws left only white scratches on me, unable to break my defense, but they split a good deal of my attention too. Get off. I was thoroughly fed up with this wolf pack. My clothes had only had the back torn before, a bit drafty but wearable. Now they were shredded to ribbons, infuriating me. A swarm of ants. The crescent moon sword swept across, taking 3 in a blink. My right hand couldn't be bothered to condense another fireball, just slammed a fist down. With my strength, ordinary Moonshadow wolves simply couldn't block it. The encirclement slaughter lasted 10 minutes, the assault all around finally weakening. The vast battlefield turned into a graveyard. Blaze burst fireball. I locked onto the remaining great wolves and hurled decisively, swallowed by firelight. The last few finally couldn't hold, dead through. Ding. Level 1011. Attribute points plus 10. Ding. Collected sufficient moonlight energy. The Demon of the Moon's commission complete. Reward skill. Bright Moon Sword Art. The moonlight energy had been slowly climbing since I entered the dungeon, climbing faster as I cut down Moonshadow wolves. This stretch I'd cut down no fewer than 100 wolves and 4 great wolves, just enough to fill it. Commission complete. A strange sword art flooded my mind, entering it novice in a breath. I opened my eyes, my gaze boring straight at the distant Moonshadow Wolf King, my footing suddenly surging. With the elite boots, my agility was actually no lower than its. Bright moon. Closing right before it, moonlight energy swiftly wreathed the crescent moon sword, its power formidable. The Moonshadow Wolf King sensed the threat and charged with a roar. It was the dungeon's king, and the king of the Moonshadow Wolf race. Honor forbade it to retreat. It would tear me apart head-on and establish its dominance. As we were about to collide, I shifted and darted to the side. It hadn't expected this. I charged in furious. Why dodge at the critical moment? The next moment it learned what treachery meant. Just landed and steadying to turn, several blaze burst fireballs ambushed it, blindingly fast, sealing off all its movement. Bang! Level 15 it might be, but before a proficient S-class blaze burst fireball, it was nothing. The first scorched its fur, The second drew blood. The third blasted it airborne. Bright Moon. My style was to keep hitting as long as no system prompt popped, giving not a breath of respite. It swayed and propped itself up, and before it could even make me out, a streak of silver flashed. The world spun, and the last thing fixed in its mind was its own tall, now headless body. Overlevel boss kill Moonshadow Wolf King. Experience plus 10,234. Ding! Congratulations on first clearing dungeon. Moonshadow Plain. First clear reward now issued. My just leveled experience bar climbed another half. The Wolf King was slain by me alone, so the experience didn't need splitting. In the distance, Song Qingqing's group, freshly recovered, also received the first clear notice, faces full of disbelief. The dungeon's over already? Song Qingqing and Su Luo exchanged a glance, the same name surfacing in both their minds. Chun Ming. In the whole dungeon, only he had left the party, which meant he'd slain the boss alone. Pick up the pace. Once the countdown started, they didn't dare dawdle. Minutes later they reached me, corpses strewn everywhere, but no boss corpse in sight. A level 15 boss corpse is a rare thing on the outside, worth good money, so I pocketed it first thing. The rest were too low level for my notice. Chun Ming. Seeing not one spot of my clothes intact, the group's hearts clenched and they crowded around. I sat cross-legged and opened my eyes. You're here. By now the mana I'd burned had mostly recovered. I hadn't rushed off because I was waiting for the loot split. We'd entered as a team after all, and the first clear reward was in team form, to be distributed by the leader. Su Luo leaned in, his gaze roving over me, and quickly, with alarm, realized. I looked wretched, clothes nearly shredded to ribbons, yet not a wound on me. Absurd. Song Qingqing said sourly. This is your so-called scouting? Scouting and chopping down the boss on the side. Agreeing to let me scout had felt off to her at the time. She never imagined I'd actually dare face that many wolves alone. I shrugged helplessly. Can't blame me. They swarmed to kill me. I was forced to defend myself, and they turned out too weak, so I accidentally reverse-killed them all. Song Qingqing. Su Luo. The whole party. Listen to that. Was that even human speech? Forced to defend himself, reverse-killed them all? Even a dog would shake its head. All right, don't fixate on this. The result's good, isn't it? At my reminder, the excitement in their eyes could no longer be hidden. They'd braced for a brutal, hard-fought battle, and now the boss was dead, the reward in hand, equivalent to lying back and getting carried. Seeing me staring at her, Song Qingqing understood and pulled out the entire first clear reward to divide. An E-class group dungeon's difficulty is the highest of its tier, so the rewards were naturally not bad. 2 silver tier treasure chests, 3 bronze tier chests, plus 3 black iron pieces, and some pills. Everyone's eyes locked first onto the 2 silver chests. Those were the real, good stuff. Split by ratio, Su Luo, Chun Ming, and I each take 30%. The rest split the final 10% and that 100,000. This split was the same for everyone, no objections. But there were only 2 silver chests, and neither Song Qingqing nor Su Luo wanted to give one up. Silver chests were extremely rare even to their families. With luck they could yield a gold-tier treasure. Jiangnan's 5 great families had plenty of silver gear, but gold gear was each clan's guardian treasure. One more could push a family a step further. Su Luo spoke first. My Su family wants 1 silver chest. Song Qingqing wasn't to be outdone. My Song family wants 1 too. And with that, both their gazes fell on me. As long as I'd give up a silver chest, everyone went home happy. But would I give up something this good? Of course not. Unless you pay more. Hard to say it outright. So I met their eyes without flinching. I contributed the most in this dungeon, so I get first pick of 1 silver chest. The rest you two work out. How about it? Both were clearly unsatisfied. They knew getting the other to back down was harder than reaching heaven, and the only way was to make me yield. They traded a glance, and Su Luo attacked first. Chun Ming, give up the silver chest, and all 3 bronze chests are yours. Plus my Su family throws in another 100,000. Song Qingqing wouldn't be outdone. My Song family gives 100,000 too. I shook my head without a thought. Not enough. Bronze and silver looked 1 tier apart, but were worlds apart. 1 silver chest was worth 10 bronze, since it had a chance at gold gear. Its market price sky high and unbuyable. Far from deflated, The two lit up. I hadn't refused, which meant there was room to talk. What was money before a silver chest? Song Ching was decisive. Name your price. If it's reasonable, we'll agree. Su Luo nodded along. Fine, then I won't be polite. Besides these 3 bronze chests, I want 4 more bronze chests, plus 400,000. I pitched it high, already beyond the normal market rate. Bargainings like that, ask sky high, haggle down slowly, everyone happy in the end. But the next second I got slapped in the face. Su Luo nodded first. No problem. Song Ching, how about we each cover half? Sure. Song Ching answered fast, afraid I'd go back on it. Now it was my turn to be stunned. Wait, you'll buy at that price too? No haggling at all. Song Ching saw my puzzlement and explained on her own. A silver chest can produce gold gear, which is too important for us great families. A little markup is entirely acceptable. With it put that way, how could I not get it? I'd lowballed. But the terms were out of my mouth. Too late to take them back. The two each picked a silver chest. The rest of the bronze chests all mine. The others would have to be handed over once we left the dungeon. Who raids a dungeon carrying chests around? The remaining party members, seeing me leave laden, were full of envy. The bronze chests Su Luo and Song Ching scorned were treasures in their eyes. Any bronze piece usable up to level 20. Loot split, the group left the dungeon. As the entrance's red light faded, the Su and Song bigwigs guarding outside lit up. First cleared. Su Luo and Song Ching immediately reported the dungeon's events to their family's upper ranks, the loot split included. Learning I'd slain the boss alone, they looked at me uncertainly. This Chin kid's that strong? But the doubt didn't last. The first clear reward had silver chests, and one was brought back. For that alone, the trip wasn't wasted. Bronze chests were beneath the two families' notice. Minutes later, Song Ching came over. The rest I'll send to your hotel tomorrow. Fine. The Song family eldest word I trusted. The matter settled, the party went their ways, both families thoughtfully arranging drivers. My hotel was by the dungeon hall. The others were headed downtown, the opposite direction. In the car, I closed my eyes to rest. This trip's haul was no small thing. Never mind all those bronze chests. In cash alone, I'd made 600,000. The clear had eaten a lot of time. Went in at 6 in the evening. Now nearly midnight, the sky dark, and this area was wild, remote outskirts with little life about. 20-odd minutes later, sitting in the back seat, I snapped my eyes open. The crescent moon sword appeared in my hand, slashed through the door on the other side, and I rolled out. Boom. Just as I landed, a violent explosion behind me. As I rose, that car had already blown apart. An ambush. Someone actually dared ambush the Song family's car. My gaze sharpened. Before I could move, several figures rushed out from all around, closing to surround me. Coming for me. Blaze burst fireball. Unable to gauge their strength, I didn't close in but opened the road with fireballs. The figures charging out were fast, the fireballs unavoidable. Not that they'd planned to dodge. How strong could someone who just broke level 10 be? But they couldn't laugh for long. The blaze burst fireballs burst, and without exception the figures were swept off their feet, every one of them scratched up to some degree. You really are a problem. Pulling back, I fixed gravely on them. The blaze burst fireball did damage them, but extremely limited, level 15 at minimum. Who sent you? My tone was ice cold, the crescent moon sword glinting. Only the people present earlier knew this route. First, rule out the Song and Su families. To kill me, they wouldn't go to this much trouble. They could have acted on the spot, and I couldn't have escaped. Besides those two families, that left the squad teammates. Someone wanted me dead. I just didn't know who. Kid, hand over all the bronze chests and tell us the secret on you, and we'll give you a clean death. So it came after all. I sighed inwardly. Why had I pulled away from my teammates in the dungeon? One reason was not wanting to show my strength before them. Seen and unseen are two different things. Even if they knew I was strong, not seeing it firsthand softened the shock. Yet even so, I'd been marked. Blaze burst fireball. Since it was an ambush, there'd be no clean ending today. Outnumbered, I'd strike first. Fireballs flew at two of them, and I charged out right behind. From the earlier clash, I'd analyzed the strength gap, and these two were the weakest. Courting death. On him, leave him breathing. The leader barked, and the group struck again. I went full firepower, fireballs hammering all around. Not to kill, but to force them back. Heavy axe. The tall attacker, undaunted, swung a giant axe, flashing and doubled in size, slamming down with the sound of cleaving air. I wasn't facing a magic beast, but a class holder. Besides melee, they had skills. Bright Moon. This blow I couldn't dodge and didn't want to. Already at a disadvantage, what I had was ferocity. The two collided, my arms sinking, immense force transmitting through the crescent moon sword, nearly dropping me to one knee. What monstrous strength. I'd thought the crescent moon sword's night strength boost would let me sweep them, but that road clearly didn't work. What I didn't know was that across from me, the tall one's face was full of disbelief. He was a level 16 C-class metal attribute, and this was his strongest killing move, blocked head-on by a brat so many levels below. Blaze Burst Fireball. Retreating, I flung two in a row. With nothing to brace against, he could only put the axe before his chest, then was swallowed by flame. Just landed and not yet steady. Two attacks came from behind. Two assassins. Their timing was too good. I had no time to dodge or block. Ryup. Two sounds of skin tearing. A searing pain bursting from my back, and my face took on more bloodlust instead. Get off. I swept the sword backhand. The two assassins, having landed their hits, wanted to pull away, but I reacted too fast. One didn't have time to vanish before I caught up. Bright Moon. A flash of sword light, his right arm severed, dagger clattering down, blood spurting like a fountain, spraying me head to toe. By now I was a bloody figure, some mine, some the enemy's. He hard-tanked 6 and 7's ambush and didn't die? What kind of constitution is that? The leader cursed. Those were their assassins, one-shot kills on anything under level 15, and with me the record was broken. Surprise aside, the rest closed in again. 3, lock him down. This one called 3 was a vine class, vines wrapping toward me, sealing my path and binding me. But its level was too low, and 2 blaze burst fireballs turned it into a sea of fire. Night Slash. The leader entered too. Facing his attack, I decisively gave up trading blows and sidestepped. This man was higher level than I'd thought, level 16 at minimum, very likely 17, immense pressure. Others' attacks I'd dare meet head-on, but his, I hadn't even the thought. Trying to run? Seeing me retreat, the leader's face turned vicious, secretly relieved. He'd truly feared I'd pull another stunt. Since when was level 12 this hard to kill? The others on both sides cast skills and pounced to surround and slaughter me here. Bright Moon. I was only level 12 after all, so every means I had, I used. All in. Bright Moon fell, still locking onto one target. Dragging even one more down with me was worth it. Boom. Just as the attacks were about to land on me, something on me shattered and a defensive barrier wrapped around me. Their skills slamming into it absorbed clean. The Song family's life-saving jade. Act. And right after, a scream. My attack didn't pause. Bright Moon cleaving clean through one of them. Seizing the enemy's distraction, I flung a blaze burst fireball at each of 2 others, detonating them before they even reached, the blasts laced with thick firelight. How is this happening? The leader's face went grave. He never expected the whole squad gravely wounded, the first failure since their debut, and to a student several levels below at that. Without seeing it firsthand, he'd never believe. This was plainly not D-class. Even A-class might not have this strength. Pay more, they had to pay more. He roared inside, while gravely fixing on me. The moment he'd acted, he and I had become enemies to the death. Only level 12, and once I grew up, his own death wouldn't be far off. I had no time for his inner drama, and wouldn't care even if I knew. What I was thinking was how to kill this last leader. The Song family's jade had just saved my life, and with no life-saving trump left, dying meant truly dying. Blaze Burst Fireball. I cast and retreated to open distance. Bright Moon ate too much mana, and casting it this many times, my mana was nearly bottomed out. The leader didn't dare underestimate the fireballs. He could feel that thing could threaten him. Boom, boom, boom. Left in place were only the fireball's blasts and a figure dodging in disarray. Knight's Charge. In agony, one lax block finally failed, and he was swallowed by firelight. He instantly switched tactics, longsword charging straight at me, an all-or-nothing gamble. But my focus was razor-sharp. The moment he made to counterattack, I opened distance, and he couldn't catch me. A fireball burst before him, HP plummeting, 2/3 gone in a blink, on the brink. No. Eyes blood red. He lunged again, Knight's Charge. Bright moon. I forced all the energy in me into the crescent moon's sword, the last move to decide it. Bang! The two collided like lightning, both sent flying, slamming hard to the ground. The battlefield fell quiet. Minutes later, pale-faced, I crawled up, drained, unable even to hold the crescent moon's sword, and stowed it. A glance at the leader on the ground, chest run through by me, and I breathed out, dead through this time. This fight hurt me too, my back gravely wounded, and though I dodged the vitals on his last blow, my left shoulder was run through, still bleeding. Trembling, I walked to the corpse to search for identification, found none, but saw a special mark, an azure wolf head. To be sure it wasn't a one-off, I quickly checked the other teammates, confirmed they all bore wolf heads, and photographed it with my phone. With this lead, I could investigate properly back home. A glance at the car burned to ashes in the distance, and I bandaged my wounds roughly and dragged myself toward the hotel. An hour later, dragging my weary body back to the room, I had the front desk send up some healing pills and began to recover. This hotel was near the dungeon hall, with class holders often coming in wounded, and one like me wasn't even the worst of them, stirring no waves. Once I'd made sure the wounds wouldn't worsen, I took out the 3 bronze chests from today. Perilous as the trip was, the haul wasn't bad. Black chest stone, magic treasure, bronze requires. Level 10 attribute 1. On use. Turns into a streak of light shooting straight at the enemy's chest, power rivaling a level. 20B class holders full strength strike attribute 2. Uses 5/5. It enriched my combat options, the power respectable, and crucially fast, made for ambushes. Had I opened it earlier, that ambush just now wouldn't have left me in such a sorry state. That level 17 strength was decent, but before the black chest stone he'd be nothing. Wolf Howl Bracer, equipment, bronze requires. Level 12 attribute 1. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 20 attribute 2. When HP less than or equal to 50%, strength plus 30. When less than or equal to 20%, strength plus 70. A middling bronze piece, mainly strength, stronger the lower the HP. On it went. Small experience pack times 5 each plus 2,000 experience requires, under level 20. 5 of them, 10,000 experience total, looks like a lot, but it's average, sold outside, on the pricey side. The exclusive privilege of rich kids, no hope for ordinary families. The gain was fixed, and I used them all in one go. Experience plus 10,000, level 1213, attribute points plus 10. A flash of leveling light, and my wounds healed 7-8 parts in an instant. The 3 bronze chests were neither cursed nor blessed, dead average, which shows how hard it is to pull something a tier above the chest. Even bronze chests have odds this low, and the silver chests Sue and Song took back might not yield gold gear either. That done, a thick exhaustion washed over me. I lay on the bed and was asleep the next second. Today was too tiring. Raiding the dungeon, soloing the boss and the wolf pack, then ambushed and nearly killed. My nerves taut the whole time. The drain real. I slept straight through to 3 in the afternoon. I propped my forehead and came to slowly. Pulling an all-nighter felt awful. With ample mana in me, I quickly got up to wash and prepared to head to the restaurant to eat. My level was still low, and I had to replenish energy with food daily. Per the textbooks, after level 40, you no longer need to eat, running on attribute energy. Even so, most class holders keep the eating habit. Only by then it's carefully cooked high-grade magic beast meat, replenishing energy while quietly raising one's strength. Just sat down, before I'd ordered, the woman beside Song Chingching came over. Mr. Chun, my mistress has been waiting some time. Who turns down a host's invitation? My backside had barely touched the chair before I rose again. Let's go. The same private room. Song Chingching today in a white dress. That girl next door air not everyone has. Looking up to see me not missing any arms or legs, she quietly breathed out. I only heard at noon when I woke that the driver who took you last night is dead. What happened last night? That driver was a Song collateral branch man, and his death naturally alarmed the Song family. Impossible to hide. I laid out the ambush in full. Hearing they'd come for my bronze chests, her face darkened. Sharp as she was, how could she not figure it? There was a traitor in the squad. What gall, to dare touch a Song family man. By the way, you said they bore the same mark. Can you show me? Of course. Even if she hadn't asked, I'd have brought it up. She knew more than I did. One look at the photo and she blurted, "The Azure Wolf Squad. You know them?" "I do. A D-class squad, level 15 at the lowest, though their class levels are on the low side. Their captain's a real smooth operator, proactively cozying up to Jiangnan's great families, serving as a family's blade. Many things a family finds inconvenient to do themselves are handed to a hidden squad like this." Halfway through she sensed something off. The photo was all corpses, which meant I'd killed the entire Azure Wolf squad. These people averaged level 15 plus, wiped out this easily by me? I mused. "Do you think the Su family assigned them?" "Impossible," she rejected outright. "The Su family is one of the 5 great families after all. A squad they'd work with would have to be level 20 plus at least. They'd scorn one like the Azure Wolves." That narrowed the range of who could move the Azure Wolf squad. I knew little about the other squad members, only that they were all number 1 students. Luckily, Song Qingqing had vetted this trip's members, and after screening, 2 names surfaced. One Du Chong, a B-class support. His Du family is second-tier Jiangnan family. The other Zhao Yin, also B-class. The very heavy tank ambushed and wounded by the Moonshadow Wolves in the dungeon. His Zhao family on par with the Du family. If I recall right, you can't contact the outside from inside a dungeon? I suddenly thought, right, dungeons have a special magnetic field, no signal in or out, though there are special methods to make contact inside. This was no secret, every high schooler knew it. She quickly caught on. Zhao Yin, he left the dungeon early wounded, plenty of time to contact people. Zhao Yin's chest had been torn open at the time, and with the party's supports all being buffers, none healers. On Su Luo's suggestion, he withdrew first, the rest continuing. As for Du Chong, even if he'd made contact the instant he left, the Azure Wolf squad couldn't have arrived that fast. They were a D-class squad after all, busy normally, and arranging dirty work took advance notice. Zhao Yin, I noted it silently. I knew well I was no saint. Since the other side had acted, they'd best be ready for my revenge. All right, enough of that. I came today to deliver the rest of your bronze chests. She waved a hand and 4 bronze chests appeared on the table, which I took, all of them. Looking at the chests, I asked, "Your Song family must have opened that silver chest last night, right? Any surprises?" She smiled faintly. "Decent luck." Those 4 words made me click my tongue inwardly. Rumor had it the Song family, on its wealth, already held 3 gold tier pieces, and 1 more would tie the Su family, plus wealth far surpassing the Su's. The Song family was quietly poised to replace the Su as Jiangnan's number 1. I didn't intend to open the bronze chests on the spot. What came out would likely be beneath her notice, but I didn't want to expose my gear info. This stretch of combat experience had taught me that knowing all of an opponent's abilities makes dealing with them effortless. Soon the food arrived. Song Qingqing had clearly come straight to me with the chests on waking, without eating, so we settled it together. The 2 of us ate 5 servings worth before feeling full. After the meal, she leaned back on the sofa, as if remembering something. "If I recall right, you had a special recruitment slot before?" "That's right. This wasn't much of a secret in Jiangnan. Each year the universities had only so many special slots, and all 5 great families watched them." "What? You want my slot?" Recalling that father's moved to seize my slot, I couldn't help asking. "What are you thinking?" She shot me a contemptuous glance. "I got my special slot the first week of senior year, months ahead of you. We just enrolled together at registration." That made sense. Jiangnan's 2 strongest faculty high schools were exactly number 1 and number 6, vying each year for who was first, and it was through this that I'd come to know her, the academic ace steadily in number 1's top 2. As for the other, it was precisely my 2-faced brother's ostensible fiancée, the Su family's eldest daughter, Su Shuer. What I mean to say is, word of your change to D-class has already reached those universities. Do you think they'd let a D-class class holder into their school? This her father had told her at noon, and she knew well it wasn't meant for her ears but for her to relay to me. I'd brought the Song family a gold piece, and her father wanted to forge goodwill. At her reminder, I suddenly understood. True, in recent decades no university had been heard to admit a D-class class changer. Whoever set that precedent might fall from its pedestal in ordinary people's eyes. From then on, mention of that school wouldn't be how impressive it was, but even D-class gets in, so I could too. All harm, no benefit to the school. I waited. You mean they'll cancel my slot on their own? No. She shook her head decisively. Casually canceling an awarded slot also hurts the school's reputation. Actually, your situation isn't the first. 2 years ago in a city there was a case, and in the end the university's choice was hold a special challenge match on campus, the successful challenger taking the place and inheriting the slot. That way they have an excuse too, saying that person was too weak to hold the slot, and the public only thinks the original person didn't measure up. Fair. Not the least bit fair. The slot was won by merit. Proposing to change it was unfair to begin with. The subsequent match was a joke, with the class-level gap laid bare. However hard a D class or C class fought, they couldn't beat a B class or A class, and the slot would surely be snatched by the higher level. I gave a cold snort. These universities aren't as lofty as they look. Song Qingqing didn't chime in. She'd accepted a slot and would attend those universities later. Cursing them with me would be cursing herself. This rule might work on others, but it doesn't restrict you much. Your strength's no joke. The only thing to worry about, she fixed her eyes on my face, watching whether I'd lose my temper, is only that S-class changed brother of yours. Pity, my face showed not a flicker from start to finish, as if the person she named were a total stranger to me. Thanks for telling me, I'll be careful. Expressionless. But those who knew me knew. The calmer I was, the more I was thinking inside. Chinyu wants to snatch the special recruitment slot from my hands? Then come try, and we'll see who laughs last. After the meal, Song Qingqing and I parted for our rooms. Learning this news bred a fresh sense of urgency in me. Don't be fooled by how fast I'd been climbing. It depends who you compare to. Take Song Qingqing. Yesterday she was level 10, and today on meeting she was already level 13, even with me. That's the benefit of a backer. With the Song family behind her, she needn't worry much before level 20. Likewise, that brother of mine, with the Chun family's help, wouldn't be slow either. And what's more, Chunyu was S-class, a higher tier than her A-class. I had to guard against him. Back in the room, I opened all 4 remaining bronze chests. A flash of silver light, a hit. Under the dazzling white glow, the other 3 green lights looked dim. Cloak of Concealment, Equipment, Silver Attribute 1. Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 60 Attribute 2. Once activated, conceals your aura for half an hour, auto-canceling when you actively attack or are struck. Attribute 3. When fighting enemies whose agility exceeds their strength, Agility plus 100. Worthy of silver tier, the boosts were beastly. 100 agility right off the bat. Attribute 2 could hide my aura, hugely useful in special moments. Attribute 3's condition was harsh, a hard counter to agility attackers. Overall, I was very satisfied. The other 3 bronze chests, attribute points times 10, a bottle of wound salve, and a blazefire pill, a bronze pill, for 10 minutes after taking it. Fire attribute skill damage plus 20%, perfect for the blaze burst fireball. My panel now. Host, Chun Ming class, Holy Sovereign, SSR, level 13 HP, 4,000 mana, 3,800 strength, 268 spirit, 255 agility, 332 skills. Blaze burst fireball, Iron Bones bronze hide, Bright Moon sword demon points, 0. Strength and spirit climbed steadily. The wildest jump was agility, past 300, suddenly from my shortest stat to my strongest, all thanks to the Cloak of Concealment. Chests opened. I still had the 600,000 from the Song and Su families, the 200,000 negotiated plus the 400,000 from the split. My pocket's suddenly a lot fuller. I could check the trade market for anything suitable and keep an eye out for D-class quests too. The Zhao family. Learning that the Azure Wolf squad he'd sent out was wiped to the last man, Zhao Yin's face went stern. He'd never imagined his supposed sure thing would suffer such an upset. The Azure Wolf squad averaged level 15 plus. How could a piddling Chen Ming have slain them all? Someone else must have stepped in. Only he didn't know who. The Song family? The Chen family? The more he thought, the worse his headache. Neither family one he could afford to provoke. Had the Azure Wolf squad killed Chen Ming, the matter would be closed. Chen Ming dead. By the time the Chun family traced things to the squad, he'd have long since cleaned up those useless lot. Now that things had gone sideways, he might already be exposed. No, he couldn't sit and wait for death. Forcing his battered body up, he walked into the second-floor study. "Brother, what are you running around for, wounded?" The man seated in the study frowned, his tone impatient. Zhao Yin ignored it. shut the door, and laid out the whole affair from start to finish, especially stressing Chun Ming's level and strength. Across from him, Zhao Jin went from dismissive at first to gradually serious. Having heard it, his tone was flat. Humph, full of holes. How did I end up with a brother like you? What he criticized wasn't his brother acting, but how green the method was. Don't move thinking you've got 100% grip. Leave yourself a way out. The Azure Wolf squad was just a dog the Zhao family kept. Why contact them in person? Send anyone to relay word, and even if blown, the identity stays hidden. Besides, the Zhao family had squads around level 20. Send them for a sure thing, yet he'd picked the Azure Wolves. Zhao Yin's face didn't change. He'd come prepared for a scolding. Zhao Jin drew a deep breath. How do you want me to help you? In a month, Jiangnan's 5 great families will jointly survey a ruins dungeon. The Su family gave my Zhao family 3 slots. I want you, brother, to act, kill Qin Ming, and uncover his secret. This was his considered decision. He'd left early, never knowing Qin Ming would single-handedly turn it around and slay the boss, or he wouldn't have arranged only the Azure Wolves. Now that Qin Ming's full strength was exposed, his secret was surely more mysterious than imagined, and handing it to others was unreliable. Only family could be trusted. Zhao Jin didn't refuse outright, asking, puzzled. I've been back only a few days, and even I heard about Qin Ming and the Qin family. The Qins wouldn't give him a slot, would they? The Qins won't, but that doesn't mean the Song family won't. By now I'd reached the quest hall, planning to first pick a suitable quest, then buy supplies to match. The D-Class quest area had clearly more people than the E-Class, which tracked with Jiangnan's dungeon makeup. 60% D-Class, 30% E-Class, little above that. D-Class also split into group and solo. Mixed together, there were level 11 D-Class group dungeons and level 19 D-Class solo ones. Just as I was about to browse, a figure appeared beside me. A look, and it was a hulk like an iron tower. So buff, was my first reaction. Need something? I deliberately picked a sparse spot, no one on either side. He was clearly here for me. The Hulk scratched his head, all bashful. I saw you're alone, just asking if you'd want to join our squad, run the Silent Forest together. The Silent Forest, I knew a bit about it. D-Class group, level 15, up to 10 people, upper middling difficulty, more people, harder. I pointed at myself. You sure you're inviting me? I'm not even level 15, not afraid I'll drag you down. No, he waved repeatedly. I invited you exactly because you're alone. Hanta, what are you doing? A delicate shout rang out. I followed it, several figures walking over together, led by a red-haired girl, slender, in a custom-tailored basic combat suit. The Hulk trotted over. Sister Xian, I'm finding teammates. Finding teammates? Yi Xian's gaze fell on me, all puzzled. What's your level? What's your class? Any experience running dungeons in a team? Now that's more like it. Finding teammates is an art. Teammate quality directly affects whether you clear, so people ask carefully before inviting. Whoever asks like Hanta, straight up whether you're willing. I had nothing to hide. It was all on file here. A quick check would tell. Level 13 D-Class Sorcerer. 1 experience in a 10-man team. Range specialty, fire attribute. At level 13 D-Class Sorcerer, you could see the disappointment in Yi Xian's eyes. Reasonable. To raid a level 15 dungeon, you'd want at least level 15. At this level you. Xiao Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to politely decline, 3 figures trotted over, the leader planting himself right between us. Xiao Xian, heard you're running the Silent Forest? Take me along. I'm level 17, guaranteed clear. Yi Xian pressed her forehead. Su Hui, why are you here? You've got 5 at most, not enough for a 10-man dungeon. I rushed over the moment I heard. He noticed me too and slung an arm over mine. Good buddy, you a teammate Xiao Xian invited to? Lucky you. With us around it's an easy clear. You just tag behind and do quests. There's a deal this sweet? I just scanned the Silent Forest quests, and the prices were all decent, worth doing. Now there was free escort, no need to act myself. How was that different from picking up free money? Then, thank you, big bro. Seeing Yi Xian about to speak, I beat her to the thanks. That made Yi Xian's eyes go wide. Wait, how is this guy so shameless? I haven't even agreed to let you in, and you're thanking me for what? I pressed the advantage. Thank you, Miss Yi and Big Bro, for the invitation. In the dungeon, I'll definitely prove my worth. I deliberately stressed invitation. Hanta had plainly invited me first, so me agreeing was no problem, right? A barrage Yixin couldn't parry. At the end of the day, Hanta had invited me, so my agreeing did seem fine. Sigh, should never have left recruiting to that Hulk Hanta. Now she had no choice but to bring Su Hui too. With a deadweight, like me, the other teammates couldn't be weak. She didn't like Su Hui, but he was level 17 B class, and the Silent Forest shouldn't be hard. Then we find one more, still short a person. Counting me and the people Su Hui brought, that was 9, exactly one short. Su Hui swept his gaze and locked onto a lean man standing alone before a quest panel, in a Taoist robe, and with a horsetail whisk, he'd be a genuine Taoist disciple. This planet had Taoism too, of modest influence. A small portion of Jiangnan folk followed it, so the get-up wasn't too strange. The little Taoist clearly hadn't expected anyone to strike up conversation, his face all startled. Hadn't his master said city folk were arrogant and looked down on their Taoism? Under Su Hui's tugging and dragging, he joined the team in a daze. Watching this, Yixin decisively closed her eyes. Hanta at least named the dungeon. Su Hui just hauled him in by force, and crucially the little Taoist actually came along. Now one deadweight had become 2. Minutes later, the little Taoist looked at the towering trees and the dirt path underfoot. I'm starting dungeon training just like that? He'd only arrived in Jiangnan today, settled in by day, and come here in the evening to see how marvelous the dungeons his master spoke of were. Barely begun browsing, he was inexplicably dragged into one. Too fast. Xiao Xian, you walking back? I'll clear the way. I promise I won't let you get the slightest fright. Once in the dungeon, Su Hui ignored the other teammates outright, circling Yi Xian, thumping his chest. Yi Xian raised a brow. Have you run this dungeon? That stumped Su Hui. He shook his head. No. But don't worry, how strong can a level 15 group dungeon be? I'll sweep it. The squad moved forward in 3s and 2s. The little Taoist and I, both last-minute additions, naturally walked together. He glanced at me, wariness rising in his heart. He'd awakened an A-class heaven-chosen Taoist, with an innate sense for reading people, and approaching me, he found I gave him more pressure than the others. Yet my level was off, plainly not high, even below his. What was going on? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed his change of expression, and amid the puzzlement I checked him. Xia Luo level 14 class, heaven-chosen Taoist, A, can evolve. An A-class class. My heart jumped. Even the guy Su Hui hauled in at random was A-class. What luck. But what did can evolve mean? Could a class actually evolve into S-class? First time I'd heard of it. You. Hello, I'm Xia Luo. Seeing me stare, he got a bit timid. Why did it feel like I had zero privacy before him? I withdrew my gaze. Chun Ming. The two of us were formally acquainted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air suddenly filled with the sound of cutting wind, and Su Hui, who a second ago had been circling Yixin, turned to a streak of light and shot out. After a few clashes, he landed steadily, several corpses before him. A kind of snake, entirely emerald green. These should be verdant snakes. The color matches the trees. You can't tell them apart at all. The squad's infogatherer Zhang Jiada quickly spoke up. C-class control, middling ability. Everyone went alert at once. Verdant snakes meant a spawn point. Sure enough, more and more verdant snakes popped up and lunged from all around. Some from tree trunks, some hidden in the grass, striking at once. Su Hui cut 3 before him in one stroke, not forgetting to glance at Yixin lest she come to harm. Yixin's group had a bit of experience too, quickly massing to counter. As for me, I rode Xia Luo's coattails. A soft glow lit up from him, more precisely from that Taoist robe. This robe was no ordinary thing. Under its light, the verdant snakes settled down and dared not approach, and since I happened to stand with him, I benefited too. No need to act. Hey, you two, get over here and help. Not far off, Yixin called to us too. Untouched as we were, they were in a bit of a bad spot now, some already bearing bites. Were these verdant snakes strong? Not really. Level 15 common magic beasts, the lowest tier of this dungeon. Anyone present could slay one within 3 moves. So why couldn't they? The things were nasty. Don't let verdant fool you. Some were withered yellow, deep yellow, all the colors common to the surroundings, making them extra hard to deal with. This time I didn't act either, just followed behind Xiao Luo toward the group. Verdant snakes retreated wherever we passed, and reaching Yi Xian's side, their pressure sharply eased. Yi Xian looked at the glowing robe in surprise. Little Taoist, your clothes are kind of magical? They can even suppress the verdant snakes. How long can it last? Xiao Luo scratched his head. It's a passive skill, only works on bugs and vermin below its level. The strong it can't affect. A passive skill, meaning it cost him no energy, and its level was absolutely not low. There's still a guy over here. Somebody mind me. While everyone marveled at the robe, a wretched cry came from afar. A look, Su Hui was trapped by a huge pack of verdant snakes. Where was his earlier composure? No wonder. With the robe present, the snakes dared not near it and were forced to turn their target onto him. Perilous. Anyone with ranged, help. His two hangers-on acted first, even reminding us. Everyone pitched in together, and in half an hour cleared the surrounding verdant snakes. Su Hui sat among the group, no fewer than 100 bite wounds all over him. Yi Xian applying salve. Still hurts. No, not at all. HSS. His body shook. These wounds were no joke. Verdant snakes were venomous, and if not for the antidote pills brought in advance, Xiao Luo and I could have been burning paper for them by now. Perhaps feeling the scene too embarrassing, Su Hui forced it. Xiao Xian, this time was an accident. Never thought these verdant snakes were so sneaky, targeting just me. But seeing you unhurt, I'm relieved. Shut up. Yi Xian's face was still cold, though her salve-applying hand grew gentler. Xiao Luo and I twitched at the corners of our mouths. Where'd this total simp come from? The wounds weren't deep, healing gradually under the salve, the venom cleared by antidote pills. Bandaged up, Yi Xian pulled away again, back to the can't-be-bothered state towards Su Hui she'd had before entering. Su Hui didn't care and turned to Xiao Luo. Little Taoist, I knew you were a talent the moment I saw you. My sixth sense is spot on. We owe this one to you. Even he hadn't expected the teammate he'd hauled in at random to be this useful. Xiao Luo waved a hand. I didn't do anything, just got lucky. Nonsense. The robe is yours, so the credit's yours. Come, I'm about recovered. Let's keep raiding. The road was uneventful, and I asked Zhang Jiada about Su Hui and Yi Xian. In his words, both had ordinary, even poor backgrounds, didn't make it into university on the exams, and could only raise their strength by their own effort. Before he met Yi Xian, Su Hui was a playboy, taking quests for money and haunting bars and clubs, a bad reputation. The two met on a team dungeon, and Su Hui fell for Yi Xian at first sight and pursued her like mad. Yi Xian had been somewhat moved, but on learning his past decisively refused, and from that day, Su Hui had clung to her, never even earning a kind look. Having heard it, Xiao Luo and I traded a glance, both reading the same startled thought in the other's eyes. What a melodramatic story. Surely next Yi Xian changes her view of him and they get together? So textbook. The three of us discussed in low voices at the back while the others walked on as usual. Yi Xian looked back and, seeing us three huddled together, frowned. The three of them are definitely up to no good. After who knows how long, the trees thinned and everyone's attention sharpened. Following the dirt path out of the woods, we reached a clearing, not quite fully out. Tall trees still all around, so at most a clearing within the woods. And the more special the spot, the more you focus, for magic beasts often appear then, and this time was no exception. The sound of cutting wind, and a mass of things hurtled at us. Stones, sticks, banana peels, purple fruit. The heavy tank summoned a great shield to block the front first thing. Two more gathering to help him cover other directions, the rest on their own. Luckily, my high agility let me barely dodge amid this mess of projectiles. Zhang Jiada, low on agility, got a banana peel to the head, and while picking it up took two more bruises, yelping in pain. After dodging several times, Su Hui charged the nearest woods. Catch the bandits by catching the king first. The closer he got, the more projectiles he took, deliberately showered on him. They were afraid. Yi Xian reacted first. Everyone charged the nearest woods and slay the creatures inside. With a target, the group's combat power was impressive. This time, I didn't idle either, taking the crescent moon sword and cutting into the nearest woods, smoothly locking onto the masterminds of the ambush, a band of savage monkeys. Hairy monkey level 16 HP 4000. These hairy monkeys even clutched weapons. Seeing me charge before them, they screeched in excitement, the nearer ones leaping down from trunks to pounce. Just as they made to act, I felt my agility surge a tier. These hairy monkeys had far higher agility than strength, triggering the cloak of concealment's attribute. The next moment, I turned to a phantom, weaving among the woods and trunks. The hairy monkeys I passed slain in 2 strokes. The stat gap was too great. Having cleared my own side, I didn't rush out, standing on a trunk to wait. The others weren't done, and stepping out now would just force me to help. I'd come to lie down, on Su Hui's word, not to do grunt work. Besides, these hairy monkeys were just annoying, easily crushed up close, no danger at all. A dozen odd minutes later, as the others returned one by one, I timed my appearance. The world had finally gone quiet. No more junk raining down, the hairy monkeys wiped out. Brother Hui, a cry rang out, and the group's expressions were a sight. Good grief, this was too miserable. Before the fight, Su Hui was already wrapped in bandages from the verdant snake bites. Now, whether from moving too hard or getting hit by something heavy, he'd added a great deal of blood, several banana peels even hanging off his clothes. After his hangers-on cleaned him up, he eased a little. He was this miserable entirely because the first wave had drawn off the bulk of the hairy monkey's fire. Yi Xian felt that as leader she should say something. Xiao Xian, you don't need to thank me. As long as you're unhurt, every wound I took is worth it. The concern at her lips choked off cold. Truly, give him a little sunshine and he glows. Good thing she hadn't said it, or who knows how insufferable he'd get. She ignored Su Hui and put her eyes on me. The little Taoist had the robes aid last round, clearly from no ordinary background. Gear like that at this level, how simple could his background be? But this level, 13 D-class sorcerer, clearing hairy monkeys this fast? Don't let the hairy monkeys being on the weaker side among level 16 beasts fool you. That's still level 16, and outnumbering us, since when were sorcerers this strong? Now Xiao Luo and I sat together, and I was quite curious about him. Xiao Luo swept the scene. This is a dungeon? Why do I feel the magic beasts inside are all weak? Verdant snakes or hairy monkeys, threatening him was hard. It's not that simple. I shook my head. Dungeons have many variables. The next wave might be tough. You have to prepare more. This silent forest differed from the dungeons I'd cleared in one big way: the variety of magic beasts. The earlier E-class dungeons had a single kind. Here, in just 2 rooms, 2 had appeared: verdant snakes and hairy monkeys. Separately, each was easy, but together? Hairy monkeys laying down fire, while verdant snakes ambushed under cover. Dealing with that would be hard. Of course, that was just my guess. Maybe the dungeon's beasts split into factions. The books mentioned that. This rest ran a bit long. Su Hui rather badly hurt. We set out again. The deeper in, the dimmer the light, the surroundings extra quiet, darkness and silence together, the pressure heavy. Why is this dungeon so quiet? Outside there were bird calls. Here not a sound. Stay alert, I've got a bad feeling. Everyone discussed in hushed voices, afraid a beast would dart out at the first sound. After about an hour, Yi Xian stopped. Rest first. Zhang Jiada, where are we? Zhang Jiada pulled out a rough map, drawn by past raiders, scrawled but roughly readable, pointing to a spot. About here. As long as we pass this stretch without making a big commotion, we reached the boss's location. Everyone leaned in. The area they were in now was the dungeon's largest region, the map specially noting, "Do not make especially loud noises." Beyond it was marked the boss's location. This mystery-mongering. I've held off talking so long, I can barely take it. Su Hui couldn't help speaking while looking at the map. He'd walked this stretch in real agony. Before entering this region, he'd been chattering away at Yi Xian, and bottling it this long was near his limit. Chill. Keep it down. They specially stressed it because there's surely danger. Don't risk it. Clearing fast is what matters. Yi Xian stopped him. Her ears had just gotten quiet, and she didn't want them noisy again. But the warning twisted in Su Hui's ears. Xiao Xian, is this you caring about me? No, definitely not. This is plainly looking down on me, thinking I can't handle the coming danger. That won't do. He'd be the brightest star of this dungeon and win Yi Xian's heart. Xiao Xian, don't worry. However many enemies there are, I'll never let them hurt you. And this he said without lowering his voice, thumping his chest in guarantee. Wait. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Hui. You forgot the warning the second she gave it? Even I saw him in a new light. Good grief. Was the clear going too smoothly for his taste? Rustle, rustle. Friction sounds suddenly came from all around the woods, not loud, but in this silence piercing. Bad. Here it came for real. Get ready to fight. Yi Xian drew her weapon and set her stance. Whoosh. The next second a mass of attacks struck at once, stones again, the hairy monkey army back. From the density of projectiles, this lot meant business, nearly double last time's number. Trouble, with last time's experience, the hairy monkey's supply seemed endless. Wait for them to throw it all, and this road was impassable, so we had to strike first. Cut our way out. Su Hui, realizing he'd made the mess, was first to charge and draw fire again, the others charging out in all directions. I blended into the crowd, keeping my presence as low as possible. Once everyone charged into the woods, I decisively activated the cloak of concealment and hid myself completely. The hairy monkeys attacking me only saw their target blink out, battered to death. Their limited wits couldn't reason it through, and they were soon drawn off by other teammates. Confirming no one noticed me, I gravely surveyed the battlefield. This place was definitely not as simple as it looked. There had to be a hidden risk. Sure enough, the charging members had all their attention on the hairy monkeys, not expecting others lurking nearby. The pre-hidden verdant snakes struck suddenly, and many were caught before they could react. Not so easy after all. With the verdant snakes interfering, the danger level shot straight up. Soon 2 beams of light rose. 2 members teleported away directly. A benefit of a cleared dungeon. A life-threatening moment teleports you out, but wounds don't heal, you treat them yourself. Down 2 people, things got worse. Charge out with me. At the critical moment, Yi Xian as leader still stepped up to command first. Anyone could see staying meant a slow death. The charge direction was right where Su Hui was. The Hulk Han Ta charged at Su Hui's side, the 2 opening the way together, Xia Luo behind them. With him, at least the verdant snake attacks were reduced. This area wasn't small, and the stones grew thicker rather than thinner on the way out. If not for Han Ta the heavy tank holding the very front, the squad would have lost more people. Gale slash. Su Hui shouldered the whole burden, casting and pushing forward fast. Wherever he passed, a gale kicked up, the verdant snakes hidden ahead all flung out and slammed down. The verdant snakes' whole trouble was their concealment. Flushed out, the threat shrank, and Yi Xian's group pounced to slash them apart. Parting fire. Seeing the gale, Xia Luo produced a horsetail whisk and gave it a light wave. A blue flame rose and, riding the gale, spread fast, walling off the hairy monkeys on both sides. Unable to aim, they couldn't attack. Not bad. I was right by the parting fire and could clearly feel that searing energy. This skill was B-class at least, so the little Taoist had more tricks than I'd thought. Under Xia Luo and Su Hui's forceful path clearing, the group broke out of the encirclement, the pressure easing greatly, but not out of danger yet. Attacks still coming now and then, and a mass of moving sounds behind. Nerves taut the whole way, relying on the parting fire. In about a quarter hour, we finally burst out of that region, the light ahead falling on grass, the hairy monkey's footsteps behind gradually fading. They had a range and couldn't leave it. Out of danger, everyone collapsed and gasped, especially the path clearers Su Hui and Xia Luo, their mana long overtaxed. We finally escaped, one hanger-on side. What escape? This is a strategic withdrawal, and once I recover I'll slaughter those monkeys till they scatter. Su Hui still talked tough. Brother Hui, the chance you wanted is here. The monkeys have lined up waiting for us. A striking voice rang out, and everyone looked up, then slowed even their breathing at what lay ahead. This wasn't an escape from death, it was a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. Recalling the map's terrain, beyond that region seemed to be the boss's location, and where they stood now. White Ape, boss, level 17 HP 7000. We're done for. Yi Xian looked at the boss fixing on them, powerlessness rising. In their state, never mind the boss, they couldn't even beat the guards around it. Su Hui tried to force himself up, his mana near spent, with little fight left. Bad. This was as humiliating as it got. Recalling his vehement guarantees outside the entrance, his toes curled. How are you fine like nothing happened? Wait, why didn't I see you during the breakout? You still have fight in you. Zhang Jia's puzzled voice came from behind. Everyone turned to see me standing straight. not a trace of weakness. My state was a polar opposite of theirs. You, how are you? Fine. Even the thick-skinned Su Hui couldn't hold it together, looking at his own wound-covered self, then at me, clean as if I'd come sightseeing rather than raiding. I ignored them, my gaze locked on the white ape. It had noticed us and was approaching, and the closer it came, the clearer its sinewy, hyper-muscled frame, so buff. Seeing me stare at it, Yi Xian churned inside. He won't try to go head-to-head with the white ape, will he? With those skinny arms and legs? Give up. As a sorcerer, you're no match for it head-on, and you're 4 levels short. Let's regroup and come back. A sorcerer? Hearing the class, Su Hui and Xiao Luo's eyes went wide. A D-class class? And 4 levels short? But Xiao Luo quickly calmed. Everyone else he could see through. Only me he couldn't, so I was definitely not as simple as I looked. I waved indifferently. You all lie down. I'll have a go at it. If I can't win, I'll naturally give up. I'd meant to lie back and clear the quests for free, but it seemed I'd have to act after all. Oh well, Su Hui and the others weren't useless. They'd at least delivered me to the boss without a scratch. Roar! The white ape hadn't stopped as we talked. Closing in, it roared and swung a fist straight at my head. Plainly a strength and agility boss. Meeting it head-on was an option, but pointless resistance wasn't. I stepped back 3 paces to open distance. The instant my feet landed, it punched the ground, which split in a spiderweb of cracks. What monstrous strength! My eyelid jumped. Blaze burst fireball. I decisively switched tactics, wearing it down at range first. Boom! Facing the fireball, the white ape, as if brainless, just punched straight at it and got swallowed by flame. Truly bullheaded. I threw several more to force it to dodge, and it still bullheadedly charged in, not even sparing the 2 fireballs meant only to seal its movement, which wouldn't have hit. Wait, this isn't a frisbee. Do you have to catch them all? Since you love catching, I won't hold back, one after another flying out. Behind me, Yi Xian's group went wide-eyed. What shocked them wasn't how strong I was, but how dumb the boss was. The fabled all-brawn no-brains? This was too easy. Could Chun Ming really beat the boss alone and carry us through? Who'd give up a chance to clear? Besides, they'd been steamrolled and run ragged this whole way, sick of it, and really didn't want to come back. Roar! The white ape smashed the fireball before it and suddenly roared, its snowy fur all charred black, its exposed skin scorched red, badly hurt. Drawn by the cry, my gaze went grave. Its aura was actually still climbing. What the hell? Take a beating and get stronger. The next moment it charged on its own, nearly double its prior speed, before me in a blink, giant palm grinding in. The group behind me went pupil-wide. He's done for. In their eyes, I was a sorcerer, strong tossing skills from the rear. Closed in on, I'd likely drop dead. Bright moon. The instant it moved, I moved, ripping out the crescent moon's sword and cleaving. Boom. The 2 collided, both recoiling, me back 10 steps, it back 5. On strength, I really was below the berserked white ape, but Yi Xian's group already wore faces of disbelief. You call this a sorcerer? What sorcerer melees this fiercely? A final frenzy? Interesting. Its state now was bizarre, body burning, like it had temporarily borrowed strength. The right play against this was to kite. Berserked, its agility surged past its strength, which boosted my agility plus 102, so we were even on agility and I could keep a safe distance, flinging blaze-burst fireballs one after another. Minutes later, the white ape's body neared collapse, dropping limp, the dungeon over, and I hit level 14. I stepped up and took out the quest items. Quest done. What class are you exactly? Why are you this strong? Hearing the clear prompt, the group crowded over, Yi Xian first to ask. I nodded firmly. A sorcerer, didn't I tell you before? Can that be faked? Entering a dungeon shows your identity, so by that I really hadn't lied to them. The group traded looks, momentarily lost for words. They all had a mental scale of which classes were strong and which trash. Sorcerers they knew well, plenty changed into them. But as far as they knew, all were weak. Someone had once tried to defy fate and master the sorcerer deeply, only to slink back and become a bookstore clerk, mediocre. There's a good saying, the class tier you awaken decides the ceiling and floor of your whole life. By the way, we've fought together this long, and I still haven't asked your name? You carried us through a whole dungeon. Su Hui said it a touch sheepishly. Chun Ming. I never meant to hide it. Leave the dungeon and you'd see it. No concealing. What? The group's eyes went wide as one, faces full of disbelief. Only Xia Luo, just down from the mountain, genuinely not knowing my identity. All confused. Why's everyone so shocked? What? You're all surprised? Of course I knew what they were thinking and couldn't be bothered to explain. An SSR class said aloud was too absurd. They traded a knowing glance and nodded hard. How could they not be surprised? The cripple all over the news 2 days ago had, before their eyes, erupted with incomparable strength. There are too many unscrupulous media these days. Brother Chin's this strong, and they call him the Chun family's blot. I think the Chins are sitting on something big. Brother Chun, how'd you train this sorcerer? I've got a friend. Their eyes on me burned like they'd found treasure. I shrugged. Stop discussing me. Hurry and grab the quest items before the dungeon closes. The group dispersed to collect. Yi Xian's lot had no backing, and the quest reward money mattered enormously to them, which was why they risked dungeons. The vast majority of class holders in the real world were the same. Xia Luo had been dragged in last minute, took no quest, didn't even know what the quests were, so he needn't bother, and walked over to me. You're strong. His tone was grave. The pressure I gave him already rivaled his senior brothers. The future helm of the Taoist temple, prodigiously gifted, groomed by the master as successor. You're no slouch either. Not flattery. If we truly fought, who'd win was hard to call. He carried plenty of treasures, the robe, the whisk, and surely a bottom-of-the-chest trump, while I had few magic treasures to show. Early on, magic treasures matter a lot, so the gap was clear. The two of us chatted on and off, and once everyone finished collecting, we left the dungeon one by one. Back in the hall, Su Hui and the other states stirred no waves. Bleeding was normal in this dungeon hall. Only the dead drew notice. And even then, what people noted wasn't who died, but which dungeon was so hard it killed people. Quests handed in. Yi Xian and Su Hui took the initiative to swap contacts with me. We could cooperate on future dungeons, mainly because I was too strong. Having me to anchor was safer. I knew their thinking, but sometimes I genuinely needed teammates. I can't both clear the trash mobs and handle the boss, can I? Yi Xian's group didn't linger. Hurt as they were, they needed prompt treatment lest they develop lasting issues. Having seen them off, I put my eyes on Xia Luo. Where are you headed now? Compared to Yi Xian's lot, I valued Xia Luo more, an A-class, a future S-class, worth cultivating. Xia Luo shook his head, dazed. He'd never thought about it. His master told him to come to Jiangnan, so he came, arrived, didn't know where to go, saw the quest hall crowded with class holders, and wandered over for a look. Now that he'd looked, he didn't know his next step. I rubbed my temple. Do you have family in Jiangnan? A place to stay? No. Any money? No kin, no ties. In a sense, good news for me. No, but I can take quests for money like you all. I'm okay at ordinary dungeons. When Zhang Jiada handed in quests, he told him you could earn money rating. Forget it. In your state, what squad would dare take you? Come with me. I'll arrange lodging. Pay me back once you've earned some. Okay. Xia Luo mulled a moment and agreed decisively. 1. He didn't want to burden others. 2. I gave off a good vibe. No villain. Following me felt safe. I took him back to my hotel. By arrange, I meant putting him in the room next to mine. The two of us washed off the fatigue and went to the hotel restaurant one after the other. It was the dinner peak, very crowded, and the moment we entered we drew quite a few backward glances. Xia Luo, raised in a temple and never roughing it outside, was like a jade-white scholar, popular with the girls. As for me, partly looks, partly fame, being unrecognized was hard. I ignored the stares outright, used to it this stretch, and a few more looks didn't cost me any flesh. Chen Ming, barely seated after ordering. A grating Drake's voice rang in my ear, and almost instantly a name surfaced in my mind. Meng Yanga, a classmate of mine, a great average nobody, but that voice was truly so awful you couldn't forget it after one listen. It really is you, Chen Ming. Why haven't you been to school these few days? Meng Yanga asked with fake warmth. The Drake's voice gave both Xia Luo and me goosebumps. Facing the white ape and those beasts hadn't done that, which shows how awful the voice was. I frowned. Anything else? If not, get going. Meng Yanga frowned. The old me, with the Chen family behind him, he'd have feared a little, but the me of these few days, humph. Finishing your class change in high school isn't the end. Most stay at school for arrangements to raise their strength. Only those with deep backgrounds leaving early for family cultivation. I'd once had that right, no longer. Yesterday, Chun Yu went back to school to collect his awakening reward, and everyone surrounded him asking about my situation. The answer obvious. From that day, I'd never returned to the Chin family. A clear and total break. His Ming family didn't rank in Jiangnan, but was a petite bourgeois house with some substance, a fair bit above ordinary folk. Chin Ming, a D-class class, and you dare talk to me like that? No wonder I haven't seen you at school these days. Guess you've been abandoned by the school. Meng Yanga's shrill voice rang through the restaurant, drawing many backward glances, too piercing. Xia Luo, sitting across from me, heard it and looked at Meng Yanga like he was an idiot. The school abandoned Chin Ming? That school must be broken. In his eyes, my talent was strong enough to rival his senior brothers. I raised a brow, my look at Meng Yanga turning more dangerous. I'd always been distant with classmates, well, water and river water not crossing. Why would a greenhorn suddenly target me? Kicking me while I'm down made no sense. It did him no good and offended me, so it meant someone was behind him, someone whose status outweighed mine. Seems you and Chinyu are on good terms? Out with it. What did he promise you? I sneered. A flicker of unease crossed Meng Yanga's face. He was a student after all, without deep cunning, and a casual bluff exposed him. So it was true. My dear brother was really in a hurry to grind me down. He came to, and, knowing I'd seized the upper hand, looked ugly and forced it. I did not. Brother, you isn't as petty as you. But the words rang hollow, and those who doubted now took it as confirmed. I waved a hand. Quit being an eyesore, Scram. Meng Yanga's face went green. If not for being unable to fight here, he'd have taught me a lesson. Fight right. His eyes suddenly lit, and he put on a pained look. Chin Ming, you didn't get a good class, but your grades are right there. You can't give up on yourself. In 3 days, the school's inviting senior alumni back to give pointers. Win their favor, and you can earn the school quite a reward. A flicker of understanding crossed my eyes. When I looked up, I was calm. Is that so? Then I'll definitely have to go ask for guidance. Meng Yanga, genuinely kind? Never. I'd heard a bit about this exchange event too. Nominally seniors guiding. In reality, the first clash between number 1 and number 4 schools, with dual segments, and winning glory for your school earned a reward. I'd left school decisively earlier and hadn't heard, but his reminder meant I naturally didn't want to miss it. Resources truly mattered at this stage. Great, I'll be waiting for you then. Seeing me agree, Meng Yanga deliberately raised his voice so the whole restaurant heard, so that if I didn't show I'd lose face. Where'd this duck come from, Scram? I'm trying to eat in peace and you're quacking on the side. His shrill voice finally drew others' ire, and a man in a suit stood, eyes dangerous. Meng Yanga tried to retort, but meeting that gaze instantly wilted. Can't afford to offend. His Ming family was a small fry in Jiangnan, far from a true bigwig. After repeated apologies, he was escorted out by staff, not daring to make a peep. The hotel's backer was someone his Ming family likewise couldn't afford to cross. My ears finally quiet. Xia Luo looked up at me. Seems your situation isn't great right now? Too much confusion had piled up in him, like why my class tier was D-class, a question that had bugged him since leaving the dungeon. I shrugged. Compared to before, it really is a lot worse, but I feel pretty good about my life now. Whatever I want I can fight for with my own strength. Xia Luo nodded, half understanding. I didn't want to dig into the topic. By the way, looks like you came down the mountain not long ago. Are you carrying some kind of mission? I'd read this sort of novel. The Dragon King comes down the mountain, broken engagements, marriage alliances. Maybe he had a mission like that. Xia Luo nodded earnestly. Master told me to enter the world and train well, raise my strength, ideally make a name, and spread my temple's renown. That's it. That's all. Too vague. When did a vast temple need a level 10-something disciple to spread its name? There's more. Master told me to hone my combat skills, said I'm weak there, and to clear 30 floors of the heaven-reaching tower before leaving Jiangnan for elsewhere. The heaven-reaching tower. Hearing the familiar yet strange name, my heart skipped. It was Jiangnan's #1 resource point, sitting at the city center, known to all, though few had actually been inside. Rumors said a tremendously powerful magic beast was sealed beneath the heaven-reaching tower. Pity, only rumor. Now the tower held 100 floors, each with a magic beast. The higher the floor, the stronger the beast. Xia Luo's 30 floors sounded modest, but wasn't. Per statistics, reaching floor 30 took at least level 25 and an A-class class. The current Xia Luo was far off. Recalling how he fought, my mouth twitched. No wonder his master wanted him to hone combat skills. He fought entirely on his treasures, raw dimensional reduction strikes. His own combat power genuinely middling. Sure, you haven't been to the heaven-reaching tower yet, right? Tomorrow I'll take you to see it. My interest was piqued too. Xia Luo's eyes lit. Brother Chun, you have a way in? Isn't entry hard, costing a lot of money? I plan to do quests for a while first, then go try. The heaven-reaching tower could hold only a fixed number at a time, beyond which you couldn't enter. For that reason, entry tickets stayed sky-high, or it'd be chaos with everyone going in. I waved a hand. Relax, I've got that much pull. I meant Song Qingqing. Heaven-reaching tower slots were precious, but no great trouble for Jiangnan's great families. If I recalled right, even the Chun family I'd been in got a few slots after rising to the 5 great families. Okay, put that way, Xia Luo wouldn't refuse, curious about the tower too. After eating, we returned to our rooms to rest. Xia Luo had meant to take another quest that night to test soloing, but once it was settled we'd go to the tower tomorrow, he wanted to arrive in his strongest state. The next day, I took Xia Luo by car to the heaven-reaching tower's gate. This was the city center, heavily guarded. Warriors ringed the perimeter, a long cordon drawn. Anyone daring to cross stopped at once. Only those who'd grabbed a ticket that day could enter, though plenty of onlookers ringed the outside. Looking at the iron tower piercing the clouds, Xia Luo was awed. This heaven-reaching tower really does reach the heavens. Absurd. I can't imagine how big each floor is. I ignored his amazement and looked around for the Song family's people. Last night, I'd briefly told Song Qingqing, and she'd agreed at once, telling us to wait at the tower gate this morning. Someone would bring us in. Chen Ming. A crisp, familiar voice came from behind, and I turned to see Song Qingqing striding over. You came in person? I was surprised. She was the Song family eldest, surely busy. She instantly pouted. What's that mean? You can come, but I can't? Could you even get in without me? No, I didn't mean that. Realizing my words were off, I quickly waved. Luckily, she wasn't petty and let it slide, her gaze falling on Xia Luo. This the friend you mentioned? A Taoist. That's right. Fine, follow me. She was surprised at Xia Luo only briefly, no more attention. Surprised that I even had a Taoist friend, but with his harmless pretty boy look she wasn't impressed. She only cared about strength. The 3 of us walked to the entrance. At the ticket gate, Song Qingqing didn't hand over a ticket like the others, but produced something like an invitation. The inspector opened the first page and respectfully returned it, stepping aside to let the 3 of us through together, the convenience of status. Entering floor 1, you could see many magic beast projections, standing in place, attacking only if you entered their range. Many were already fighting on floor 1. Each floor was huge, no one interfering with anyone. How do we get to floor 2? The beasts on floor 1 are so weak. Xia Luo said. The beasts before us were level 5, killable at a touch. Song Qingqing glanced over, and seeing he wasn't faking, explained gently. To go to the next floor, slay 1 beast on this floor. Slay it, and you auto-teleport. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xia Luo couldn't wait. The 3 of us each picked one, all one-shots, and a flash of light took us to floor 2. Floor 2's beasts were clearly higher, level 8, but couldn't survive a second move before us either. The 3 of us swept through, floors 1 to 5 no obstacle, smoothly reaching floor 6. Stepping onto floor 6, we immediately felt wrong. Heat. So hot. Song Qingqing explained. From floor 5 up, each floor has a different attribute, and the beast's strength multiplies too. Feeling the dense fire attribute, I figured casting the Blaze Burst Fireball here would hit even harder. Sister Song, you know it so well? Have you been before? How far did you climb? Xia Luo asked. Floor 10. Floor 11 is another qualitative leap, but I came prepared today. I should set a new record. A flicker of fierceness crossed her eyes. Yesterday she digested another batch of family resources, leveled up, and learned a new skill, a qualitative jump in strength. Then let's speed up. My back was starting to sweat. I didn't want to linger and decisively struck the nearest beast, the 2 of them right behind. Floor 8. We faced an Earth Attribute beast, weak on attack but absurd on defense. The whole difficulty being how to break its bronze and iron wall. So this floor had a lot of people, 50-some in sight. Xia Luo looked at the meat blob enemy before him. Helpless. Can't dent it. Just can't. In the heaven-reaching tower, his treasures were all useless. Only his own strength counting. And his master's eye was sharp, seeing his problem at a glance. Without his treasures to lean on, his strength fell short, all because he hadn't seriously honed his skills. Song Qingqing and I were in no rush, deliberately slowing to wait for Xia Luo, our own beasts already teetering. I say, little Taoist, can you do it? Why's your attack so soft? Song Qingqing teased. That made Xia Luo flush, his assault redoubling. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. He'd take down this iron lump no matter what. Whoosh! Just as Song Qingqing and I had all our attention on Xia Luo, a streak of light shot in from afar, blindingly fast, and by the time I reacted it was too late. I could only watch my beast fall. I whipped my head around, fixing hard on the light-wrapped man. Seeing me look, he sneered a trace of contempt, and the next moment vanished to the next floor. Only then did I get it. My monster had been snatched. How is this person so shameless? Can't win on his own, so he plays dirty. Song Qingqing's face frosted over. The three of us had been talking the whole time, plainly a group. Him snatching my monster wasn't making things hard for me. It was a slap in the face. My face went calm again. It's fine. I'll go take down another. A cold light flickered in my eyes. Ding! The demon of the wind is incensed on the host's behalf at having a kill snatched and issues a quest. Make the snatcher pay. This quest came right on time. I found another, full firepower, and slew it. Beside me, Xia Luo was furious too. He knew I'd slowed to wait for him, which got my kill snatched, so he bore some blame and cast his strongest skill twice, finally breaking the defense and slaying it. 3 beams rose, and we reached floor 9. Arriving, the three of us scanned around in unspoken accord. Floor 9 had far fewer people than floor 8, and we quickly locked onto one of them. He wasn't alone. 3 companions beside him, the 4 ganging up on 3 beasts. Admittedly, the 4 coordinated well. The 3 beasts toyed with, unable to land a hit. Xia Luo, the one on the right is yours. I'll take the farthest. The other, Miss Song, I'll leave to you. I assigned fast. The 2 nodded. Since the other side snatched a kill first, no need to be polite. The 3 of us closed in slowly. The 4 had all their attention on the beasts, not noticing anyone approach. And even if they had, they wouldn't care. People came to the tower to hone strength and coordination. Snatching kills had no real payoff. Good for nothing but spiting people. Now, seeing the 3 beasts on the brink, I gave the word. The ready Song Qingqing and Xia Luo dashed straight for their targets. Me right behind, several blaze-burst fireballs flying. 2 forced back the people fighting on the flanks, the rest blasting the beasts directly. Beasts long spent. How could they hold? Dead on the spot. Meanwhile, the other 2 were slain by Xia Luo and Song Qingqing. What? The 4 ganging up were dumbstruck, one crying out. But before they could demand answers, a glow fell on us 3 and we vanished. Courting death, daring to snatch our kills. Swear, this won't end here, one said in fury. Move, slay a beast fast, and chase them. The squad's lone girl spoke crisply, frost all over her face. Someone dared snatch her kill, courting death. Floor 10, we arrived smoothly. Sweet. Xia Luo, taking in the new surroundings, knew the snatch had worked, exhilarated. Song Qingqing snorted. This can't be blamed on us. Their man snatched ours first. Though that lot doesn't look like the type to take a loss, they may come for revenge. I nodded. Don't rush to fight the beasts on this floor. Wait for them. This won't end peacefully. The first thing I did on reaching floor 10 was check the system quest, and seeing it wasn't done, I knew it wasn't over. Xia Luo and Song Qingqing nodded, understanding too. Fighting beasts now meant we couldn't resolve it the instant they came up. Whether they snatched kills or clashed directly, we had to be in our best state. About 10 minutes later, 4 beams appeared, 4 figures stepping out. Seeing the bow-wielding man among them, the 3 of us rose at once, eyeing them coldly. Why did you? One began, full of anger, but on seeing Song Qingqing, he visibly froze. Miss Song? How is it you? They'd never imagined the kill snatcher would be Song Qingqing. With her status, she'd no need to do such a thing. You're Qinming? Before Song Qingqing could speak, the squad's lone girl suddenly spoke, looking straight at me. I raised a brow and followed the voice. The woman wore a tailored combat suit, tall and willowy, but her face was all frost, keeping the world at arm's length. Her gaze at me, especially, carried a trace of hostility. Wait, it's just a snatched kill. Is that necessary? And you are. She's the Su family's eldest daughter, Su Shuer. Song Qingqing beside me said flatly, looking straight at the woman. The Su family's eldest, meaning Chun Yu's fiancée. I hadn't expected to run into her here. What a coincidence. Su Shuer's gaze swept over me and landed on Song Qingqing. Shouldn't Miss Song owe me an explanation? Why snatch our beasts? The two were of comparable standing, no strangers to friction overt and covert, hardly on good terms. Song Qingqing bristled, playing the victim first? Her eyes cut to the bow-wielding man. Why don't you ask him? Everyone's eyes snapped to the man. His face shifted, but he held firm. I was pressed for time. No choice. You lot did it on purpose. Louder and louder. In his view, he had something urgent, so what if they yielded once? Chen Ming's group could beat the beasts anyway. Why fixate on him? Su Shuer frowned slightly. No need to verify. Her teammate's expression said it all, and with Song Qingqing's status there was no need to lie. But even if they'd aired first, so what? Not getting an explanation this time. How would she lead a team in the future? Who says we did it on purpose? We were pressed for time too. I shot it right back. You, a man at Su Shuer's side wielding a guanblade glaive stepped forward. Afei just snatched one of your kills. You snatched 3 of ours. Who's gone too far? What? You want to fight? My eyes narrowed, my tone gaining fight. Don't let it fool you that we were only 3. I really didn't flinch. Our levels were close. I could take 2. And Xia Luo and Song Qingqing handling 1 each wasn't hard. As if I'd fear you. The man was no easy temper either, swinging the glaive with menace. Enough. Su Shuer stepped out first. This is the heaven-reaching tower, not somewhere else. Fighting would just make us a laughingstock. Floor 10 had plenty of climbers too, and our quarrel quickly drew notice, especially with 2 great family eldest daughters present. Scolded, the glaive man didn't dare peep, backing off reluctantly, muttering. So we just let it go? Once he withdrew, Su Shuer's gaze fell on me, a faint illusion stirring. This trio seemed to faintly center on Chun Ming, not Song Qingqing, which she couldn't fathom. After a moment's thought, she took the initiative. Since we're all here to climb, here's a deal. Let's see who climbs higher. How about it? Truth was she was very curious about me. 2 days ago, her brother had led a team to survey a newborn dungeon and come back saying Chun Ming was off. She knew Su Luo's temperament, and for him to say, so I had to have something. She wanted to see for herself how my strength compared to Chun Yu's. Fine, I nodded firmly. I'd been itching for a chance to grind that man down and wouldn't pass it up. Then bring it. The 3 behind Su Shuer struck first, each picking a beast. Their momentum meant to overawe us. We can't fall behind. And let's see if Floor 10's beasts are as strong as Sister Song said. Xia Luo followed, engaging a beast on the other side. Before long, we were all in the fight. Floor 10's beasts were tricky. They could turn invisible. Weapons couldn't hit the body. Even attribute attacks were further weakened. Yet their attacks were strong, an offense-defense imbalance, hard to fight. Most people dealt with them by grinding. Going invisible cost mana, and once their mana emptied, the threat dropped sharply. I swept a glance and found that besides me, Su Shuer, and Song Qingqing, everyone was grinding. Su Shuer's attribute was Ice, an A-class class, no small strength. But my clear speed wasn't slow either. Even weakened, the Blaze Burst Fireball hurt this beast plenty. Under a barrage of 7 or 8 fireballs, the beast neared collapse, then shattered. As it died, I was wrapped in light and vanished on the spot. While I watched the others, several of them were sneaking glances at me too. When they saw me ascend, their faces filled with shock. Wait, is that right? The beasts before them were barely scratched, and I'd killed mine that easily? Su Shuer's pupils contracted. Her squad was 5, and besides those present, 1 more was Chun Yu. He had business today and didn't come. This wasn't their first climb. Yesterday, when Chun Yu cleared Floor 10, he hadn't been this easy, taking a full 5 minutes to slay the beast, a speed they'd thought quite good, yet I'd speed cleared in under a minute. By that math, Chun Yu seemed weaker than Chun Ming too. Indeed, Chun Ming was like her brother said, hiding it, definitely not just a D-class class. No, she had to keep up and see what other tricks he had, see where his limit lay. Before she knew it, her curiosity about me deepened. As for whether her nominal fiancé, Chin, you would be angry to hear it? She couldn't care less. It was a family marriage alliance, not her own choosing. Lose it, and so be it. No matter. I smoothly reached floor 11, the beast stronger the higher I went. Floor 11's beast was level 18 with a thick HP pool, but luckily agility type, agility above strength, perfectly triggering my boots trait, my agility rising, and after some effort I slew it and moved to floor 12. About 5 minutes after I left, a figure appeared on floor 11. Su Schwerer scanned fast, not seeing me. Where'd he go? Eliminated? Or up to the next floor? She knew floor 11's beasts well. Too fast, hard to handle. Even she had to mind getting hurt. No, just as she thought I'd lost, she recalled my absurd fireball destructiveness. Even if I couldn't beat it, stalling was surely fine. However strong the beast, it wouldn't dare meet my fireballs head-on. So keep climbing. She gritted her teeth and acted. Always before she'd had her squad. This was her first time alone, and the moment she engaged, she felt how tricky it was. As she fought, several more appeared behind her. Her teammates and Song Qingqing, Xiaoluo. Schwerer, where's that kid? The glaive man panted. He'd burst hard to keep pace, draining mana. Su Schwerer reflexively glanced back, and that one glance let the beast across from her seize an opening to strike. Luckily, the squad had an archer. One arrow shot out, the beast unable to dodge midair, its right palm pierced, crying out. Only then did Su Schwerer realize with a start she'd committed a battlefield taboo. How could she lose focus mid-fight? The group rushed in, and the beast was soon pinned, one breath from death. Crisis passed. Her expression was complicated. Chen Ming was already off this floor when I got here. Gone? I figure the beast just took him out, the glaive man sneered. That darkened Xiao Luo's face. Talking nonsense. Brother Chin's far stronger than you lot. You're all fine, so he definitely is. He'd seen me at full firepower with his own eyes, and noticed on floor 10 too. I'd relied entirely on the blaze burst fireball, casting little else, meaning I still held reserves. In his view, I could push to floor 15 in one go. In this short a time, how could he slay this floor's beast alone? One said. That's because you're trash, swap in. Xiaoluo went to argue, but Song Qingqing stopped him. Why waste words on them? Just mind our own business. The two each engaged a beast. The three behind Su Schwerer traded a look and struck together. With Su Schwerer's beast as groundwork, only 3 to handle now. No big problem. Floor 12. I felt a sliver of pressure and began deploying the bright moon sword art. I also noticed that after prolonged fighting my skill mastery rose, likely the tower's effect. My skills could be raised with demon points, but those were too limited and too valuable, and being able to drill mastery myself was, in effect, saving demon points. Floor 13. I grew graver. The beast was level 19. Level 14 versus level 19 was a full 5-level gap. My strength and agility advantages gone. After over 10 minutes of fighting, my mana plummeted to under a tenth, and the beast's state was wretchedly low too. Both of us panting, a flicker of resolve crossed my face, and I wrung out the last of my mana. Blaze burst fireball. Bright moon slash. Both at once. The beast wasn't to be outdone, leaping at me. Boom. I was sent flying and slammed down, spitting blood. Its attack was one overt, one hidden. The overt I blasted with the fireball. The hidden I hadn't expected. My chest gravely hit. Of course it fared no better, taking my fireball and bright moon slash full on. The bright moon slash likely cut to the bone. Struggling up before I could even make out its wounds, a light fell from above. Eyes open again. I was on floor 15, which meant the beast was thoroughly dead. Win. But a glance at my own injuries, and I chose to give up advancing. Floor 15 didn't need thinking. Far beyond floor 14, and 15 being a multiple of 5 would be a qualitative leap over 14, likely beyond even my peak state, let alone now. But I'd come this far, so first see what floor 15's beast was made of, to handle it calmly next time. I gritted my teeth and went for the nearest beast, a flame-wreathed flame horse. Same as always, I opened with a fireball, but this time it didn't erupt with overwhelming force, doing little damage on hit and only enraging it. It charged straight in at unbelievable speed. One look and I was certain. The flame horse's agility far outstripped mine. I was wholly outmatched. Plus the fireball weakened. I really didn't know how to win. Withdraw, I murmured, light enveloping me, and I vanished. Eyes open again. I was outside the heaven-reaching tower, my wounds fully healed. That was the tower's miracle. Withdraw anytime, withdraw and heal. Brother Chun, Xiao Luo's voice came. I turned. Song Qingqing's group was all beside him. Even Su Schwenner's party present to a one, evidently waiting here for me. Seeing me only now emerge, the glaive man's face darkened. Coming out this late meant I'd been in the tower the whole time, and not seen on floors 11 or 12, enough to show I'd gone higher. Brother Chen, what floor did you reach? We fell on floor 13. That beast was too tricky, Xiao Luo said dejectedly. By his original plan, he should have hit floor 15, half his master's goal, so he was a bit let down. I didn't hide it. Floor 15. Floor 15. Su Schwer's group went wide-eyed. Their limit was floor 14, and that only by the whole team boosting one person up. One-on-one against floor 14's beast, they had zero chance. Su Schwer's pupils contracted. Indeed, Chen Ming was like her brother said, hiding it. No simple matter. I walked slowly before them. Is the earlier bet still in effect? Tone flat, eyes locked hard on the leader, Su Schwer. Her pupils stirred, but she forced down the fear. Of course it is. A thing like this couldn't be welshed on, and the bet had been her side's idea anyway. My gaze shifted to the bow-wielding man. Now tell me, who was right and who was wrong? His face tightened, and meeting my eyes, he reflexively stepped back, the pressure I gave too great. Snatching our kill? Shouldn't you apologize to us? My tone was ice cold. He flushed and protested faintly. Didn't we end up even? I won the bet just now, and you tell me even? I sneered, giving no quarter. This was the man I meant to grind down. The glaive man stepped up to say more, but was stopped by Su Schwer. The fault was theirs to begin with, and now I'd won the bet too, by reason or feeling they had no leg to stand on. The bowman had no choice and was forced to bow his head. I was in the wrong, I admit it. What did you say? I turned to Xiao Luo, all puzzled. Did you hear him say anything just now? Xiao Luo, simple by nature but no fool, naturally took my side, shaking his head lightly, all blank. No, not a sound just now. The man's face shifted, of course knowing I was making him grovel, but the situation forced his hand, and he had to raise his voice and repeat it. Look over there. Isn't that the Song family's eldest? It really is, and the one across from her looks like the Su family's eldest? What are they crowded there for? Two groups facing off? Wait, is that Chen Ming? Chen Ming? The Chen family's cast-off. Why is he with the Su and Song families? Su Schwerner's still Chen Yu's fiancé. The guy across from him looks like the Dong family's son, Dong Wei. This is big news. Hurry and look. The onlookers' gossip hearts fully ignited, and they pressed in. I glanced around, face composed. What? You can't take losing, can you? Who says so? Dong Wei forced it, and seeing the crowd swell, knew he couldn't drag it out or lose face spectacularly. I said I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched your beast. The voice was a touch weaker than I'd have liked, but it'd do. Everyone around heard it clearly. He'd miscalculated one thing. Crowd or no, as long as it was heard, the news would spread fast. Never underestimate the gossip crowd's transmission speed. Never thought Dong Wei was this kind of person. Snatching beasts in the heaven-reaching tower, a petty act. Hasn't the Dong family kept saying they'd cultivate Dong Wei? This is how. The Dong family's lost big face this time. Isn't this Dong Wei and Chen Yu's squad? Why is Chen Yu not here today? I'm already looking forward to Chen Yu's face when he hears. Satisfied now. Before Dong Wei could speak, Su Schweder spoke first. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Demon of the Wind's quest, reward skill, Phantom Gate. The completion prompt didn't surprise me. Signs of great families like Dong Wei prized reputation most, and grinding their faces into the dirt naturally finished the quest. That'll do. Reward in hand. I had no intention of pressing, and decisively turned to leave, Song Qingqing and Xia Luo right behind. After we left, the glaive man cursed. This Chen Ming gives an inch and takes a mile. This won't end here. Right. Let's go to Brother Chen Yu to set it straight. Dong Wei was livid, red-faced. He'd lost face to the utmost today. Hearing them, Su Schwerer didn't refuse. But in her heart, she had little faith in Chen Yu. Could Chinyu solo his way to floor 15? Probably not. By that alone, Chinyu was inferior to Chunming. Would finding him do any good? Leaving the tower, Xia Luo and I, led by Song Qingqing, went to a Song family restaurant nearby. The moment the three of us got in the car, Xia Luo eagerly asked about the difficulty of the floors ahead, and I answered one by one. When he learned floor 15 was a level 20 flame horse, he thoroughly dropped the idea, which meant he needed at least level 30 to meet his master's goal, a long road ahead. The tower could heal wounds and mana, but not mental fatigue. Having all just fought, the three of us were a bit tired and didn't talk much. I used the recovery time to check my reward. Phantom Gate, plus 300 demon points, not bad. Phantom Gate, S, passive. As mastery rises, agility rises proportionally. Currently plus 50% active. On use, speed surges, leaving 3 afterimages in place. The higher the mastery, the more afterimages active. On use, become a phantom and briefly meld into darkness, undetected. I clicked my tongue inwardly. My gear all added fixed points, destined to be swapped later, but Phantom Gate's passive added agility by percentage. 50% at novice. Wouldn't it get absurd later? 100%? 200%? Even 500%? The other two actives. If the afterimages only misled enemies, that was middling, but if they could actively attack, the effect changed completely. Now wasn't the time to test, though. I'd look at it back at the hotel. Minutes later, we entered the Lux restaurant, and dishes came the moment we sat. Song Qingqing had arranged it ahead, all made of magic beast meat, looking and smelling divine and able to raise one's strength. Xia Luo's eyes lit. The temple had nothing like this. The three of us said little, heads down eating. Half an hour later, we leaned back, clutching our bellies, eyes half-lidded, bliss. Xia Luo wiped his mouth. Brother Chun, I feel like I'm good again. Going to a dungeon this afternoon too. I nodded. Sure, nothing else on. Let's go together. Sister Song, you in? After the tower fight, Xia Luo had a read on Song Qingqing's strength, no weaker than his, and with more combat experience. With her along, raiding was easier. Song Qingqing was about to answer when her phone rang. A look, it was her father, the Song family head. Dad, I'm out eating, what? No, I'm coming with you. I can definitely help. Send me the location. Her tone grew more urgent. Xia Luo and I traded a glance, both reading the gravity in the other's eyes. Something had happened. After hanging up, Song Qingqing didn't hide it. The matter was too big. All Jiangnan would know before long. A lot of magic beasts have appeared on Jiangnan City's eastern frontier. The great families and the powerhouses have all rushed over. What? Xia Luo and I went wide-eyed. These weren't dungeon beasts. In a dungeon, mortally wounded you get teleported out. These were real-world beasts, far more lethal than a dungeon's. Die, and you truly die, no revival. My father's already led the Song family's experts there. I have to go at once. Can't keep you company. She made to leave. Wait. Xia Luo suddenly stopped her, and Song Qingqing turned. Xia Luo tugged me. Brother Chun, why don't we go too? Master told me life and death duels are the fastest way to raise strength. He wanted to fight. I mused a moment and looked at Song Qingqing. Can we come along? Think it through. If you come, I can't guarantee your safety. The Song family was the main force this time, focused on the main battlefield, no one to spare to protect us. It's fine, we'll stay on the periphery, never near the core. I had a read on my own strength. Thrown onto that battlefield, I wasn't even cannon fodder. Any beast a few levels higher could crush us. Fine, stay behind me then. Song Qingqing didn't refuse either. Her father letting her go meant this beast assault wasn't strong and the danger was low. The three of us set out fast, taking a Song family car east. Jiangnan City sat on the easternmost edge of the Huaxia Federation, and to its east lay a barren land harboring vast numbers of magic beasts. To resist them, the Federation had built an enormous wall between Jiangnan and the wastes to block them. Thanks to that high wall, beasts rarely slipped through, and those that did were low-level, handled by the city's powerhouses, which was roughly what everyone assumed this time too. Song Qingqing's car had special plates, clear all the way, and the closer to the eastern frontier the more people on the road, all coming to help on the news. Generally around level 20, class holders find leveling much harder from 20 up, leaving a mass of people stuck there since not everyone has a family behind them. This many class holders? Seems this time isn't too rosy. Song Qingqing murmured, worry on her face. The Chun family had only recently risen to Jiangnan's top tier, less well-informed than the Song family. Seeing our puzzlement, Song Qingqing explained, I've never been through one of Jiangnan's defense battles, but per my dad, the beasts were few, all handed to the authorities and the great families as practice, rarely inviting civilian class holders, and even then only a few to share the load. This time inviting this many shows the beast numbers are no small thing. Xiao Luo and I went solemn, not daring to take it lightly. At our levels, we ranked at the bottom among these class holders, the weakest, so naturally we had to be careful. Soon the car stopped at Jiangnan's East Gate, where a considerable crowd of class holders had already gathered, the authorities at the very front, the great family members beside them. With Song Qingqing along, we passed clear through to the Song family's spot. Leading the Song family this time was its head, Song Qingqing's father, Song Baichen. Seeing the two behind his daughter, he frowned slightly. Me he knew, the little Taoist he hadn't seen. Dad, these are two friends of mine. They were beside me when you called and wanted to come fight the beasts on hearing the news, Song Qingqing explained. In public, Song Baichen said little, nodded, then pointed to a man beside him. I called you to observe, not to fight. You'll have to face this sooner or later as you grow, so today stay behind your Uncle Yuan. He'll keep you safe. Okay. The Uncle Yuan Song Baichen meant was Song Qingqing's fourth uncle, Song Baiyuan, level 35, very strong. Easygoing, Song Baichen greeted with a smile. Qingqing, today you stay behind me. Up on the wall, the beasts absolutely can't get up. Chen Ming, you wretch. An angry shout suddenly rang out, drawing most of the crowd's attention. Everyone looked. The speaker was none other than the Chun family head, Chen Yong. He'd come today too, some Chun powerhouses at his side. I followed the voice, my gaze sweeping over familiar faces and landing on that father. The surrounding gazes converged on Chen Yong and me. I raised a brow, fearless. Need something? You. Hearing the cold, distant words, fury rose in Chen Yong, his aura billowing, and the next moment a terrifying aura bore down on me. In an instant my whole body was locked, the pressure immense. I marshaled all my energy to resist, but the more I did the heavier my heart sank. The gap was too vast, whatever one's talent or gifts, before a huge level gulf it counted for nothing. Clan Head Chun, this is Jiangnan's eastern frontier wall. You mean to act here? An unfamiliar energy appeared around me, shielding me from Chen Yong's aura. The one who acted was Song Baiyuan. The Song family. This is my Chun family's private affair. You'd interfere. Chen Yong's face was iron. Song Baiyuan was no fool and wouldn't fully fall out with the Chens over one Chen Ming. But the problem was, I'd come with Song Qingqing, and ignoring it now would, to outsiders, say they couldn't even protect their own friends. What would allies think? So Chen Ming could meet misfortune, just never on their watch. Clan Head Chun. Chen Ming is my Song family's guest today. Under my Song family's protection, whatever grudge lies between you, settle it after today. Before Song Baiyuan could speak, Song Baichen stepped up himself and set the matter. With him leading, the Song family's looks at the Chens sharpened. Among Jiangnan's 5 great families, the Song family was old guard, far stronger than the Chens. Chen Yong's face stalled. Fine, my Chen family will remember this. He was indeed furious, but kept his reason. The Chens going against the Song family now was thankless toil. Boom! As the two sides stood deadlocked, a figure shot in from afar and slammed down between them. At the sight, everyone quietly reined in their auras. The newcomer was Jiangnan City's mayor and the strongest in all Jiangnan, Mao Ting, level 49. He looked around, his gaze not lingering on the Chun or Song families. Per intel, the beasts will arrive shortly. All of you prepare for battle, and not a single one is to slip into the city. Everyone's hearts tightened. They hadn't forgotten they'd come to fight beasts. In an instant, the whole crowd was mobilized. Soon many figures rapidly closed in within sight, not pausing at all, hurtling straight for the wall at full speed. Both sides needed no words. It was kill or be killed, no need to communicate. As the beasts entered attack range, Mao Ting swept a great hand. Everyone engage. The many class holders cast skills downward, and I was no exception, hurling blaze-burst fireballs without pause. My attacks, in the vast sea of ranged fire, were so tiny no one would notice. Overlevel beast kill, experience plus 8,232. After tossing 7 or 8 fireballs, feedback finally came to my mind. Pure luck. A fireball certainly couldn't kill a full HP enemy, but it could finish one off. That last one happened to land on a sliver HP beast and slew it. The experience considerable. My eyes lit. This was a great spot to farm. There are too many beasts. At this rate, they'll reach the gates, a man beside the mayor said, apparently an official. Everyone level 25 and up. Follow me down to hold the beasts off. Mao Ting knew it too. Forewarned of a mass of beasts approaching, he hadn't expected this many. Bombing from the wall always lets him slip through, so they had to block at the very front. Orders given, he was first to leap down and stand at the gate. Behind him, the 5 Great Family's members and some veteran classholder squads. Jiangnan's current peak combat power. With them holding the front, the wall's classholders eased sharply. If the sky fell, the tall ones held it up, and they could sip soup behind. On the Song side, Song Baichen led his people down, Song Baiyuan shielding Song Qingqing. As for Xia Luo and me, he gave at most a glance, his focus on his own kin. Ding! The Demon of Thunder detects you are on a battlefield and issues a quest. Slay magic beast 0 out of 100, one of which must be a beast at least 5 levels above your own. Mid-scavenge, hearing the prompt, my face shifted slightly. The Demon of Thunder thinks too highly of me. 100, and at a mere level 14, how was I to slay that many? Looking out, these beasts were generally around level 20, and as Mao Ting's group cut down into them, the beast side was already near collapse. Those that slipped through were too low level after all, and soon this batch might leave my attack range. So where would I kill? But the Demon of Thunder. Looking at the quest panel, I wavered. Among the 8 great demons, the Demon of Thunder absolutely ranked near the top, and the top few demons' rewards had all been so lavish. Complete this quest, and the reward would surely be no slouch. Honestly, I wanted to give it a shot. Brother Chun, what are you spacing out for? Keep fighting. I snatched another beast, experience shooting up. I'll level up before long. Xia Luo's excited voice came. Freed of the tower's restriction, this guy suddenly had a wealth of options, skills raining down, reaping plenty of beasts, even leveling once, and he'd gotten a taste for it. I want to go down and fight. That made Xia Luo shudder, eyes wide. Go down to fight? Had he heard right? The wall top and the foot of the wall were 2 completely different things. No. Before Xia Luo could speak, Song Qingqing stopped me first. Those are genuine beasts. Die down there, and you truly die. Relax, I've got a sense of it. With that, I decisively leapt off the wall, giving them no chance to stop me. Seeing the 2 move to the wall's edge, Song Baiyuan flashed to block them, more precisely to block Song Qingqing. The head had ordered him to guard her closely, and the chaos below could easily wound her. Miss, you can't go near. The head sent you to observe. You must stay on the wall. Song Baiyuan said gravely. Knowing there was no room to argue, Song Qingqing could only sigh and relent, her gaze drifting involuntarily to me below. By then I'd run into a beast. I'm no fool. I'd picked the lowest level 1, level 17, within what I could handle. Look, isn't that Chun Ming, who fell out with his family? Why'd he go down? Where? Holy crap, it really is. Didn't he just change class a few days ago? He's qualified to go down already. He's only level 14. Isn't this reckless? Doesn't know death, playing hero at a time like this. Dies and serves him right. He's up against a level 17 beast, a 3-level gap. He might get torn to shreds. His patch of battlefield isn't far from the Qin families. Let's see if they lend a hand. Few were qualified to fight below the wall, so the wall-top crowd saw it all clearly, and my leap drew much notice. At the foot of the wall, by Chun Yong. The Qin family had the shallowest roots of the 5, brought few people, each a mainstay, and Chun Yong had them group up and fight together so any in trouble could be aided at once. Ed, look, isn't that little Ming? Why'd he come down? A Qin man said. Chun Yong turned, saw me fighting a level 17 beast, his face darkening, and snorted. Arrogant fool. This low a level, and he dares risk it like this. Ed, do we help him? The battlefield's chaotic. Little Ming could be in mortal danger soon, another clan uncle said. No need. Shin Yong cut him off fast. He's an adult. This is his own choice. He sees it through gritted teeth or not. Focus on the beasts first. There are a lot of high-level ones in this lot. Something feels off. At his lead, the Chin family threw itself back into the fight. As for me, even his own father didn't care. Who else would? Facing that level 17 beast, my first feeling was danger. Its eyes were like they'd hack me to pieces, something never present in a dungeon. No wonder the school stressed dungeon is dungeon, reality is reality. Luckily, this level was within my control. A fast blaze burst fireball knocked it back, and I closed in with the crescent moon sword, bright moon. The blade light fell, a sword mark opening on the beast. Strike while it's down, dodging its lunge. I slammed 2 fireballs onto the wound, the injury widening, and that level 17 beast soon fell beneath my sword. Ding! Overlevel beast kill, experience plus 6,201, level 1415, reward free attribute points plus 10. This time, without hesitation, I dumped all the points into agility. What I wanted now was to reap beasts' lives as fast as possible. The moment my beast fell, another lunged, a level 17 and a level 16, left and right, sealing off my escape. Good. I'd been worried there weren't enough beasts to kill. I took the lower level one first, Bright Moon forcing it back hard. Just as I made to push the other back with a fireball, 2 attacks flew from the wall and slammed into it, knocking it down from the air. A look up, and the ones who'd acted were Xia Luo and Song Qingqing. They couldn't come down to melee, but could cover me from the wall. I nodded thanks and threw myself back into the fight. With their help, I fought more smoothly. I just had to seize the finishing blows. The beast corpses at the wall's foot piled higher. Yet this lot of beasts didn't thin at all. Mao Ting returned to the wall several times to confirm it. Beast infiltration was already a slim chance. Getting even a small batch through showed cunning. Yet this mini appearing was wrong. Either the front line had failed, or the beasts came prepared this time, targeting Jiangnan. Either way, no good news for Jiangnan. Mao Ting, about to descend again, looked up to find a great mass of demonic energy rapidly closing in the distance, his pupils shaking hard. Pass the order. Mobilize every class holder in Jiangnan City to support the eastern frontier. Now, the wall-top crowd's faces all changed. Mobilize the whole city? Something huge was coming. Mao Ting reported up for reinforcements at once, but he knew aid would take time, and the first wave could only be borne by the top-tier force at the wall's foot. His gaze swept the crowd below, pausing at me. How is a level 15 class holder fighting on the lower battlefield too? How is that different from courting death? But he only glanced a few more times and threw himself back into battle. The high-level beasts in the tide appeared. Primordial Tiger King. Mao Ting's face filled with shock, his heart clenching. This one's level was actually a tier above his, a formidable foe. By rights, such an existence could never pass the line, yet here it was. Looking at the host of high-level beasts behind it, Mao Ting knew this time was big trouble. Engage. Everyone full firepower. Not one beast gets into the city. Reinforcements are coming. He roared, weapon raised, and charged straight at that massive figure. The fighting members of the 5 great families fully changed expression. They'd thought this was a formality. Slay some low beasts to win the family some glory, and now even a level 50 beast had appeared. An existence the 5 family heads together couldn't beat, not enough for it to kill. If not for seeing Mao Ting step up, they'd have bolted by now. Even so, they contracted their lines, ready to withdraw at the first sign. With this batch of high-level beasts joining, the 5 great families and the top civilian squads saw their pressure spike, all focusing on them, which let the beasts under level 25 start hammering the wall. I'd just slain 2 beasts when the hairs on my body suddenly stood, sensing a death threat. Phantom Gate. Without a word, I cast the newly grasped skill, using demon points to bump it from novice to proficient. Novice wasn't enough. My speed surged, splitting into several afterimages. The proficient afterimages couldn't actively attack yet, but they could move. Several figures moved in different directions at once, and the 4 beasts ambushing me froze a beat. In that chance, I shook off the attacks and narrowly escaped with my life. Chen Ming, the situation's changed. Get up here fast, you'll die down there. Song Qingqing shouted from the wall. Standing high, they saw more and knew it was complex now. I glanced back at the mass of beasts lunging at me and decisively turned. I'm no fool. I know which matters more, the quest or my life. Through this effort, the quest was at 53 out of 100, past half. That was thanks to a method I'd found. Being closer to the beasts than the wall-top people. The instant a beast was at sliver HP, I'd lob a fireball to steal the kill, since killing them one by one would take all night. I rushed back to the wall's edge, and Xia Luo's use showed now. He flicked his whisk, the strands lengthening and dropping fast, and I grabbed on to climb up. With ties to both the Song and Chun families now, no one on the wall dared object to me. Plus, my real contribution below for Jiangnan had changed many minds. Was Chunming really a cripple? Could a cripple hold this long on the front line without dying, all against higher-level beasts? Whichever way you looked, a promising future. As for Chinyu, forever held up against me, not a shadow of him this time. Boom, barely steady. The wall under my feet shook. Everyone looked to see a section of wall not far off struck by beasts. Quickly cut down, but it meant the class holders could no longer wall every beast out they couldn't hold. Miss, take the two of them and leave now. I must go help the head, Song Baiyuan said heavily. The situation had nosedived, the wall no longer safe. Song Qingqing shook her head firmly. No, my Song family has never had a deserter, and as the eldest daughter, I least of all can be first to flee the battlefield. Her face dead serious. Song Baiyuan opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly. She'd invoked the Song family. What could he say? Besides, she had a point. With this many watching, if she withdrew first, the Song family's prestige would suffer, and it'd hit the whole battlefield's morale. Then stand behind me. I'll shield you as best I can. Song Baiyuan stood at the very front, eyes fixed on the beasts below. By now the beasts had reached the wall's foot and launched their assault proper, everyone's pressure soaring. Boom. Minutes later, the city gate was breached outright. The gate wasn't reinforced with much energy. Being broken was normal. Everyone level 20 and up, follow me to hold the gate. No beast gets into the city. The deputy mayor spoke fast. By his and Mao Ting's division, he oversaw the wall defense. With the wall no longer worth holding, the gate mattered more. In an instant, the official warriors rushed down the wall first, charging the gate, both sides locked in close combat. Many civilian class holders swept up to join. As for us, we were still on the wall attacking beasts at range, unable to kill, but able to bleed them. We can't hold much longer at this rate. There are casualties below. Xia Luo, from on high, saw the slaughter at the gate. Many class holders torn apart, blood staining the ground, organs scattered, people starting to die. The sight made my face grim too. I'd come braced, knowing there'd be a death threat, but seeing it for real, your mindset still shifts. Kill. Just then, a roar of battle cries came from inside the city. Everyone looked up to see a great many people rushing this way, faces easing. Isn't that Enforcer Go from the quest hall? He came in person. The master of the fierce tiger Martial Hall too, level 35. Every named Martial Hall in Jiangnan has come. The academy's principals and teachers came too. All high level. We're saved. A fresh wave of class holders joined, the situation gradually steadying. The beasts that had broken in at the gate driven back out. Roar. Just as everyone breathed out, an angry roar came from afar, a figure shooting in and slamming hard into the wall. Those of us on it staggered and fell. We scrambled up and looked. The one knocked flying was none other than the mayor, Mao Ting. Bad. Mao Ting couldn't hold the primordial Tiger King. Not that you could blame him. The two looked one level apart, but the gap was vast. Mao Ting level 49, the primordial Tiger King level 50, that single level a yawning chasm. Holding this long already showed Mao Ting's might. Roar. The primordial Tiger King roared again, its aura climbing once more. The terrifying aura made the 5 great family fighters at the front quail, and without a word they abandoned their foes and fell back. Flee now or never. Even Mao Ting had lost, and standing at the front was no different from dying. The situation deadlocked again, both sides facing off across the wall. Mao Ting too landed on the wall to take a pill and recover. His plan simple: hold as long as possible, ideally until reinforcements. Just as everyone braced for a fight to the death, the primordial Tiger King made a move no one expected. It gathered the energy in its body into its mouth, even at the cost of burning its own HP. What was happening? Everyone's eyes went wide. Aren't the beasts on top now? So why is it burning itself? The beasts behind it even crouched low, heads bowed, as if in mourning. Something's wrong, Mao Ting said fast. Whatever they're doing, we must stop it. Charge with me one more time. He didn't understand, but they're paying so dear a price to reach Jiangnan had to mean a scheme. Just stop it. The class holders charged again to interrupt it, but the moment they moved, the crouching beasts lunged like mad. Even level. 20-something beasts charged level. 30-something class holders to block, willing to self-destruct, leaving them unable to advance an inch. Minutes later, to everyone's shock, countless white streaks of light burst from the primordial Tiger King and fell across every part of Jiangnan City. Is this a meteor shower? Xia Luo said in disbelief. The battlefield fell quiet again, everyone staring blankly into the sky. Mao Ting tried to attack one of the streaks, and his strike passed clean through, unable to stop it at all. Watching the streaks scatter across Jiangnan, his scalp prickled. He felt something had gone very wrong in his jurisdiction. As the streaks fell, the primordial Tiger King's HP burned fully out, and it toppled into a corpse. In an instant, all the beasts' morale crashed, and they keened toward where its body lay. Everyone slay all these beasts. Mao Ting reacted first. The primordial Tiger King's death didn't mean the end. These beasts still had to be cleared. With the greatest threat gone, the initiative returned to the class holders. The beasts didn't retreat or flee but launched a death charge. Behind them lay another Federation defense line they couldn't pass. From the moment they set foot in Jiangnan, they'd never meant to leave alive. I checked the quest bar, 21 short. The chance to fish in troubled waters had come. Seeing many class holders charge out the gate, I decisively mixed into reap, prioritizing efficiency. This would draw some ire, but I was smart. I only picked unbacked, ordinary class holders, who, seeing it was me, dared not make a peep and could only count themselves unlucky. The remaining 20 were soon gathered, just one left. A level 20, the trickiest. Slaying this many beasts pushed me to level 16, but still 4 short of 20, my damage limited, so I had to find another way. I scanned the battlefield fast for a target, and minutes later found a suitable one. A Sioux family powerhouse, level 23, fighting 3, a level 21, 23, and 24. At once, looking frantic but in fact untouched by the 3. He just couldn't kill them fast. I seized the moment. Phantom gate under my feet. Crescent moon, sword cleaving bright moon. Target the level, 21. Bang! The strike slammed into the beast, knocking it back a dozen meters. The fighting Su Qing caught me from the corner of his eye, his face showing no joy at the help but a frown. My level was too low, a full 5 below the level, 21. This wasn't help, it was a nuisance. You handle those two. I'll tie this one down for you. I cut him off, ignored him, and threw myself fully into the fight. Blaze burst fireball. 3 flew out. This time the beast didn't dodge, swinging both giant palms to smash the fireballs. The fire attribute hurt its palms somewhat, but not much. The gap was too great. Is this quest serious? I griped inside. The blaze burst fireball was about my strongest skill, no? Brother Chun, I'll help you. Xia Luo's voice came from the side. Approaching all aglow, before coming down he'd activated every treasure on him to be ready to trigger anything. I had to admit, just standing by him gave a sense of safety. Roar! The black bear across from us roared, swinging a giant palm. My eyes narrowed, and I split off several afterimages to scatter its attention. The bear was slow, and with Phantom Gate maybe I could stall a while. The moment the images appeared I directed them in different directions. But my plan fell through. The big black bear was buff and clumsy yet not stupid. Stunned a moment by the mini-me-s, it ultimately chose to charge Xia Luo. Go! Xia Luo didn't hesitate. A bracelet flying from his left hand to bind the bear and pin its movement. A treasure at work. Not done. Binding wasn't enough. He needed to hit back, and a wave of his whisk sent a blast of energy at the bear. I seized the chance to lob fireball after fireball, wearing down its HP bar, truly thick-hided. Bang! Pity, with Xia Luo's level being what it was. However strong his treasures, their effect was limited. The bear broke free before long and lunged at Xia Luo again. Block! Xia Luo hurriedly threw up a defense, and the bear's slam quickly cracked it. Xia Luo was level 15, a level below me, and against this 6 level higher bear the gap was too wide. At the same time my attack arrived from the side. Bright Moon. Timed well. Right as the bear smashed the defense and couldn't move, Bright Moon left a deep wound on it. One hit landed, and just as I made to open distance, I watched a black shadow swing in. The bear's palm, so fast. With no time, I could only raise the crescent moon sword to block. The next second a terrifying force transmitted through the blade, and I was sent flying, slamming down, my chest searing, spitting a mouthful of blood. Pain. Bone-deep pain. Likely a few ribs were broken. Brother Chun. Xia Luo panicked, swept a great hand, and 3 streaks shot out. All attack treasures. The bear felt a death threat and hurriedly turned to defend. Boom. The bear was gravely hit, and before it could rise, 2 figures appeared before it one after another. The first to act was Su Qing. Down one of his 3, he'd slain the other 2 at top speed and come to help us. A vicious strike piercing half the bear's chest, its HP bar near collapse, and still auto-draining. Just as it was certain to die, I darted out, Bright Moon cleaving again, 1 cut to the throat, emptying its remaining HP. In any other setting this would absolutely be kill-snatching, but here everyone would only think I was slower than Su Qing and couldn't pull the strike. Su Qing didn't care about the level 21's experience and let it go. Quest complete. Demon of Thunder reward issued. Finally done. I let out a heavy breath. This fight had drained my HP and mana to the dregs. No more fighting in me. You hard tanked a level 21 beast hit and can still move. Solid constitution. Su Qing sized me up with a light laugh. Hardly. I'm about to fall apart. All right, this isn't a battlefield you lot can join. Withdraw quickly. Confirming I was fine, he stopped minding me and charged back into the beasts. After he left, Xia Luo leaned in. Brother Chen, glad you're okay. Shall we find the next target? Though he hadn't personally slain the beast, he'd really taken part, and the thrill of an over 5-level kill set his blood pumping. I shook my head firmly. No more. Fall back to a safe area. You kidding? I went all out earlier because of the Demon of Thunder's quest. Now it was done. No need to risk my neck. Huh. Xia Luo was thrown by my flip. A second ago you forcefully insisted on fighting. Now this? Huh, your head. Can't you see my HP's low? You want me dead faster. With that I hurried toward the gate. Only inside was there safety. Xia Luo followed helplessly. He knew his own strength. No nerve to face beasts alone without me. And fighting the bear had burned several treasures still on cooldown. At a safe spot, I pretended to recover mana, my consciousness actually entering the system space to check the hall. First the demon points, a full 800. Confirming my guess, the higher the quest difficulty, the richer the reward. Then the main event. Skill, 9 Heaven Thunder Slash, SS, a SS class. The tier alone showed the power. 9 Heaven Thunder Slash. SS gather the 9 Heaven Divine Thunder in your arm and cleave out a thunderous cut of tremendous force. The description was brief, but I could feel its strength. With that tier, how could it not be? Besides the skill, one more reward. Thunderlight Bracelet, accessory. Gold requires. Level 20, Spirit 500 Trait 1. Strength plus 500, Spirit plus 800 Trait 2. Any Thunder Attribute skill effect plus 20% Trait 3. Actively release a Thunder Shield to block 1 full power strike from a level 25 class holder, 3 charges, each recharging in 30 minutes. A gold tier accessory. Top-notch boosts. This bracelet would absolutely spark a frenzy in Jiangnan, especially with the 5 great families short on gold gear. Pity it needed level 20 to wear. Useless for now. A fine haul this time, well worth risking my neck. After recovering some mana, the battle cries outside the city gradually quieted. When I opened my eyes, Xia Luo had leaned in. It's almost over outside. The beasts are all slaughtered. Not one got into the city. As expected, without the primordial Tiger King, the rest were ants. Let's go. Tommy left too. The 2 of us found Song Qingqing on the wall. I have to go back with my family. I'll have someone take you 2 to the hotel. Sure. At Song Baiyuan's arrangement, we rode back to the hotel. Not long after we left, the frontline class holders returned one by one. Several behind Song Baichen were wounded, one gravely. If not for Qin shielding him at the key moment, it'd have been worse. After arranging treatment, Song Baichen looked at Song Qingqing. You've been close with Chun Ming this stretch. I saw his strength was decent, so I'm forging goodwill. Song Qingqing didn't hide it. Decent strength. Before the battle, Song Baichen would surely have scoffed. Earlier, though he knew Qin Ming helped raid a newborn dungeon, he'd seen it as luck plus Su Luo and Qingqing carrying him through. But after watching Chun Ming fight today with his own eyes, his view changed. Chun Ming had real substance. If nothing else, daring to leap off the wall and face the beasts in the first wave, when even higher-leveled people on the wall didn't dare, while he alone did. That was nerve beyond the ordinary, an immeasurable future. I recall someone's already eyeing his recommended slot. We'll see if the kid can hold it. If he can, I can arrange for him to be at the same academy as you, so you'll have each other's backs. This was in fact one of Song Baichen's worries. Once Song Qingqing left for the academy, out of his sight, he couldn't protect her in time, and he'd been scouting for a candidate, but few in Jiangnan qualified for a top academy, and Qin Ming happened to. I'll keep an eye out. Song Qingqing didn't refuse. The top academies were fiercely competitive, and a good teammate would save much trouble. Clan head Song, where's Chun Ming? As father and daughter talked, Qin Yong approached with the Qin family, his tone grating. Compared to the Song family, the Qins had taken losses this time. 2 members in their 20s dead, their overall strength hit. Qin Yong was sore inside and badly needed a punching bag. That unfilial son, just the thing. Pity Song Baichen didn't care at all about his tone, saying flatly, he left ahead of time. Looking for me is no use. Humph. Qin Yong didn't dare push too far, snorted, turned, and left. Far off, the Su family. Su Qing told the head, Su Yin's, what had happened. A light flickered in Su Yin's eyes. Taking on a level, 21 beast over 4 levels. Is this Chun Ming really as strong as you say? Over 1 level fighting he'd seen with his own eyes. Over 2 level he'd seen on file. Over 3 level unheard of to this day. Let alone over 4 level. Was this really the Chun family's cripple? If true, wouldn't the so-called Qilin prodigy Qin Yu be even more terrifying? Head, little Luo mentioned this Chun Ming before too. Said he's very strong. Someone reminded. Su Yin's mused. He'd help my Su family of his own accord, which means his attitude toward us is decent. No grudge spilling over from the Qin family. From now on, if you deal with Chun Ming, try to make friends. Better one more friend than one more enemy. Understood. At his station, his vision and breadth far surpassed the ordinary. It was the Chun family at odds with Chun Ming. What of the Su family? As for the marriage, as long as it wasn't actually finalized, there was no need to mind. Once married was a matter for once married. While everyone schemed their own thoughts, Xia Luo and I had returned to the hotel to rest. A good haul today. The tower in the morning, the battle in the afternoon, both of us up several levels. We ate a simple dinner at the hotel and went to our rooms. The next morning, when I reached the restaurant, Xia Luo was already there. I carried my breakfast over and he spoke first. Brother Chun, yesterday afternoon's incident has spread. Everyone's talking about it. At his prompt, I quieted and listened to the chatter around. Jiangnan was nearly breached by beasts yesterday afternoon, the east gates still being repaired. Not that dramatic. Only the gate broke, the beasts didn't get in. Heard the primordial Tiger King led them. Even Mayor Mao got hurt. Mayor Mao was knocked into the wall. In the end, the Tiger King killed itself, or Jiangnan would have been in real danger. Why did it kill itself? So strange. Did you see the white streaks yesterday? They covered all of Jiangnan. Some say it cursed Jiangnan. The Federation sent bigwigs to investigate. Then isn't Jiangnan unsafe now? Should we go stay in another city a while? Yesterday's events couldn't be hidden. So many had fought, plus the white streaks from the Tiger King's blood burning, all in plain sight. What exactly are these white streaks? Any idea, Brother Chun? Xia Luo asked, curious. No clue, but it's definitely nothing good. I said without a thought, sacrificing a level 50 beast. I refused to believe there was no scheme. As for cursing all Jiangnan, I doubted it. Jiangnan was huge. Could one level 50 beast threaten the whole city? And even so, the Federation's top powerhouses weren't pushovers. Seeing Xia Luo still pondering, I said slowly, things like this aren't ours to worry about. If the sky falls, the higher-ups hold it up. True. At my words, Xia Luo's mood lifted a lot. His temple sat on Jiangnan's edge, his master no lower than the mayor, Even higher. If real danger came, he didn't believe his master would stand by. Ding. The phone I'd set on the table chimed. Someone had messaged. After blacklisting every Chin I knew, I had few contacts left, all close. A look, it was number SIXS principal, Chui Guoming. The message was plain. Because of yesterday afternoon, many had come from the imperial capital, including admissions teachers from the great academies. Today they handled official business, and tomorrow they'd come to school to take the recommended students away, me among them, stressing I shouldn't be late tomorrow morning. I agreed readily. Setting the phone down, my eyes narrowed. If Song Qingqing guessed right, tomorrow my nominal brother would challenge me for the recommended slot. I was already a little eager to face Chen Yu. I'd exposed so much strength yesterday afternoon, so Chen Yong would surely give Chen Yu a crash boost today. I just didn't know how great a price he'd pay. But that didn't mean I was unprepared. Today was the perfect time to get familiar with how Nine Heaven Thunder fought. Brother Chun, what is it? Across from me, seeing my expression, Xia Luo felt a chill. I came to and didn't hide it, telling him about returning to school tomorrow and someone challenging me. A thing like that couldn't be hidden. The media blasted it every year. Hearing it, Xia Luo bristled. The slot's already settled and they still want to snatch it? Are these people insane? Brother Chun, I support you. Tomorrow beat that guy black and blue. Knock down their arrogance. Let's go, off to the quest hall, and find a dungeon to get used to the new skill while we're at it. I finished and rose. Hearing I had a new skill, Xia Luo's eyes lit. He'd analyzed my skills, all high tier, and now another new one, making him very curious. The two of us went together to the quest hall, and the moment we stepped in, dozens of gazes fell on us at once. No, more precisely, on me. Here he comes. How does he look? Totally fine. Lots of people saw him swatted away by a level 21 beast with their own eyes. So how's he acting like nothing happened? A freak. He changed into a common sorcerer. Yet his body's this tough? You know, the sorcerer class looks unremarkable, but there's something to dig into. High-intensity spell attacks plus that constitution of his. Offense and defense both. Could he have carved out a brand new path? Whatever the case, after yesterday, I see Chen Ming in a new light. No more mocking him. Yesterday's deeds were widely discussed. Chen Ming's exploits spread by many. He came with built-in traffic, and this showing was too standout. The only one in his teens fighting beasts below the wall, drawing some admiration. I paid it no mind and walked in to pick a suitable quest, wanting beasts to drill the new skill on, eyeing mainly level 18 to 20 dungeons. Brother Chun, why don't we split up? As I searched, Xia Luo suddenly spoke. I looked up, puzzled. He sighed. You can solo these dungeons yourself. No use for me. Tagging behind, I can do nothing but cheer. He had a clear read on my strength. Beasts under level 20 couldn't hurt me much. He'd come today to better himself, and tagging along for the rewards wasn't what he wanted. Sure, I didn't force it. The fewer who knew my trump skills, the better. The two of us decided to split, naturally turning to solo dungeons. I finally picked a level 19 solo dungeon, skeleton plane, undead attribute, perfectly countered by my thunder. After taking all the related quests, I strode in. No surprises, no demon commission triggered this time. A level 19 dungeon really posed little challenge to me now. Xia Luo picked a level 16 solo dungeon. Standing on the black plain, I watched the gradually reviving skeleton soldiers. They held sharp swords and shields, fixing on me, advancing with heavy steps. Speed, unbelievably slow. Wait, is that speed for real? Any old class holder could handle them. Strange. Blaze burst fireball. I lobbed one at the nearest skeleton soldier. Boom. The fireball struck its shield, bursting in dazzling fire, and the next second it was wrapped in flame. After a few seconds I started, something felt missing. What was missing was the post-kill experience prompt. Looking at the struck skeleton soldier afar, my expression turned serious. It wasn't dead. It seemed these skeleton soldiers were tougher than I'd thought. Defense at least no slouch. Again, this time I threw two, same target. Boom. After a string of blasts, that skeleton soldier, trailing wisps of flame, was still slowly advancing. Huh, not dead even now? The thought barely formed when it finally couldn't hold, crashing down, dead as could be, the experience prompt sounding in my mind. No way, 3 blaze burst fireballs to kill one? That's absurd. My view of them flipped. Slow speed, high defense, not as easy as I'd thought. While I dealt with that one, the other skeleton soldiers hadn't stopped, all closing in fast. Oomph. That agility is your fatal flaw. I'm fast enough you can't catch me. I snorted and retreated, and barely 2 steps in, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers walked out behind me. Good grief, this dungeon was sneaky. The spawn point was right in the middle of the beasts. Is that a thing a person does? Wolves ahead, tigers behind. I could only grit my teeth and bombard all around. Luckily, Blaze Burst Fireball was cheap on mana, or I'd have run dry. Boom. Soon only the blasts of flame remained. A dozen-odd minutes later, the skeleton soldiers thinned, scattering into shards of bone. Panting, I sat on the ground, face numb. Why did I pick this dungeon? Hard bones every one, exhausting to fight. Wait, only then did it click. Didn't I pick this dungeon to test the new skill? Damn, I forgot entirely. Never mind, recover mana first, and use the next wave to drill the skill. Out again after 10 minutes. Not far along it felt ominous ahead, and soon a formation appeared. A skeleton army in array, fairly intimidating. A glance at the count and I'd sked. Fewer than the first wave, so easier? A bit off from how dungeons usually scale. Creak. The skeletons came alive, weapons leveled at me. As I made to engage, I found them standing in place, unmoving. What's this? Can't move. Or an attack range. Tromp, tromp, tromp. The thought barely formed when hoofbeats sounded, and a figure charged out from behind the formation to its center. The next moment, the vast formation seemed to come alive, advancing on me. Steps in unison, the pressure heavy. A battle formation? I frowned hard. Not good news. With a formations boost, this room's difficulty spiked over the last. I didn't retreat. Against a formation, blind retreat is useless. You have to break a gap first, breach the point to break the hole, and shatter the formation's buff. I threw 2 Blaze Burst Fireballs to test the defense. They burst, the formation skeletons not breaking stride at all. No effect. No, there was a little. I keenly noticed the front 2 skeletons had notably less HP than the rest. So there was a weak point. The others shared the damage, but the struck one still took a higher portion. About 50% on the struck, the rest split. As long as I focused one, I could break the formation fast. But was it that simple? Just as I made to press the win, the 2 low HP skeletons were swapped to the back, 2 full HP ones taking the front. They can do that too. My gaze went grave. Trouble. If I couldn't slay it the instant it surfaced, it'd duck to the back and be hard to kill. Blaze Burst Fireball wouldn't cut it, but I had others. 9 Heaven Thunder Slash. First time casting it, surging thunder swiftly wreathed my right arm, and when it peaked I shot out at the nearest skeleton. Boom. The skeleton, too slow to defend, had its chest punched through by my palm, drowned in roiling thunder, and as the electronic chimes sounded it died for good. At the same time I felt the formation's aura weaken a notch. It worked. Before I could rejoice, 2 longswords screamed in from the sides, and I dodged fast on Phantom Gate. Bang! The 2 swords slammed into the plane, gouging 2 great craters. What monstrous force! I understood. They dumped all their points into strength and defense. 9 Heaven Thunder Slash. With a method in hand, I wasted no time, hammering away with it. Every skeleton I touched dying outright. As I labored to slay them, the Qin family in Jiangnan City. Since rising to the 5 great families, the Qins had moved en masse to an estate. Now, deep in the estate, Chen Yong and several senior clan elders stood together. Before them, Chun Yu seated cross-legged. Little Yu's gone up another level 17 now? At this rate he could hit 18 tomorrow, an elder praised. From Chun Yu's S-class change, the Qins had bumped his treatment to T0. Every clan resource supplied to him first, and under that flood his level had climbed fast to a stunning 17. Another elder nodded. 18 should be enough for tomorrow's fight. The recommended slot is Little Yu's for sure. I still feel it's not safe enough. I watched Qin Ming fight. His strength is no joke, and he's got experience slaying a level 21 beast. Definitely some real skill. Don't boost the enemy and crush our own morale. That level 21 was slain entirely thanks to Su Qing. Qin Ming's far from it. This Chun Ming, too, not a shred of family feeling. Raised on the Chun family's grace since childhood, and grown he doesn't repay it, but yields the slot. Then even cuts ties with the family. Where'd he get the nerve? Little Yu's combat experience is low. How about I take him to a dungeon tonight to drill? They chattered back and forth, favoring Chunyu, loathing Chunming. Truth be told, the day of the class change, plenty inside the Chins had argued to coax Chunming back. But then, once Chunyu's S-class began to show its gifts, the voices inside changed. All wanted to ride Chunyu to raise the Chin Sei in Jiangnan. And next to that, Chunming was worthless, bringing him back a waste of resources. Better to give it all to Chunyu to grow fast. To that end, the Chins drew out several portions of their deepest stashed resources for Chunyu. The reason he'd climbed so fast. Note that most of number SIXS class holders hadn't even hit level 10. Who that reached 15 didn't have a mind at home. Minutes later, Chunyu steadied his aura and opened his eyes. Dad, all of you, relax. I'll definitely snatch the recommended slot and keep the glory with the Chen family. Good, Chen Yong roared in delight, as if he already held the slot. Watching them laugh, Chen Yu's expression slowly chilled. Brother Chen Ming, you can't blame me for this. Blame your own failure to please mom and dad. Tomorrow I'll use the class I took from you to beat you and crush the last sliver of your hope of rising to a top academy. On the other side, at great cost, I finally slew the formation skeleton soldiers and skeleton cavalry. The skeleton cavalry were especially bizarre. Besides their own HP bar, the skeleton horse beneath them had one too. And to truly kill one, you had to empty both. That alone forced me to cast 9 Heaven Thunder Slash twice, plus a heap of Blaze Burst fireballs. And these aren't even the boss. This dungeon's boss is a bit monstrous, huh? I cursed inwardly and hurried to sit and recover mana, that fight having nearly wrung me dry. There was an upside. My experience was near full, maybe one more wave to level up. This recovery took nearly a full hour. Out again. 2 rounds of fighting had taught me more about these skeletons, so next time would go smoother. Pity, what you wish for least is what comes. The last room, the same formation, only the bulk swapped from skeleton soldiers to skeleton cavalry. A whole formation of skeleton cavalry. And dead center was this dungeon's boss, a skeleton general. Good grief, far too generous. I was momentarily near tears. Demon points minus 500, 9 Heaven Thunder Slash bumped from novice to proficient. No choice. The skeleton general before me was too tough. A novice 9 Heaven Thunder Slash taking only a tenth of its HP bar, not to mention all the skeleton cavalry around. After several rounds of give and take, there was nowhere left to dodge behind, so I forced a breakthrough. A proficient 9 Heaven Thunder Slash needs no elaboration. 2 moves slew that haughty skeleton general outright, and my level rose to 17. One step further, after a short rest, I gathered all the quest supplies and left through the teleport passage. Meanwhile, Jiangnan City's Dungeon Data Monitoring Center. This department mainly monitored dungeon states to prevent mutations, and since Jiangnan's dungeons were low in level and grade, rarely going wrong, the staff had it easy. BZZT. A screen before them suddenly flickered, and everyone looked up. A familiar sound. Someone had broken a dungeon clear record. Not common, but it happened. Usually a quick filing sufficed, no stir. But this time was different. Wait, the record-broken dungeon looks like Skeleton Plain? The All Hardbones one. By how many seconds? By a full 5 hours. Question mark. At 5 hours, everyone turned to look. Years on the job, they knew their dungeons well enough. Skeleton Plain was low danger, all about being tough and unkillable. The prior record was set by a level 20 A-class heavy attack class holder, over 8 hours. For someone to clear in just 3 hours was absurd. Xiaozhang, quick, who is it? The data shift's too big. The name's locked. I'll go find the boss. Xiaozhang, who oversaw Skeleton Plain, rose fast and left. Pushing open the office door, Xiaozhang shouted first thing. Boss, Skeleton Plain. Before he finished, he saw, on the sofa before his boss, a burly man with a broadsword on his back. Oh right, the boss had said there'd be a guest today, and to be on best behavior. The supervisor's face darkened, and he cursed. Zhang Wen, who taught you to barge in without knocking? You want to keep this job? Zhang Wen winced, done for. Luckily, the man on the sofa spoke up in time. Uncle Yuan, he's in such a hurry it must be important. Hear him out. The supervisor surnamed Yuan eased a little. Speak, what happened? Xiaozhang quickly related. Learning someone cleared Skeleton Plain in 3 hours, the two went wide-eyed. Gnawed through that hard nut in 3 hours? You're joking. The supervisor knew his man slacked, but never joked about work, and hurriedly opened the computer to pull the file. It really is 3 hours. Chenming. He froze in place, dumbstruck. The man on the sofa, seeing his face, knew it was a sure thing, and leaned in first. Uncle Yuan, and you told me there was no one here I'm looking for. You were holding out on me. Isn't this one ready-made? Fine, your matter is important, but you're not a Jiangnan local, and his situation is special. Let me explain briefly. He then gave a quick account of Chun Ming's recent history. By his thinking, he naturally hoped the man wouldn't approach Chun Ming and risk offending the Chen family. The result: hearing Chun Ming's ordeal, the burly man slammed a palm on the table. This Chen family really is no good. His own blood son, and they pulled this. And this kid, facing such a plight and never giving in, carving out a name through sheer grit. My kind of guy? No, I'll go find him now. See you later. And decisively headed out, afraid Chen Ming would suddenly vanish. By then, outside, I'd just handed in my quests, and Xiao Luo popped over. Brother Chun, why were you in there so long? It's been 3 hours, hasn't it? The dungeon he'd picked was fully within his ability, and though the final boss gave a bit of trouble, he'd settled it safely, expecting me to be waiting outside long ago, only for me to emerge just now. At that I felt awkward. Bad dungeon pick this time. All turtle type, everything mediocre but the defense rock hard. Xiao Luo quickly glanced at the dungeon I'd cleared and silently noted Skeleton Plain. If even Chun Ming, with attacks that strong, called it hard, it'd be tougher for him. Best avoid it. Done handing in? Then let's stroll next door. Sure. The two of us headed for the shops next door. Wait. Just as we made to leave the quest hall, a figure suddenly blocked our way. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Xiao Luo and I quietly went on guard. Usually no one acted in a place like this, but staying ready never hurt. Easy. Easy. No ill intent. I came mainly for you. His eyes stayed on me. I was all puzzled. For me? Let me introduce myself. I'm Tai Shi, captain of the Steel Squad. The Steel Squad. I was a bit puzzled. Jiangnan didn't seem to have such a squad. Tai Shi didn't hide it. Since he came in good faith, he naturally told me. Our Steel Squad isn't local to Jiangnan. We're from neighboring Lihua City. We came this time invited to a magic beast cleanup operation, but a member had urgent business and went back, leaving us one short. So, I want to invite you. Invite me. I blinked. My level isn't up to it, surely? I could tell this man was level 20 at minimum, much stronger than me, no match for him at all. And now he wanted to recruit a weakling like me? Tai Shi waved it off, unbothered. No. I'm level 21, but I'm a heavy tank, strong defense, weak attack. You're different. Clearing Skeleton Plain in 3 hours means your attack is strong and your stamina too. You're exactly the talent I need. Attack was always their weak spot. The whole squad's defense far outstripped its offense, making them at times the safest, barely getting hurt, but at the cost of damage. And this cleanup was all about slaying. However high your defense, it's useless. He was friendly with the supervisor here, and had come asking who under level 20 had the most destructive attack. Last-minute swaps could only be under 20, and so found a treasure like me. I mused, what do I get? Tai Shi's eyes lit. Not refusing outright meant it was negotiable. Our Steel Squad splits by contribution, and on top of that I'll personally give you another 500,000. How's that? What time exactly? I have something tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon then. Our quota this run is 100 beasts, hopefully cleared before tomorrow midnight. Sure, this beat raiding dungeons by far. Today's 3-hour Skeleton Plain earned only 100-some thousand. His 500,000 was plenty, plus the contribution split. A win any way you cut it. Just right. Beat Chinyu in the morning, then rake it in the afternoon. Great. Tai Shi was thrilled. Here's my contact. Reach me when you're done. Contacts swapped. He left on his own to tell his squad. After he left, Xiao Luo asked, puzzled. Brother Chun, that dungeon must say something. A level 20 class holder personally invited you. He'd thought his own strength had grown. He'd cleared his dungeon before me, but now saw he'd overestimated it. I waved a hand. Don't mention the dungeon. It gives me a headache. The two of us toured the shops and came out empty-handed. After seeing gold-tier treasures my eye had risen, these common goods beneath me. Xia Luo's own treasures were all decently tiered, so no interest either, just sightseeing. These treasures are too few, and they call it Jiangnan's most lavish shop, the tier and quantity far below our temples. Xia Luo scorned. I shot him a look. Obviously, what laid out for sale could be any good. A few silver tier treasures is already plenty. Gold tier, even the Song family, is short on. The two of us didn't leave the quest hall. After resting, we each picked dungeons to drill, and after dinner finally settled down for a proper rest to prepare for tomorrow. The next morning, Xia Luo and I arrived punctually at number SIXS sports field. I'd meant to come alone. This was my own affair, nothing to do with Xia Luo, but he insisted on coming to cheer, and unable to dissuade him, I let him. From afar, I could see many students gathered on the field, assembled of their own accord to watch this once-a-year spectacle, all the more so with this year's twist, plus a throng of media, those news-sniffing hounds, here at the first whiff of a stir, today to watch the Chun family's joke. Chun Ming's here, someone shouted, and gazes snapped onto me. I was calm, long used to it. The day my class was stolen and I cut ties with the Chins, I was gawked at everywhere I went, and that day's transformation gave me my current footing. I ignored it and walked to the field center to wait for the principal and admissions teachers, no one daring to approach for a chat. However impressive Chun Ming, could he match a vast clan like the Chins? The Chins would surely pour everything into Chun Yu today, who's stronger was hard to say. Whoosh! Several figures flew in and landed, the nearby students hurriedly clearing space. I looked at the newcomers, battle intent flickering in my eyes. The Chun couple and Chun Yu. Little Ming, Mom's missed you so much after all this time. No needle to the tip clash. Instead, Zhang Yi spoke first, and one who didn't know better would think she truly cared for her son. Missed me? So you've come to congratulate me on entering a top academy. My voice didn't waver, my gaze not softening a hair. Zhang Yi froze, then spoke awkwardly. Little Ming, your achievements out there this while. Your dad and I have seen them all. With your strength, you can surely test into a top academy on the exams. Why not yield this recommended slot to your brother, so the Chin family has 2 students at top academies? HSS. The onlookers went wide-eyed. Is that something a person can say? A recommended slot isn't cabbage, given away just like that. What ambition the Chun family had. Other houses burn high incense to get one into a top academy, and the Chins open their mouths demanding 2 secured. Oh, if I recall right, Chin Yu's an S-class, no? And I'm just a piddling little sorcerer, and I should yield to him. The onlooking classmates looks at Chun Yu turned odd. You stole his S-class and now want him to bow with his sorcerer too? That's a bit much, isn't it? Shut up, Chun Yong barked. When has the Chun family ever begged anyone? It's just a recommended slot. Little you can win it by his own skill. No need for a woman to fret. Scolded into silence, Zhang Yi bowed her head and retreated. For all that she was the Chun matriarch, she had not a shred of say. Chun Yu shot his mother a dark glance, displeased inside too. What's that mean? That I'm really inferior to Chun Ming? Why beg him? Begging him, better to beg me, an S-class, to go easy. Chun Ming, what isn't yours will never be yours. Chun Yu said sharply. Today I'll take back everything that's yours, and show you that away from the Chun family you're nothing. Oh, I'm nothing, so what was stealing my class? I sneered, fearless. Haha, lively indeed. Just as Chun Yong frowned and made to suppress me, a loud laugh rang across the field, several figures arriving one after another. Principal Chui Guoming and a group of admissions teachers. The speaker, one of the teachers. Chui Guoming had briefed them before coming. The admissions teachers' looks at Chun Yu held a touch of distaste. Humankind stood unbowed under beast invasion through unity, and Chun Yu's conduct displeased them. But dislike aside, an S-class was surely one they'd want to compete for. Strength is king. As for me, honestly, they weren't optimistic. Class tier sets the ceiling and floor of talent, and however deep you dig a sorcerer, the bottlenecks pile up later. Even if no winner showed now, the future absolutely favored Chun Yu's heights. Humanity now lacked not mainstays, but a standard bearer, and an S-class was worth the 5 top academies scramble. Chui Guoming strode to the center. Today, the admissions officers of the 5 top academies have come to observe. Besides the recommended students, all other students may show themselves. The exceptionally gifted likewise have a chance to enter an academy. The whole field boiled. Getting into one of the 5 top academies meant a limitless future, a carp leaping the dragon gate. But the 5 teachers' eyes didn't soften a hair. They did have extra recommendation slots, but worthy people were vanishingly rare, the extra slots and used for at least a decade. At the class teachers arranging, many A-class students stepped up to perform, the media snapping and nodding. Number SXS depth? Only number 1 could match. Yet the 5 teachers had no interest. These students outshone ordinary folk, but among A-class were too plain. Not impressing them didn't bar them from entry. That chance was the exam, by grades, just not recommendation. After the students performed, Chui Guoming looked at the unmoved 5, no displeasure on his face. He knew his student's strength, never held hope. This just an attempt. Principal Chui, it's getting late. Have the recommended students come up? A teacher said flatly. Chui Guoming nodded. Students with recommended slots may step forward now and await selection. The recommended slots were jointly established by the 5 academies, very few, usually 3 to 5 per city. Number 6 had 2 this year. One me, the other Ding Xine, a barely passable background, a second-tier Jiangnan family, but with excellent grades and an A-class awakening, qualified. Ding Xine and I stepped out. All eyes on us too. The selection phase next. Ding Xine, your class suits my Black Tortoise Academy well. Willing to join? The Black Tortoise teacher spoke first, the other 4 not cutting in. A good match, no intent to fight. I'm willing to join Black Tortoise Academy. Ding Xine cupped his hands in assent. The 4 academies, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, were close in faculty. The strongest was the capital's Central Apex Academy. Ding Xine chosen, everyone turned their eyes to me, awaiting my choice, and waited over half a minute, with not one teacher speaking up. No help for it. My class was too feeble, and whoever invited me first lost not their own face, but their academies. To one side, Chui Guoming's face dimmed. The thing he feared most had happened. But he didn't intervene. The slot was already in my hands. The 5 had to pick, and who picked was their 5-way headache. Chen Ming, wait a moment. Your situation is special. The 5 of us need to discuss. The Central Apex teacher said, and after saying it the 5 didn't actually discuss, just kept standing and waiting. Discuss? What was there to discuss? None of them wanted me. Saying so was to give certain people time to decide. Chen Ming, still can't see it? You're too much of a cripple. None of the 5 top academies want you. Just yield the slot to me. Chen Yu strode forward. To his order-breaking move, the 5 teachers offered no word of objection, which in a sense was their stance. My gaze was cold, unmoved. I'd known Chen Yu would stir trouble and had braced for it, waiting for him to step out on his own. I turned to him. If you want to fight, fight. Why all the chatter? You. Chen Yu hadn't expected me to wear that scornful look even now, finding it hard to take. Isn't he on top? So why does it feel like I am? Little you, settle it fast and show the teachers your strength. From afar, Chen Yong called loudly. Let Chen Yu strike in his strongest form and win the teacher's favor, especially Central Apex. Get into Central Apex, and the Chun family's soaring was at hand. Fine. Chen Yu roared, marshaled his mana, a heavy aura spreading outward from him as the center. The S-class Mount Tai heavy cavalry. A glint crossed the 5 teachers' eyes, clearly interested. An S-class was quite rare even among the 5 academies. Level 17? Climbed fast. One teacher remarked, already tempted. Another, seeing me standing still, sighed. S-class and A-class are worlds apart. Never mind that this Chun Ming is only an E-class class. Over before it begins. The other 4 nodded. Seeing me stand dumb. Chen Yu thought I'd been scared witless and laughed. Now you see how vast the gap between us is? An S-class is just this. An abrupt voice rang out, me looking at him with full disdain. I'd thought the S-class Mount Tai heavy cavalry was something, but it seemed nothing much, no comparison to my holy sovereign. Which meant, I should thank Chen Yu. Had he not stolen that trash S-class, I'd never have changed to holy sovereign, never had my current achievements. Chen Ming, mouthing off even now, die for me. Chen Yu, displeased, took up his greatsword and charged to cleave me. Many faces changed. This wasn't a contest, it was a kill. Others felt this was right. Vying for fortune is about who's more ruthless. Blaze burst fireball. I casually flung two. Chinyu didn't dodge a hair. What damage could a piddling sorcerer's fireball do? He just hacked at the fireballs. Boom. A violent blast no one expected erupted, the shockwave forcing nearby students back 2 steps, a wretched figure slamming down. As the dust cleared, it was Chinyu. HSS. Everyone was shocked. The first exchange ended in Chunyu's utter defeat. The 5 admissions teachers shot to their feet. First time facing something off script. An S-class and an E-class collide. And the loser is the S-class? Don't rush. It's just the start. Chinyu was probably careless. Look, he's wretched but unhurt. One teacher made an excuse, but the others didn't pick it up. A failed clash is a failure. Chun Ming's strength far exceeded their imagining. Since when do sorcerers have attacks this strong? The vermilion bird teacher wondered, but no one could answer. Wretch. Chinyu rose, face full of fury. Chun Ming actually made him lose face before this many people, the 5 teachers above all. How dare he? Trample the mountains and rivers. He gathered mana and stamped his right foot hard, a powerful attack rushing at me. Charging out right behind it, his logic simple. A sorcerer's strength is spells. Melee absolutely won't do. Close in and victory was his. My face went grave. Trample the mountains and rivers was a Mount Tai heavy cavalry innate skill, growing with level. Even with iron bones, bronze hide, I wouldn't tank it head on. Blaze burst fireball. 4 flew out. The first 2 slamming trample the mountains and rivers. The latter 2 bursting through it, barely blocking it. But the true killing move came after. Chinyu had closed in. It's over. Seeing the greatsword fall, I swiftly drew the crescent moon sword. Bright moon out. My momentum not the least below his. The 2 locked in deadlock. Now it was Chinyu's turn to gape. Chun Ming actually blocked my move head-on by himself. Bang! Both recoiled, then clashed again. The moment we engaged, I took the clear upper hand. For one reason. After his class change, Chinyu had barely fought beasts, his combat skills raw. While I'd entered dungeons and tangled with beasts from day 1 of my change, so edging him out was no problem. The 5 teachers went wide-eyed. A sorcerer fighting up close, and no weakling at that. Which of them is the S-class, and which the E-class, exactly? This Chun Ming is strange. His skill tiers are all high. That sword art is likely A-class. Honestly, I'm getting a little interested in this kid. If before was surprise, now was genuine new respect. To one side, Chui Guoming's eyes brightened. Truly the student he'd always favored, handing him this great surprise at this moment. Splendid. Phantom Gate. Since I'd no plan to hold back, I struck without mercy, my speed surging abruptly, several afterimages scattering to strike Chinyu from different directions. Chinyu startled and hurriedly cast a skill, Iron Bastion. The Mount Tai heavy cavalry is a heavy tank. Middling attack, extreme defense. My several afterimages struck without stirring a ripple, and even I, casting Bright Moon, was blocked head-on. Overestimated you. These shadows of yours are pretty ordinary. Having blocked, Chinyu clung to luck, mouth unyielding. The afterimages were many but could only land basic attacks, no skills. A turtle shell? A turtle shell is exactly what I crack. I snorted, my right hand blazing with thunder light, erupting with a destructive aura. 9 Heaven Thunderslash. Full firepower, surging thunder rushing out to madly engulf his defense. Bad. Below. Qin Yang's face changed sharply. He reflexively made to rush over, but 2 steps in a figure blocked him. Qin Yang. This is a duel. No one may interfere. Chui Guoming. Qin Yang's face went iron. You dare block me? And drew his weapon to act. Chui Guoming was steady as a mountain. Qin Yang. You'd strike before the 5 admissions teachers? Chun Yong cooled in an instant. He found himself locked on, and following the direction, it was the 5 teachers, anyone a level above him. Whoosh! As he hesitated, the thunderlight gradually dispersed, the many students in uproar. I stood in place, crescent moon sword in hand, expression unchanged, and directly opposite, a wretched figure knelt on one knee. Chinyu, as miserable as could be. He never imagined I'd unleash an ultimate at such a moment. In his view, shouldn't 2 trade blows slowly, intensity rising step by step, ultimates saved for when both were spent? Springing one suddenly like this, wasn't that cheating? Honestly, Chunyu's thinking was still stuck at the student stage. Many students, to show their best to the teachers, flaunt techniques in escalating tiers. What I pursued was efficient combat, one move where one would do. This time I'd read his mindset exactly and caught him off guard. Little Yu, Chun Yong, and Zhang Yi rushed over crying out, hastily feeding him healing pills, terrified of mishap. Chui Guoming walked to my side, expression complex. He'd watched Chun Ming change into a sorcerer with his own eyes, never dreaming that with such a class he could turn it around against the odds and grind Chun Yu into the dirt. Heavens, what did I just see? Chun Yu challenged Chun Ming, and the victor is Chun Ming. An S-class is just SOSO, it seems. I dubbed Chun Yu the most garbage S-class in recent years. Let me say something fair. Could it be not that Chun Yu is too weak, but that Chun Ming is too strong? Right, those skills of his. I feel I couldn't block a single one. Where's the fairness? Chun Yu has the Chun family behind him, levels fast. What does Chun Ming have? Heard Chun Ming climbed this fast all on grit, churning out dungeons non-stop, and when the beasts invaded, he held the very front. The crowd was electrified, their looks at me transformed. Chun Ming, are you insane? This is your own blood brother, and you struck this hard. You wretch with wolfish ambition. Chun Yong rose, roaring. I'd long built up immunity, and said flatly, if not for the 5 teachers here today, he'd be a dead man already. I'm no great saint. My ties with the Chins were beyond repair, and the S-class Chun Yu, trash in strength now, had the talent right there. Not cutting him down would be a future menace. Pity today's setting forbade it, or after 9 Heaven Thunderslash, I'd have piled on Blazeburst fireballs and buried him. You, teachers, the contest has concluded. Before Chin Yong could make trouble, Chui Guoming spoke decisively. This was his number 6, his turf. The Chins were no weak power but carried less weight here, and with this much media, letting Chin Yong run wild would cost him face. In an instant, all eyes converged on the 5 teachers again. The fight was over. Surely no more demurring? Now it was the 5's turn to be in a bind. Chun Ming's strength was genuinely strong, strong enough to catch their eye, but the class truly put them off. Forget it, with Chun Ming's strength, no student here is his match. Then, one of you take him, or it really won't look right. The slot was locked to me, unchangeable. I had to enter a top academy. The Vermilion Bird teacher, standing at the very edge, hadn't joined the discussion, his gaze fixed on me, eyes conflicted. His Vermilion Bird Academy had been unsettled lately and badly needed people, and my qualifications passed muster in his eyes. The other 4 faulted the class tier. He didn't. The measure of a person was never class tier, but strength. At that, he decided. My Vermilion Bird Academy can take him, said lightly, the other 4 looking over at once, a flash of delighted relief. Someone to take the baton. Good. But the Vermilion Bird teacher was no fool. Let him toil for free? My Vermilion Bird sacrifices this much. Surely you all should compensate a little? Compensate. Any other time the 4 would think him mad. Recruit a student and still want compensation? But for Chun Ming, it seemed compensation was indeed due. Brother Yin, name it. If the terms are fair, I'll agree. The Central Apex teacher spoke, the other 3 nodding. All old foxes, whoever spoke first lost. The man called Brother Yin didn't mince it. 10 portions of gold tier resources, 5 gold tier treasures, 10 drops of stalactite gel. The 4 went wide-eyed, as if meeting him anew. Gold tier resources and treasures every academy lacked. Each exchange demanding huge student contribution. A little, grit your teeth and accept, but he asked too much, painful to part with. No, Yin Yun, these terms absolutely won't do. The others shook their heads and countered with their own, all severely trimmed. Yin Yun wasn't surprised, bargaining, open like a lion, then settle for the middle. The 5 finally hammered out a split, smiles surfacing all around. Yin Yun had wagged his tongue and won his academy a heap of precious resources. The other 4 had finally tossed the hot potato, while landing a chance to ding Vermilion Bird's prestige. Chun Ming, are you willing to join my Vermilion Bird Academy? I am. I knew this long stretch had to be the 5 teachers' negotiated result. If I refused Vermilion Bird, the others' doors stayed shut too, and being picked in the exam was even harder. Plus, with time left before the exam, entering a top academy early put me far ahead of my cohort. Just as everyone thought admissions were over, the Central Apex teacher suddenly spoke. Yu, are you willing to join my Central Apex Academy? Huh? The students cried out. Yu lost and still got a Central Apex invite? Is this the privilege of an S class? Not done, the Black Tortoise teacher. My Black Tortoise's doors are open to you too. White Tiger and Azure Dragon followed. Who'd have guessed the grand reversal at the end? The defeated Yu received 4 academy invitations at once, including 10,000 students' Dream Academy, Central Apex. Yu, pale but lucid under the pill's care, had thought there was no chance, only for 4 top academies to extend invitations. The surprise too sudden. I'm willing to join Central Apex Academy. He chose fast. Central Apex was Chunyang's personal pick. Good, come stand behind me. The Central Apex teacher wasn't surprised. In any contest Central Apex joined, few students would go elsewhere. Such was the reputation. Haha, good. Worthy of my son. Chunyang roared with delighted laughter, the media training their cameras on him at once. His gaze slid to me, more smug. Ming, so what if you beat Little You? Little You got into Central Apex Academy. Look at you. Just wait. Before long, Little You's achievements will far surpass yours. The words barely landed, and before I could be angered, Yun beside me wouldn't have it. What's that mean? Looking down on their vermilion bird? You courting death? A mass of flame ignited from him, coalescing midair into a fire dragon that roared at Chunyang. Chunyang's face changed sharply. He hurriedly summoned his strongest defense to block, the blast erupting, knocking him stumbling back a dozen steps. The gap was too vast. Realizing he'd misspoken, he hurried to patch it. I didn't look down on Vermilion Bird. I looked down on Ming. A misunderstanding. Yun's expression chilled. Ming is now a man of my Vermilion Bird. Whoever dares target him, my Vermilion Bird will not be polite. Chunyang shut up entirely. Chui Guoming stepped up and declared the gathering dismissed. The number 6 students filed out in order, the media packing their gear. Per the rules, I had one day to bid my family farewell. Then I'd follow Yun to Vermilion Bird Academy. Brother Chen, congratulations. Yun had just finished briefing me on a few points when Xia Luo popped out from the side. He'd watched the whole thing. If not for my warning at the start to stay out of it, he'd have stepped in when the Chens targeted me. Seeing my friend come over, Yun made to leave. Then his frame jerked to a halt, and he spun to look at Xia Luo. You're not a number 6 student, are you? Xia Luo startled. I'm not. I'm Brother Chen's friend. A friend. Yun's eyes narrowed. Who's your master? Xia Luo said little, just flashed the jade pendant at his waist. One look at the pendant, and Yun instantly understood. Are you willing to join my Vermilion Bird Academy alongside Ming? Huh. Xia Luo froze. Weren't all 5 top academies supposed to look down their noses at everyone? Now one was inviting him outright. He quickly came to. I can't. I promised my master to finish a mission in Jiangnan before I can leave. I can't get away now. Don't worry, I'll arrange that. Just tell me whether you want to go. Huh. Xia Luo hadn't expected that answer, and after a short think agreed fast. As long as you can persuade my master, I'll join Vermilion Bird. Since coming down the mountain, the only true friend he'd made was me. Song Qingqing was at most a good acquaintance, not quite a friend, and he couldn't see through me and itched to uncover my secrets. Following me he'd never regret. Good. Yun was overjoyed. Any Taoist qualified to enter the world was prodigiously gifted, and with that pedigree, getting into any of the 5 top academies was a single word's effort, a steal. After a brief word, he hurried off to have a good talk with the old Taoist. A seedling this fine he wouldn't miss for anything. Xia Luo and I were to reach the school by midday tomorrow, and Yun would take us to Vermilion Bird. Let's go. I didn't linger, no patience for bickering with the Chen lot, and I'd promised to hunt beasts with someone this afternoon. By the time the Chens came to, we'd long since left. Chunyang quickly wrote me off and paraded Chunyu before the media to spin it. Defeated? No. Ming had fought dirty and ambushed Little You. How else explain so many academies inviting Little You while only one spoke for Ming? That was the gap. Back at the hotel, after lunch I made it to the quest hall on time. Xia Luo went to pick a solo dungeon, hoping to gain one more level today before we left for Vermilion Bird. Brother Chun, over here. Just as I pulled out my phone to contact Tai Shi, a hearty voice came. For men stood not far off, Tai Shi at the front, and the 2 parties met. No wonder they were called the Steel Squad. everyone a muscle man, for hulks. Taishi strode up and clapped my shoulder. This is the helper I recruited, strength absolutely top tier. The other three looked at me, eyes puzzled. They couldn't see what made me special, but recalling Taishi's hard sell last night, figured he wouldn't pick blindly. Hello, I'm the vice captain, call me Tai Ying. Tai who? Tai Shan. The tones weren't exactly warm, but not standoffish either. I understood. First cooperation, and I was the lowest leveled in the squad. No objection was already plenty. Chun Ming. All right, time later to get acquainted. Now we need to hurry over. They've assigned us a zone, and we'll be penalized if we're late. Taishi led the way out of the hall. The beast cleanup operation was outside the city. We took Taishi's arranged car straight for the gate. From the briefing, I finally learned these beasts' origins. When the primordial Tiger King breached the front line earlier, many beasts mixed into the main force, and instead of charging Jiangnan with it, they lurked in the wilds alone, ambushing passers-by and causing heavy casualties. So Jiangnan posted quests inviting class-holder squads to hunt them with rich terms. All items on a beast went to the squad, and the more and higher level the kills, the more resources the authorities added. Squads from several nearby cities had rushed over on the news, the Steel Squad among them. In the car, I got a read on the squad's abilities. Defense maxed, everything else mediocre. In Taishi's words, you can only deal damage if you're alive. And I didn't argue. Life above all. I gave a simple account of my skills too, all in the plainest terms, and the few of them traded looks at the unremarkable list. But we were nearly at the gate. No time for unity-harming talk, and whether I was any good could wait for the battlefield and real beasts to prove. An hour later, we passed the gate and headed for our assigned zone. The authorities' allotments minimized friction. Class holders compete everywhere, all wanting more resources for less cost. Fewer beasts meant more squabbling, so pre-assigning kept things stable. Outside the city, you could see low-level class holders fighting. This area was mostly level 15 to 20. The closer to Jiangnan, the lower the beasts. The high-level ones picked off by high-level class holders the instant they neared, the low ones beneath their notice, a boon to bottom-tier squads. The Steel Squad zone was small but remote. Everyone got out before a withered yellow woods. Per the data, plenty of beasts hide here. Cleared out. The reward won't be small. Taishi said confidently, a fat slice of meat, secured through connections. Everyone went solemn and set their stances. Move out. Taishi led at the very front, the other three spread around. Me alone shielded in the middle. I had iron bones, bronze hide, true, but my defense was a notch below theirs. We entered Sunset Forest, and several hidden gazes converged at once. Whoosh! Barely in, the sound of cutting wind rang out. Taishi at the front reacted fastest, casting a defensive skill first thing. A layer of steel rhino hides surfaced over him. Bang! A black shadow was flung far and slammed down. The beast resembled a lizard, yellow-brown, matching the forest. Chun Ming, attack. Taishi didn't rashly pursue, shouting to me behind him. My reaction was no slower. 2 blaze-burst fireballs slammed in. The lizard, just sent flying and dazed, had no time to dodge and was swallowed by flame before it grasped what happened, dead on the spot. Keep moving. Taishi nodded. My attack was within his expectations, no wrong pick. The other 3 eased too. At this rate, they just had to protect me, and the rest of the beasts could be cleared one by one. For the next 3 hours, I fully tasted the sweetness. With the Steel 4 around, I didn't have to think about defense, just cast skills and barrage to my heart's content. Experience climbing fast. At this pace, clearing the whole forest, I could hit level 18. It's been nearly 20 minutes without a beast. Are they all cleared? Tai Ying's eyes glowed blue, his skill, sensing nearby beast traces. Taishi frowned slightly. The numbers are off. Before coming, I figured 50 or 60 at least, and we've slain barely 20-odd, a full half short. This zone he'd secured at great cost. How could it have so few beasts? If so, he'd taken a loss. We pushed deeper. Today he'd turned Sunset Forest upside down. An hour later we reached the deepest point, still not half a beast in sight, and Taishi sagged. Ruined. Had I known there were this few, I'd never have picked here. Wait. As Taishi and Tai Ying discussed whether to just leave, I caught a trace from the corner of my eye. The others looked and saw it too. There were tracks of beast movement here, and not in the direction we'd come from. More beasts. Taishi's eyes lit. Come on, let's check it out. With tracks to guide them, the group sped up. Soon Taiying stopped and signaled to slow. Something's wrong. Taishi puzzled. What could be wrong? The high-level ones were picked off long ago. We'll face nothing over 25, and 25 can't break our defense. No exaggeration, barely past 20 in level. Their defense was unbreakable. Taiying's face was odd. It's not that I doubt anyone. There are just way too many of them. Too many. Taishi wasn't worried at all, his eyes lighting fully. I was just fretting over no beasts, and turns out they all gathered here. How many? Around 20 or 30, clustered together. Let's go look. That number already pressured them, but no one would retreat. They hadn't had their fill, and would slay the rest no matter what, or the long trip was wasted. Chunming, you'll be under heavy pressure shortly. Slay them as fast as you can. In this situation, they'd lean more on defense, leaving offense to me. I nodded. Relax. My mana was full. No worry there. Minutes later, she parted the brush, and we reached the beast gathering spot. Just as Taiying said, all clustered together. Look behind these beasts. Isn't that a cave? They're not protecting it, are they? Taishan spoke first. At his prompt, we noticed a bottomless cave behind them. The beasts' bodies all blocking the mouth. Whatever. Kill our way through and we'll know. Taishi couldn't be bothered to guess, and pushed forward steadily behind his defense, the others close. Entering the alert range, the beasts went fully berserk and lunged. Hold them. Chunming, take the low-level ones first. Facing this many beasts at once, Taishi at the front was under huge pressure. The lot was level 20 minimum, several level 23. On contact, the Steel Squad's defense was impregnable, each man facing 4 or 5 and not yielding a step. Behind their defense, I fully cut loose, flinging blaze-burst fireballs like they were free, while seizing chances, picking off the low-level ones first. The fewer remaining, the more the squad could focus on the rest. 9 Heaven Thunderslash. 3 fireballs forced back the 2 higher ones a few steps. Then I seized the moment and slammed a 9 Heaven Thunderslash onto the nearest, lowest beast. Roar. That level, 20 beast never expected to be the first target, and by the time it reacted, half its body was cleaved open, dead for good. Good. Taishi was overjoyed. No wrong read after all. Any other level, 19 class holder couldn't one-shot a level 20 beast, but Chunming could. The fight lasted a full 2 hours. The low-level ones were easy at first, but the level 24-ish later on were hard to slay outright, even with 9 Heaven Thunderslash, ground down only by force. As the last fell, Taishi's group collapsed at once. I'd handled the frenzied output. Their job was to let me output pressure-free, and who knows how many attacks they blocked, especially the final level. 24 charges that nearly broke their formation, all 4 bearing wounds to some degree. We're rich, we're rich. Taishi shouted, elated, while bandaging. This many beasts were worth a fortune, one day rivaling 2 months of their quests. The other 3 were thrilled too. As for me, my attention was wholly on the cave afar. Beasts clustered at its mouth meant something inside drew them. Should I take a look? Once the thought rose, it couldn't be put down. Having slain those level 24s, my level broke again, to 18. My mana recovered 7 or 8 parts, still a fight left in me. Chunming, wait and go in with us. Alone is too dangerous, Taiying said in time. Okay, I didn't refuse. Better to play it safe. This run was led by the Steel Squad. I was a last-minute fill-in, and if real trouble came, they mightn't risk their lives for me. Half an hour later, mostly recovered, everyone gathered at the cave mouth. There's a vague energy inside interfering with my read. Be careful, Taiying said gravely. His recon had never failed, and now even he couldn't probe it, so the place truly had a problem. Taishan, you and I take the front. Taiying, Taihu, guard Chunming on the flanks. Right, we pressed inward. The deeper we went, the clearer it got. From the walls on both sides, this cave wasn't natural but dug out later. Patches of residual attribute energy scattered across it. Could the beasts outside have dug this cave? Taihu wondered. Quite possibly. Look at this wall, plainly built not long ago. Taiying observed more closely, reckoning it was dug only 3 or 4 days ago, no more than a week, which lined up exactly with when the beasts breached the front line. Taishi, what we need to figure out is what they're up to. Digging a cave at this cost has to have a purpose. Could there be treasure hidden? Beasts have an extremely strong sense of territory and would never share it with other beasts. There's definitely something wrong in here, I said slowly. The group pressed in, full of questions. Luckily, the cave was makeshift and shallow, and in under a minute a chamber appeared ahead. At the sight, everyone was dumbstruck. Where was the promised treasure? Why was it empty? Just nothing. Taishan looked around, baffled, seeing nothing. As everyone searched, a tiny sound came from the center, extremely faint. Besides Tai Ying and me, no one heard it. Wait, listen. Tai Ying hurriedly stopped the searching Taishan and signaled to slow. I walked slowly toward the center. There was something like a straw mat, apparently for resting, and the closer I got, the clearer the sound, coming from beneath the mat. Drawing a deep breath, I reached out and lifted the mat. The four behind me readied for battle at once. Closest, I was the first to see what hid under the mat. Not the danger I'd imagined, but a scrawny little white cat. Wait, why is there a cat here? Taishi leaned in, all puzzled. All those beasts guarding outside, and it comes down to one little cat. None of them had expected such a small thing. Ding! Special energy fluctuation detected. The demon of the moon issues a commission. Adopt the soul white tiger cub. A commission triggering at a moment like this, meaning this soul white tiger mattered far more in the 8 great demons' eyes than the earlier beasts. Soul white tiger. Could it carry white tiger bloodline? Never mind. Study it later. Get it in hand first. I spoke up. Captain Taishi, could you let me have this cat? It and I have an affinity. I'll give up my share of the other rewards. All eyes turned to me, unable to read my decision. Taishi said plainly, Chun Ming, do you know this little thing's origin? No, my face didn't change. Am you sure? You contributed a lot this fight. Your share won't be small. You're sure you only want this cat? Yes. Fine. Seeing my firm tone, plus that I'd found it first, they couldn't be bothered, not knowing its identity. Taking a useless cub over more resources made no sense to them. The others didn't refuse either. Less for me meant more for them. Why not? Ownership settled. Taishi's group turned to leave. Once they were gone, I cut my finger and let a drop of essence blood fall on the white cat, the bond between us swiftly forming. Minutes later, the cat and I stabilized. The soul white tiger was still a cub, without a shred of consciousness, its resistance to me negligible, so signing the contract wasn't hard. Soul white tiger, cub, grade S, HP 10 spirit, 5 agility, 5 skills, none. S grade. My eyes went wide. This surprise was too sudden. No wonder it drew the demon's notice. Ding! The demon of the moon's quest is complete. Reward. Full moon disc ×1, Skywater bell ×1. Full moon disc, magic treasure, gold requires. Level 20 plus on use, spins rapidly, holding 5 attribute energies. Thunder, wind, ice, light, dark. 1 at random, each corresponding to a skill, offensive or defensive. All skills power rivals a level. 30 class holders attack. Cooldown, May 5th, each recharging in 5 hours. Skywater bell, magic treasure, gold requires. Beast taming grade S plus once worn. The tamed beast gains HP plus 500, spirit plus 300, attribute growth plus 30%, plus 1 extra golden body defense. Lasts 5 seconds, 24-hour cooldown. The full moon disc needs no elaboration. All 5 attributes were advanced, light and dark especially looking extraordinary. Pity it too needed level 20 plus, so it seemed gold tier treasures were level 20 minimum. The Skywater bell was plainly not for me, but for the soul white tiger. It boosted the basics, but those 5 seconds of golden body were a real clutch. Short duration, long cooldown, yet decisive at the key moment, like tanking the enemy's all-out strike or bottom of the chest trump for those 5 seconds. And its use condition was unbeatable. Beast taming grade S+, no level cap. Of course I'm no fool. I didn't hang the bell on its neck right away. A gold tier treasure was too eye-catching, an extremely important strategic resource in Jiangnan. But at Vermilion Bird Academy, gold tier would be fairly ordinary. You've got black and white stripes, more white fur than black. From now on I'll call you Bay. I lifted it to perch on my shoulder. After another search of the cave to confirm nothing was missed, I retraced the way out. Outside, I saw Taishi's group cleaning up the battlefield. This mini beast corpses would sell for a tidy sum. I'd said earlier I wouldn't ask for extra share, so to avoid raising suspicion, I deliberately kept far from the corpses, just watching them work. The dozens of corpses processed, everyone rode back toward Jiangnan. On the way we now and then heard sounds of fighting, but they were all other squad zones, no chance to step in. About 5 kilometers from Jiangnan, a party blocked the road ahead. Taishi's group frowned. Taishi slowed and stopped about 30 meters from them, getting out. You're blocking the way, mind moving aside? Being from out of town, they didn't want trouble, avoiding it where they could. But this time was different. Boss, this man up front hasn't been seen in Jiangnan before. Probably not a local. Good, them it is. Outsiders coming to split the meat. No such easy thing. Leaving no toll won't do. The other captain spoke, and Taishi's face went grave, though he wasn't rattled. Any squad that could ambush here couldn't be high level. He waved to those in the car, and at the queue they got out. Before getting out, I recalled Bay into the beast-taming space. The space that appears after a class holder contracts a beast, expanding as the beast grows. No one but the beast able to enter. With prior combat experience, everyone set their stances quickly on exiting. The blocking squad's expressions didn't change much at the steel squad, but the moment they saw me, their movements jerked to a halt. When I'd left Jiangnan, the city was still calm, and now the whole city buzzed with news of me. Beating Chinyu, entering Vermilion Bird Academy, an achievement of immeasurable future. If I came to harm at a time like this, with Vermilion Bird not seeing its man tomorrow, the inquiry would finish them. The few of them instantly lost their fight and hurried aside. It's all a misunderstanding. Had you said Chun Ming was with you, we'd never have blocked the way. The captain fawned. The 5 top academies, never mind him. Even Jiangnan's mayor mightn't dare provoke. Taishi's group all turned their eyes on me. They hadn't expected I had this kind of connection, a mere appearance making these people back off. Taishan said outright, "Brother Chun, never knew you had this kind of pull." I shrugged without much explanation. "Let's go. It's dark, we can't camp outside the city." We got back in, the mood subtle. The can't keep a secret Tai who, seated to my left. "Brother Chun, tell us, why are they so respectful to you? Do you have some special status?" "Got lucky today, special recruited into Vermilion Bird Academy." This I didn't mean to hide. While I was out of the city, with all that media coverage, my entering Vermilion Bird had surely spread far and wide. "What? Vermilion Bird Academy?" Taishi at the wheel stamped the brake, all disbelief. Everyone's eyes locked on me, and seeing I wasn't lying, quietly digested it. "No wonder your level's low, but your strength's this strong.